Trying to get back into positive territory here as we kick off a brand new week ahead of what is to come. On Wednesday this week, we'll get the Fed still looking like we're going to get a hold for now from the Fed in a matter of just a couple of days. The brand new Fed meeting going to kick off on Tuesday. It'll wrap up Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock with that decision. We'll bring it to you live as always. Other places today, we're seeing yields back to the upside this morning. We're seeing some chip names moving around, some EV names back to the upside this morning as well. Is Tesla going to have a Saudi Arabia plant in the near future? We'll see. Tesla back negative now, but it was positive to start things off on that headline this morning. We'll talk about that coming up. We'll talk about some of the tech names showing, different indications at this point coming off a very weak day on Friday. What is in store coming up later this morning? It is Monday, September 18th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at a 1% move right now for Tesla to the downside. It was, as I mentioned, higher to kick things off in the pre-market here on that Saudi headline that came across from Bloomberg. We'll touch on that coming up. We'll touch on ARM, obviously. Man, I missed a lot last week. It was pretty exciting around here, including, that IPO that continues to drift to the downside this morning. Sharif back, as always, on the left side of the desk. Our left. You're right. How are you?
Good. How are you? How's the vacation?
It was good. It was good. It was an interesting time in Paris. I was in France. It's obviously the fall.
Yeah.
When I got there, it was 29 Celsius, felt like 34, and it continued for the first 3 days to be 34, 35. So it was straight up hot to start, but it was great. Good to be back. I missed a lot, apparently.
You did, yeah. IPO heaven. ARM went all buck wild. I don't have to tell you guys. If you tuned in last week, you know that. We also have SoftBank coming up today. We also have a new spot Bitcoin ETF in Europe. Europe beating North America to the punch on that part. Well, we got one in Canada, but stateside anyway. So yeah, interesting day.
We have Bitcoin. We have Ethereum. Like, what's everybody waiting for when it comes to ETFs? Here in Canada, anyways, crypto in general, pretty strong to start things off. Back above 27,000 here for BTC. Good to see. Lots to discuss on a Monday. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Monty knows what's up. You missed a few things, but yesterday, my good friend here turned 25 years old.
Thank you.
Happy
Can't wait
birthday.
till you turn 20-something as well.
And the best part about it was I actually remember when I sent you the message. I remembered to say, make sure you message your brother, or you'll tell your brother happy birthday as well, because
born the same day as my brother. Yeah.
What's the name
a year
for that?
apart.
What's the name for that again?
Irish twins.
Irish twins.
Irish-Italian twins.
Irish.
And congratulations! I saw that you made a nice call on the Bills. They did come out and kick some, yesterday. So, as expected, that was good. Finally.
That's on top.
Packers lost, so we'll pass on that. And congratulations to the Cowboys.
You're just gonna gloss over the
Don't worry about the Packers. It's fine. Something happened there. I'm not sure. But other than that, everything was fine. Yeah, and I got to see my daughter play her first rep game, which was absolutely amazing.
buddy.
My wife just sent me the video of her last year not even being able to skate on September 25th was her first time. And then now she's starting left wing. So proud of her. It's unbelievable. But congratulations. Big day. We got all 10 teams through.
Oh, we're on
Survivor.
We're on fire in Survivor, guys.
Yep.
I think there's 40% of the league, or 35 to 40% of the league is out, and we're 10 for 10 at this point. People were picking Detroit over Seattle. They're all a bunch of punks. We're gonna win all of this. But there is a good market to get to this week, man. We got IPOs again. Yeah. There's that, I don't know. There's obviously we got Instacart. There's Clivo, whatever the heck they call that.
You know what else is coming?
And then we've got, obviously we have the Fed on Wednesday, but I think today the chips are going to be a bit of a story.
Your wife probably has a pair. Maybe you have a pair. But what else is coming out to IPO to the market soon is going to be Birkenstock.
Well,
that should be.
Yes, actually,
that should be fun. Your wife does not have a pair of Birkenstocks?
She does. I know them, but she does not, though.
Does not?
She does not.
All right.
She does not.
Anyways, I think that's going to be a hot IPO, same as Instacart. Instacart should be pricing today.
Yeah.
I think. So that means tomorrow we'll be hitting the long on Instacart. But ARM is looking not too strong. We have AMD on watch right now, but also ARM, what Brendan was just mentioning. We hit some great longs on Thursday, obviously on the IPO, and then on Friday, man, we had all, this is still AMD, we had all the shorts in ARM. We only went short on Friday, and we played right off these levels, $64, $65. You guys remember this? Was on the stick. We had it. We had the long at 62. We talked about, but we just played short instead. 62 was a key level until it broke, and now you're right back at just as good of a level right here of $58. See you later, ARM. This one has 56 written all over it today. I've already paid for shorts. Make sure you get locked and loaded with that as well. ARM, I believe, hits that $56 at some point today. So we will see what is going on with that one. And you know what? I was actually thinking about this, and we talked about it a little bit, Neil, as well, is that it's a zero-sum game, right? And you mentioned that the minute ARM came out on Thursday, NVIDIA started going to the downside. Because if you're a hedge fund manager or managing some kind of a fund, and you're in AI or you're in the chips, you have to have money to put to work.
Right.
So you're selling some of your positions to put it into ARM. So that to me makes a little bit of sense. It looks like AMD is going to hit the, hit the bottom today.
It's always in sector. It's always sector plays like that because I do that myself actually when I'm like if I'm selling in a long. I'm not very active in my long-term account. But when I'm selling something, typically speaking, like if I'm going to make it like let's say I'm going to sell a little bit of Apple, like I'll probably put that I'll buy the Qs with that right away. But I remember when I was selling I was starting to sell some Silvergate on the way down. I was like, well, I don't want to be out of crypto. It's like put a little bit in spot Bitcoin, then put the rest in Coinbase. One of those two things did better than the other, obvious. But I think it's definitely a theme that we have to watch out for. Like if ARM completely capitulates through 55, though, I think that could drag everything down. Yep. CGC is going to open up SSR. I just want to get this one out of the way here because I was just noticing this. ACB is under $1, but it's down 13% already. It's going to open short sell restricted and maybe make a run at $1 today. So this is not a name that was necessarily on my radar when I sat down, but it's certainly coming into play right here. ACB is also looking pretty weak. So looking not too great here. I mean, the overall market's slightly to the downside, with the cannabis names pulling back in here. So if we get to that $1 level, I mean, you guys kind of know the drill. If it's SSR and it's at $1, it's worth a shot.
There we go. I was just mentioning overall market trying to move back to the upside here. I wanted to show you this. Here's crude oil right now on a bit of a tear, to say the least, already 1.3% on the morning, but nothing significant as far as headlines that I saw causing this, but a nice move up for not only oil, but some of the energy stocks popping up on volume right now in front of me. As I was mentioning, though, overall, the market looking like it's kind of a wait and see here ahead of what is going to come up coming through on Wednesday. Here's what, if you missed it, here's the week ending September 15th, what we dealt with last week. So 0.4 for the NASDAQ, 0.16. The Dow was actually green on the week. The Russell, 0.25% downside. Obviously, Friday was a big down day, but kind of erased anything else that happened ahead of what is to come. You were just looking at the CME Fed Funds tool there. I mean, it's all but sewn up. It's going to be a hold coming up on Wednesday, but I think more of the focus is going to be around what is to come, what are the comments, what does Fed Chair Powell say after that?
Yeah, 99% chance right now that we get a hold. Now, I think it may be a hawkish hold. I'm just giving you my opinion here because I think we're going to hear the same dialogue from Fed Chair Powell, which is higher for longer. We got a couple of inflation prints last week. I know you were gone, and both of them were higher. Yeah. PPI, CPI.
Significantly, too.
Yeah, and it was not a joke. So I think in light of that, we're probably going to have some hawkish comments.
Yeah, so whether or not we get any kind of significant move ahead of what is to come on Wednesday, again, it might be more about what happens at 2:30, not necessarily 2 o'clock with the press conference. But I missed that, Sean, but happy birthday.
Yes.
Woo woo. Yeah, it was like a question at the end of it. Yes, Brendan. Yes, happy birthday. Yes, that is.
That's why we were talking about it there for 5 minutes. But
that's correct. But that's yesterday. So.
Yeah, jet lag's a real thing. Yes, it was yesterday for anyone that's keeping track for next year.
Yep.
So that'd be the 17th of September.
We won't spoil Neil's birthday, but it is around a major event as well.
But you're also. Well, actually, I was about to say, but you never get a chance. I never get a chance to trade on it. But
we do.
It's a Canadian holiday, my birthday. It's not a U.S. holiday because you guys don't respect Boxing Day.
We have Thanksgiving coming up in October, or first weekend in October.
We do.
Canadian Thanksgiving.
Well, I am taking Canadian Thanksgiving off. My wife will be in Germany without me. I'm like, yay!
Hey, lucky her.
She gets it's work. She gets to go to like corporate head office or something. So she will be in Munich. So this is like if you ever want to make fun of yourself, this is an easy way to do it, right? So she's going to Germany, and I'm like, oh, what city are you going to be in for Germany? Just curious. And she looks me like dead ass in the face. She goes, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
What?
I'm going to corporate head office. She works for Munich Re.
Oh.
And I'm like,
what office?
I'm like,
okay.
Right, yeah, you're going to Munich. I have no idea if Germany, like, I don't know anybody that's been. I was asking Brennan if he'd been to Germany.
I've just flown into.
Oh, you've been at
Where
least
is
to the
Frankfurt?
airport?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the major airport is, but
I don't know.
I stayed a night one time in one of the there, but.
Oh, well then that's kind of like.
I just went out to all these crazy German clubs and stuff,
Seems like it would be fun. I have no idea.
No, I didn't.
We're supposed to talk about
the hotel.
Brendan was talking about.
He wants us to talk about the 97% chance of interest rate flattening.
Everybody knows what's going to happen on Wednesday. I think we're more excited to see what the reaction of chips are in the next couple of days. Let's see how. You think it's a coincidence that Instacart wants to have their number, wants to come out before Wednesday? Not that I think we're going to get any kind of crazy move or even a surprise, but just to take that chance off the table that you have any kind of a pullback or big market reaction. We might end up with an inside week, but the Qs are right on support. So we're bouncing off of last week's support level, like 369-ish there. If you're looking at the Qs, if you're looking at the futures here, then bouncing off this 15.35. Like that actually is happening right now. Like we're bouncing off that level as we speak. If we were to regain this and do not break 15.35 today, then I'm completely convinced we're just headed for 2 days of inside trade and then worry about it on Wednesday. That's why I have a bit of a focus on the chips. I'm going to look at some of the cannabis names because there's going to be movement in those places. The crypto names should be at least on fire. But if you do get that inside day, when that happens, you really just want to be focused in on support resistance. Don't fight trends. Try not to be too aggressive buying highs and sort of selling lows. Although when it's trending to the downside, that's not the end of the world. But I would be very, very wary of too many breakouts or anything crazy happening in the market. A breakdown certainly seems more possible. But even if we head to the upside, there's so many resistance levels I like. It's going to be a wild one. So I'm thinking inside day today. I really don't think we're doing anything too crazy. I wouldn't rule out if I had to guess which way would be percent. Like if we went 1% one way or the other, I'd be thinking down. At least that's my early thought. But we are on that support level, so I guess that's going to be on tap. Super excited. I just get excited for IPOs to come back as well because it gives you something to look forward to in the middle of the day when you might be having that inside move there. And AMD just bounced off 100 too. There's another level coming in today.
AMD's going to be, I'm just writing a sticky note, going to get it out.
It's going to be fire.
I don't know. Look at oil. I mean, if you're going to look at something that's going to be moving around here, I know we've talked about interest rates and things like that, but I mean, isn't oil going to play a factor in CPI and in where inflation's going? I feel like the Fed is didn't ignore it or anything like that, but I'm looking to hear some talk possibly from Powell, and if someone asks him about what does he think about oil and how that could possibly affect PPI, CPI, things like that, and then if they had $92, $93. What about, do they have $100 built into their model? Because honestly, the way this crude oil is looking right here, even on a daily chart, I mean, you're up and away. You just took out 12-month highs rate. Well, I guess it's not 12-month highs, but that rate into here would be 93, and then you have this top here of 93.50 or so going back to last October. So that's what's in sights right now. Last October high right there on October 6th of 90, let's call it 94 bucks. So right now you're at 92. It doesn't look like it's slowing down any bit. So I want to hear a little bit about oil. Where do we think the energy sector is going? And because the NASDAQ to me here on a daily chart is still pretty healthy, man. You're just at the 50 period right now. You're well above the 200 period here. And you keep on bouncing in and around this 14,700, 1,500, 15,000. So this little area right there of support, if we crack that and Apple also cracks that 170 marker, then I think we go to the downside and you get like the equity market going down with oil sort of going the other way. I think it's set up for a little bit of a disaster here heading into the end of September. So for me, I am similarly bearish here heading into these next couple weeks.
All right, we'll get Michael Noss in here to kick things off on a second, but wanted to mention this auto strike that continues, the UAW, still dragging some of these automakers to the downside. Ford, I saw, had a huge move higher after a gap down on Friday. Some of the others followed suit. There's this note this morning. Yeah, move over UAW because there could be one in Canada starting or coming up maybe even this week, they're saying, for some of these automakers as well. So more negative headlines possibly today for these. Yeah,
it's not a good look. They're not even close together. I mean, 20 to 21% pay increase is what being offered by some of the legacy automakers. 40% is what's being asked for by the union. They also want to reduce the work week to 32 hours. And according to sources, that is a non-starter for these legacy auto plays. But it should be noted that the union is being quite strategic in how they are placing these strikes. They haven't gone for the throat kill. So they haven't gone to the F-150 plant and shut that down. No, that instead they went to the Bronco, the second best seller in Ford's lineup. So they're keeping some quivers, some arrows in their quiver for what's coming up next. We'll see how this plays out. Very interesting. Yeah, worth keeping in mind today. Obviously very volatile over the past few sessions for both Ford and GM. If you look at Friday anyways, big gap down, then absolutely ripped out of the gate for Ford. As I mentioned, Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, here with us on a Monday. To kick things off, look at Bitcoin to start things off as we sit here. Back to the upside we go, Mr. Noss. Good to see you after, I mean, first of all, how are you? Because crazy weather through your neck of the woods over the weekend. Hope everything survived and everything was undamaged.
Yeah, all good here. It was less than we expected, so I certainly can't complain. Lost a couple trees in the backyard, but that's to be expected every time around this time of year. Yeah, it seemed he downgraded it, I saw, as it kind of got closer and closer and closer. And then still, I mean, crazy winds and a crazy storm in general, but good to hear. Let's talk about Bitcoin, as I was mentioning here, to start things off. Looking a little bit strong here today, coming off of discussion, I guess you were having back last week. Yeah, so me and Sean on Friday, and I apologize if I cut out at all. The internet's been a bit wonky this morning, probably because of the hurricane. But yeah, me and Sean were having a cool conversation on Friday. I highly recommend tuning into the Friday after the close sessions. They're always a lot of fun. But we were talking about Bitcoin and how I like to look at Bitcoin, how I like to trade Bitcoin. And with a lot of the exchanges shutting down and problems with that, I don't feel too comfortable keeping large quantities of money in there in order to trade them. But I kind of brought up something that I got a lot of questions after. So I love when I get questions on social media from you guys about, wanting to elaborate on things. So I thought I'd do that today. A lot of questions about how I like to trade Bitcoin in the equity market, if that's, if that's kind of what we're looking for. So the first slide I have is going to take a second to explain here. But basically, the black line on the bottom is BITO, which is just the closest thing we have to a Bitcoin ETF right now. The yellow and the gold lines are Riot and Mara. So you can see that every time Bitcoin has a little bit of a pop, this is all on a percentage basis, Mara and Riot just explode with 200% gains on the last kind of big push in Mara and the last big push in Riot. So I really like trading that for this kind of reason that I get way more alpha. So I can put way less money into these individual names. So then the question I got was why? Like, why do these things kind of work the way they do? So the next kind of chart I have here is one of the reasons that I think that that's true. In the next table I have, in which Mara actually has a 31% short float on it. So it seems that institutions that are bearish Bitcoin or bearish crypto as a whole are using these instruments to short. And the next one here just being Riot with a 18% short float. Now, what I think is happening here, if you look at just below the short float on those, both Mara and Riot lose money. They're both money losing companies, and I have actually worked in crypto miners before. They're very hard companies to run. They're very, very CPU and fixed cost and hardware intensive. So if you are bearish crypto at all, it does make sense to lean on these names, which are going to probably suffer over time as the crypto mining gets more competitive and all that stuff. It gets harder for them to make money. But for trading purposes, these are fantastic. I just wanted to separate those where I like to buy and to swing trade these. My time frame's a week to a couple weeks. But for long-term investments, I think the reason that institutions are leaning on this is, again, that unprofitability. So we're looking here at Mara. This one's my favorite one with kind of the pop rating in Bitcoin right now. A couple things that just stand right off the jump for me is this $10 a share. Last time we broke out of this, you can see we made that massive move to 20 bucks a share before coming back down. So there's going to be some price memory at this $10 a share. Also, 200-day moving average, a very important one. Paul Tudor Jones kind of made it famous, where if you pull back and you hold a 200-period moving average like that, especially one that's sloping higher, that's a very interesting level to play off of when it comes to this. So then the next chart I have here is the anchored VWAP. So anchored VWAP, you guys, I think, are going to have Brian Shannon on more, which is fantastic. He's kind of coined this indicator as a place where sentiment can flip. We are kind of right at, a little bit under, or right at that anchored VWAP from the all-time lows. If we hold that and we start pushing above that, then I think that that's more sentiment kind of on our side, that Mara may be the move. Last but not least, a 30-minute chart, just zooming in for my entry. I'm watching about 10.50 a share, but above 10.50, I'm interested. Below 10.50, I think it's time to go. But I do want to predicate that this whole synopsis is kind of based on the fact that Bitcoin is actually going to move. If we don't get any movement at all in Bitcoin, then a lot of these things might be dead water. If Bitcoin sells off, they might sell off with them. But if you are bullish crypto, these instruments, I think, are the ones to look at for the reasons that I talked about there. And I hope that answers the questions that I got after the Friday show.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept in the sense that, looking at what the overall group is doing and then going in and finding opportunities where you're seeing that relative strength or relative weakness or lack thereof, for lack of a better term, really. I saw a couple of headlines and a couple of analysts pointing towards Wednesday this week when it comes to Bitcoin specifically, saying that, and to preface this, going back to the last Fed meeting, I also saw the same analysts saying the same things, and then the last Fed meeting came and went. Nothing really happened to the overall equity market. Nothing really happened to Bitcoin either. How much, if any, weighting are you putting into what happens with the Fed on Wednesday?
I think it's going to be important. I'm a technical analyst, so I don't try to predict those things. But the story with Bitcoin is the inflation hedge and the digital gold type of that's the theory and the story going on right now. So if they end up raising or lowering rates, I think that will affect everything. It's why have your money in a risky Bitcoin asset when you get more money or you get an interest payment just putting your money in cash. So I do think that, like with everything, interest rates is a headwind for Bitcoin. I don't know what they're going to do, but what I definitely will do is, if I'm not entered this Mara trade yet, I will certainly wait on Wednesday for them to make that announcement, and then just let the market decide what it cares about.
Yeah, and that's the important part, obviously. And we were saying, it might be more about what is said, as you were saying, at 2:30, rather than the actual decision, as it looks like we're going to get a hold for the actual Fed funds rate. Great stuff. Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael. And I think today, this is one of those situations where the two worlds, like the swing trade and the day trade, might come together, because, Mara being a 30% short float, clearly that gives you some opportunity for explosive movement. I like two things about this setup. I mean, one, obviously, is that longer time frame was pointed out, the bounce off the 200 period, you're basing out at a support level from before. But on Friday, you also got a liquidity grab underneath the $10 level. So it spent a little bit of time, both on Wednesday and then on Friday, underneath that $10 level, kind of based out up there, and we're going to be gapping right back above it. So I like that setup because maybe you've trapped a few more shorts as it looked like it was breaking to the downside. And now if it can get out of here, there's room to $11 today on a 10.50 break. I like a dip buy potential here, maybe even that $10 level if that can come back into play. It closed at 980, so it's still green if it does make a dip and holds 10 even. So Mara can be one to go, and we'll probably talk a little bit more about crypto. I think Coinbase is going to be in play as well. But every now and then you're going to get that setup where a stock is bouncing or putting a reversal in, and as a day trader, you start with day one, but if it starts to continue a move to the upside, maybe it recovers to 14, there's a lot of room from $10 to $14. So if this is a bounce off the 200 period that has room to the 50 period here and wants to retrace that range, I mean, Bitcoin moving, as Michael said, matters too, but that gives you multiple days potentially for a move to the upside here on Mars. So should be on our radars today. I think Coinbase is reasonable as well, with Bitcoin moving around 84, looks like a good level there. But yeah, got the eyes on Mara here, at least at the open.
Yeah, I was really glad we had Michael on Friday, and we did talk a little bit about that, and he brought my attention to Mara as well. So I do think it's obvious that you need to look at different equities and different spot, not just spot Bitcoin, but, different plays. And I think that the 30% squeeze there is also possible. So I really like that. I want to thank Michael for once again coming on today and continuing us to support everything. And I think it's interesting to have a different take because he doesn't, like he mentioned, he doesn't really care that much about the macro ideas. It's just what is he seeing on the charts, right? And what looks good, what doesn't, and then you sort of wrap that all in with decisions like what's going to be happening on Friday and maybe making a play post or pre the announcement there at 2 o'clock. So I think Bitcoin's going to be pretty interesting for a long time. It just keeps on bouncing back and forth. The reason why I think Bitcoin is awesome, especially, you don't have to like Bitcoin or think that it's going to be worth anything. But as far as a trading tool, it's giving a lot of opportunities. It's a 24-hour market and very, very liquid. So I like the opportunity to continue to trade Bitcoin. I'm excited. We're going to have crypto on our platform very, very soon, a much better offering than what we currently have. So I'm excited to continue to trade or to look to trade more Bitcoin-related items here live on the show.
All right, let's get some analyst moves to start the week off here. Upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. LMT, Lululemon, interesting look as far as Europe is concerned from Lululemon. I'll tell you a story in a minute. L3 Harris, Micron on here, Dropbox, NetApp, PayPal, and Global Payments downside. I was mentioning to Sharif this morning that while in Paris, I went shopping. Shocking, I know, right? We were in a mall and went into the men's department of the department area, men's clothing department, obviously. Lululemon was, I'm not even underestimating or overestimating this, 2 shelves in the back dark corner of the store. There was no one around it. It was definitely lower priced as well, which I also found interesting. Lower priced in comparison to everything else that was in the department store, but also lower priced versus what we're used to paying here in Canada. But I found that pretty interesting that there was clearly way less interest.
I wonder if that's a comment on their athletic prowess. No, I'm kidding, of course, to all our European viewers. I'm just kidding. But yeah, interesting look. I even said to Brendo, I'm like, maybe there's an ARB opportunity there to bring it over here and sell, but the difference is not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe 10%. I don't know. I didn't do the math, but it was just interesting to see that there's so much interest here specifically, and there it's just not the same case, guys, for Lulu.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you weren't able to get new yoga pants there. Obviously, it happens. Wow. You're disappointed. Awesome. You look forward to getting something. I know that feeling.
I wear. Apparently those Lulu pants are pretty nice.
Sure. Sharif is a big proponent of Lulu's men's gear. Yeah. I mean, they got good stuff.
Quality stuff.
But it just goes to show, different markets, maybe that just means there's a growth opportunity for them. Can we throw the board up? Just a lot of times we flash that upgrade, downgrade board a little bit quickly. Can we just throw that one up there again? Because there's a couple of names on there. that I think are worth highlighting. It's not to say that upgrades and downgrades are necessarily an automatic catalyst, but there are times when it's like, yeah, the stock was at a level you already liked. So if we can get the board back up just oh, we're waiting for it to load?
Maybe it never got low, so we didn't have to worry about it.
It was there for like 2 seconds. But Lululemon in particular, now look, Lululemon pulled back a little bit. I want to say a little bit because, you know, 20 bucks, actually it was about $25, $30 on the last pullback, but it just held the 50 period. So for Lulu's sake, this is one, if it can get back above 400, like it's not much of a dip at all here on Lululemon. And I am liking sort of what I see from it. It's already held this liquidity grab on Friday. A lot of names did this, like it held liquidity grab. So you might have just made the range and hold like 385 and we can get back up into that 400. So I'd look back down here. I could probably move my 386 into 385 down there. But either way, like that looks like a good support level. Like you had the break, you made the pullback, you supported the breakout level, and now that would be retrace back into the top end of the range. So that one does set up pretty good. As far as the day trade, it's always going to be a little bit tricky there, but I think you've got an obvious support level at least for Lululemon, and it does bear watching. Also, there we go. Lockheed actually had some kind of a deal.
You got some.
There's the one. Like Micron is up 2% today, and every other chip name that I can think about is down and maybe not looking the best. But Micron up 1.3%, and it's got this huge support level the last 2 weeks underneath $70, 69 and a half to 70, and it closed at 69.88. So I feel as if this stock goes dip buy hunting. Like this is the one. Like if there's a bounce play to be had in the chips, it just feels pretty obvious. This was already strong. If it sells off at the open, you get down underneath 70, like liquidity grab under there, and just go for the long on Micron. AMD at 100 looks pretty solid as well, but this one, I don't know, Micron looking pretty strong, man. Daily chart looks pretty good. The upgrade maybe gives it a little bit extra juice. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but it's already up 1.5% into a down market, which is usually a good sign if you want to buy something.
So, yeah, I think you always want to look for catalysts, right? And we talk about that all the time. And I think that's an interesting one for PayPal. We actually tweet, I mean, it's not much of a catalyst other than just a note, but we actually are looking, and you saw Disney getting off the bottom there. You're always, when a stock is near a very, very key level, at least that you think there is a support or even of resistance, you're always looking for reasons to maybe get out of your position or get into a position, and it would be resistance up here. If PayPal ever got into 78, 79 area, you may want to trim some of yours, just like we've been talking about with the XLE and oil. And the same reason for the downside move, right? I mean, when PayPal was down here, I tweeted something out. I saw a bull case was made for them, and then it's just gone right up to the upside, up to $66. And I just want to bring this to everyone's attention right here. You're bouncing off of the 50-period moving average. So that's going to be something right there. And Michael talked about, I think it was the 100 period, but the 50 for me is a little bit more aggressive, obviously, when you're playing on swing trades. So there goes PayPal. It hit 66, I think it was Thursday, then or close enough to it. Then it makes that move back down, and now you're catching the downgrade. So I think PayPal short in and around here somewhere, 64, 65. Where are we right now? 63 and change. Yeah. So just looking at the minute chart, this would be the name that excites me the most on, you know, a technical area there. You can see we had the RSI. I mean, that bump up there is not real, but there's the take I was looking at right there. Huge move early up to past resistance, and then since then it's been faded down. So we'll look to take PayPal short on any pops.
Kind of thing. So it was a lot. All right, let's get into everything else you need to know to kick things off on a Monday here. Sharif's going to lead the way with a look at the overall market.
How many times are we going to talk about this 44.90 level? I've been yapping about this, God knows, for a few weeks now. It's a level that we hit in mid-June and early July. It was a clear resistance level then. It's looking like a clear support level now. That's where we closed out at. But then look at this uptrend line that we've been following since mid-August. We really haven't broken this uptrend line. So here's a look. If we get above that 44.91, which is where we closed, I think it might be an interesting long to dance between 44.90 and 4,500. But look for support near this bottom trend line. So for today, 44.75 looks like an interesting area of support. Let's see how we do.
All right, let's go. Let's get everything else you need to know as far as the watch list is concerned this morning. Make sure you grab that if you haven't done so. Scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that every day for free. It's that simple. Top of the list this morning, this one. Tesla, this is a Wall Street Journal report, suggesting that officials in Saudi Arabia are in discussions with Tesla on the possibility of a factory coming to Saudi Arabia. So that came out right there this morning. That was that huge pop up to 276 and change. We come all the way back, obviously, and then some. But interesting look as far as Saudi, first of all, with the Lucid connection.
Yep.
There's obviously interest there right across the board. So where else shall Tesla pop up with a factory?
Well, if you want to believe some reports, Elon Musk and President Erdogan, as it's said in North America, met in New York because a lot of the leaders are in New York for the, I think, the UN summit of some sort. So interesting look there. Elon Musk commenting about how Turkey is an important strategic partner for a possible future Tesla plant. But to move back to the Saudi deal, the Saudis are trying to sweeten the deal here. They're basically proposing to Elon Musk that they're going to have a constant source of lithium and cobalt from the Congo to kind of make sure that he's got the materials he needs to produce those batteries. So very interesting story. Let's see what happens.
And as we've seen with anything Tesla related, and specifically Tesla factory related, where there's smoke, typically there's fire, guys. So we'll keep an eye out for the possibility of this continuing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just chuckling because John Spruill's like, when's the Brampton factory? I'm like, never. Absolutely never.
What do you mean? Brampton has a huge factory, though.
No, don't get me wrong. Brampton has lots of
yeah, they have that Stellantis.
They've got Stellantis. They do, but like they're not getting Tesla. I mean, come on.
Well, I don't know.
So look, Tesla on Friday had a nice. It wasn't an exact double bottom, but it kind of was. If you look at this, like down to like 271.5. You go back into Thursday, 270 got supported. You go back into Wednesday, it was like that same 270 area. So you're kind of forming a bit of a line, not a line in the sand, but a bit of a line in there at that 270, double top at 279. So I think that's the support and resistance I want to play off today and not get too complicated with it. It's weaker than the market, but we've seen this with Tesla. One thing that has been true on Tesla pretty much every day for the last at least week is the initial move at the open has been to the downside. Right? So like right at 9:30, even on the days when it's going up, the initial move is down. Initial move is a little bit of a wick down, and sometimes it rallies off of that wick down rally, flush. But there's usually selling on Tesla right at that open. So I think you want to brace for that. Maybe like a quick flush that holds 270 would give you a bit of a long play there in Tesla. So if not, I wouldn't fight it underneath that 270. If we break that to the downside, I wouldn't fight that trend. But if it can wick underneath and immediately hold support and the buying comes in, that gives you a little bit of a setup for Tesla today. If it gets up 279, 280, I think that's a short, just based on what we're seeing up at those tops.
So, like, I just tweeted this out, right? And this is from Lisa Abramowitz, who is BNN Bloomberg. Not BNN, but just Bloomberg, sorry. How interesting is this? Detroit automakers are estimated, this is from the Wall Street Journal article, by the way, so don't, if you're a union person, whatever. I don't know if these are factual, but Detroit auto workers, this is before the strike, are already at $66 an hour, roughly. $66 an hour, compared with $45 an hour at Tesla, which isn't unionized. Right? Meeting all of the UAW's initial demands would boost hourly labor costs to $136 for the Detroit companies. How in the hell are they going to compete at all? Tesla's already selling more cars. Tesla's already moving into, new areas like Saudi Arabia. They're already trying to get more metals. They talked about that with Congo and Saudi Arabia. Tesla already has the madman behind the wheel of Elon Musk already. So honestly, I'm just more pissed off that I have any money in any of these companies other than Tesla, because if those numbers are true, Tesla's at $45 an hour, not even talking about any kind of strike. Not only that, they're also very much have autonomy there with their factories. So I'm a little bit nervous, obviously, about these talks. I don't know if they're going to get settled. And again, that's from the Wall Street Journal. So I don't know if those prices or those wage costs are accurate or what, or if that's a salary or that's the total cost per hour. I don't know anything, but $45 versus 66 already puts Tesla in the driver's seat. Then you have the ongoing strike issues, right? So I wrote down Tesla here on here, and I just wrote down 266. I feel like if we can get back down into 266, that would be something to talk about. So that's yet last week's sort of, I mean, last week's bottom is down here at 262, but, you know, holding that 266 if the market does fall down today, which I kind of expect it to do over the next couple of days until we get Wednesday with the Fed, I'm looking for a downside move here. So 266, we buy some Tesla. I'm not going to short this name until we get to 276 at best. And even then, I'm not sure we'll do it. So I don't know, man. I don't like what I'm seeing from Ford, from a stock side of things. Me and Neil were sort of mentioning that, you know, probably should have sold some of it at least when we got back up to this $15 mark. What a huge move up right there, and then basically an equally impressive move to the downside. So bulls win, bears win, and then us investors just sit here collecting some
I'd sell
yield.
the next pop.
I think I'd sell the next pop too. I want to put, it's like what you said, sector rotation, but in but in the same sector, moving from Ford, take those profits, hopefully put them into something that I like a little bit better, which would be
either
a Tesla or even like a Mobileye, something like that that'll take.
Well, actually, I was about to say that.
Or
like,
LAC.
I was actually thinking about putting some into Mobileye, some into the SPY, and then some into Tesla. But it's like I don't own enough Ford shares to probably want to do that. But I think if you get 15 again, I think you take it on that name.
Yeah.
Look, like you said, look at Toyota. We were just talking about VFS. Maybe we'll look at that coming up. Let's talk crypto, as we were mentioning with Michael Nosvier with us this morning. I mean, interesting move here to start the week. This is that BITO he was referring to as far as the ETF side of things. If you want to look at an ETF, this is the Bitcoin Strategy ETF. I was just reading, they base a lot of the movement off of what the futures are doing. So back to the upside today, obviously in a decent way. I mean, is it a rally? And second, where do we play?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, 27,000 was reclaimed overnight. I mean, I'll suggest to you that this was as a result of the new spot Bitcoin ETF that we got in Europe. Yes, it's by vis-a-vis Jacobi Asset Management. They're going to be listing that on the Euronext exchange in Amsterdam. Obviously puts Europe a little bit ahead of, or not North America, the United States, where there's definitely been some conservative views with respect to that. I mean, rightfully so, Brendo, because we've had volatility issues. There have been other issues involved. Either case, Europe now have a spot Bitcoin ETF.
Yeah, nice look for some of these individual names as well. Here's Coinbase up 2%, 84 coming into play, which was the high from Thursday there. So decent activity as far as volume behind some of these today, guys, as well.
Yes, sir. And just looking at what's happened over the weekend here for BTC, like you get the little bit of a breakout, you're holding higher, so you're back above 27 now. That's a key thing. Like this, you want some actual movement, right? So you've gotten away from the 26, you're breaking back out. Maybe this is when now on the daily chart we can test 28,000. If all of this is going to hold up today, I start looking at, we already talked about Amara already, so that, the hold of $10, look for a dip buy there, maybe a 10.50 break. But Coinbase, if it can break out from here, the 84 range, maybe you catch a little dip into 83 or just a straight breakout that gets you to that 86 level. 86 has been a fade on Coin. I feel as if we get there today, the 50 period sits at 86.5. You have a local high here at 86.5. The last time we got there, 86.5. I think you look for a long into 86.5. I don't know that it's an automatic short up there like I usually feel about on Coinbase. You got to keep in mind that there's a short float. So Mars is like 30%. I think we're saying Riot was 17. Michael was showing Coinbase is 13% short float. So, just looking at it here, pull up my trade ideas, 13% short float on Coinbase. It would be a heck of a breakout if it gets to 86.5. But I think the play, at least early, I would be playing it into that level without the automatic short. I think the last time it was up there, we're shorting 86 if it gets there. And then you take multiple swings at it and end up being a good level. I don't know that I feel that obvious about it being the short with this little mini breakout that's happening in BTC.
Yeah, I kind of go back to, honestly, that same name that Michael talked about, because, we can sit here and talk all about BTC, and I think that it's very important to continue to maybe hold some BTC in your portfolio if you didn't trust sort of the economics of what's happening right now with the Fed, but you could buy gold and silver. And we actually talked about, there's only two sectors that were up on Friday. It was gold and silver, and then I sang that silver and gold song, and then someone slapped the OK Boomer on. They're sleeping over there, so we missed that one right now. But what about Mara? I like the 30% short squeeze. I really, really think this is a good one to look at. Here it is right here, 30.4% on the short float. Michael talked about it. He already did the work for us, so I'm just going to use his work. If you think Bitcoin's going to go up, look at this huge opportunity that you have. It doesn't have to double to get a double in Mara. You also going to have the sort of the short squeeze potential there, plus you're bouncing off the 200 period, plus you have tons of support right here. If this wasn't a crypto-related name, I would be looking at this and saying, yeah, breakout to the upside. For me, I'd rather it break 11. Michael talked about 1050 right there. Looks like you're going to get 1050 today. So I like that break with a possible support down there at 950. I like Mara for the win. Where is Coinbase? I know we just looked at it a little bit. $86 has been the high. I'm not going to forget about that level. We actually popped there on that GBTC news where we thought about getting out of some GBTC at 21 or something like that. So watch out. That's also where the 50 period is. So I'd look out for 86, 87 for a short in Coinbase, and then a long on a break of like 10, 50, 11 on Mara. So lots of opportunity in the crypto space, and I love that because, as I keep saying, it's a 24-hour market. Although we can only trade these names while the market's open, you can also get some money onto exchange and trade some crypto. So I like it. Watch out for that $30,000 level in BTC. That's the next stop.
Yeah, let's talk. Some of the chips going to come into play on the crypto side of things, obviously, but let's talk about ARM here. The first of the analyst notes coming out this morning, and it's not a good one. Bernstein initiating coverage at underperform for ARM, announcing a price target of 46. Obviously, a little ways to go to get down to 46, but take it for what it's worth. But given the past couple of days price action here, we're continuing downside today.
Yeah, well, here's what the analyst had to say about that. It said the risk for ARM over the next 2 to 3 years is competition from the open source RSIV, which allows people to build and customize their own computer processors, and the fact that they are quite distant from China. They're not doing as much business in there. But my suggestion to you, if you're going to get involved in this, is make sure to keep tabs on the cell phone industry, because a lot of their chips are in cell phones. So the demand for cell phones, there may be demand for their chips.
That initial support level, going back to the IPO day, coming into play this morning here, guys, for pre-market action.
Yeah, that open source competition came about because NVIDIA couldn't buy them. So when you're not going to let the NVIDIA buy them, then all of a sudden there's a push to get some competition in there, and it's years behind. So the technology is behind, but it was even mentioned in their prospectus that this could be future competition for them. 58 is the next level. Obviously, that 62, which was support on Friday, that's come and gone because we're at $59 now. So 58 is the next level to the downside. It looks like there is a bit of a mini bounce, so maybe we get a shot to short off that 62 level that was support on Friday. You don't have much when a stock is traded for 2 days, so the levels are obvious. There's your 58. Looks like a flat bottom break at the open potential, just like the 65 ended up being. And 56.10 is where it opened up. And then the local bottom was 55.5. And obviously, that's going to be some kind of a support level, or at least look for it to be a support level. So I'll be thinking about those levels. I want to be shorting this name. We sort of talked about this. Rivian held up for 5 days. This looks like it held up for 2 days to the upside. And a lot of people said it was overvalued. When you have 100 PE, what are you going to do? Like, fundamentals don't always matter in day trading, but it's hard to ignore something like that for ARM. We'll get Instacart tomorrow. Klaviyo, I think we get that this week as well. But ARM, I just feel it's a short till it's not this particular time. So we'll see what happens. The downgrade is what it is. You're probably going to see a few of those. So people are going to start coverage, and if it's this expensive of a company, I can't see many people putting a buy rating on it. It would seem a bit weird up here.
Yeah, I would say, the exact same thing. I tweeted it out earlier. We put it on the sticky note there. We were long on Thursday when the IPO hit because obviously, when an IPO hits, we only really want to go long. There were some great shorts in that opportunity as well. But when the short came through, we actually stopped at 58 and then bounced into the close all the way up to 66. And then 68, 69 was the high. The pre-market high at one moment was up in the 70s, but forget about that. So now you're going to look at a downside move. This looks pretty clean to me. If you break through 58, I think you want to go short into 56. Well, watch out for that IPO price. And then on any pops, I'm going to play the same thing as always, man. I mean, IPO or not, I just think the fact that there was an IPO means it's going to be a little bit less clean of a trade as people figure out liquidity. There's only 4.5 million shares released of this thing. We did about 130 on IPO day, and I don't remember what it did on Friday, but obviously it did more than the 5 million shares outstanding. So we'll look to short it here at $62 as there's just not enough shares out there. I could see a pop up, and the reason why I keep saying this is that if we break through 62, I just want to get out because, again, we don't have a short float number on this name, but it's going to be quite large, I feel like, with the valuation. So until there's more shares released, watch out for a squeeze higher. So I'm going to have to play a short near and around 62. Also looking to push this 58 level lower here too. So I have a couple plays ready to go. It was just over a cent per share. So if you are with Day Trade the World, make sure you go into our pay for short system and grab that because you can't go wrong paying that for that. Like 1,000 shares, $10, 100 shares, $1. Like, I just think that to make 1 cent on this is the spread, and you'll do that in a heartbeat. So you want to make sure that you are locked and loaded with some shortable shares. This is probably the best short idea that I can think of right now, other than chips. We've already kind of gone over them, so I'll just look over at the boards. I don't want to talk too fast over something here, other than AMD at 100 or 103. I really, really like this short up here. If we can get anywhere near this 103 level, that's where you had VWAP before today. I really like 103. I think it's going to be a good number here for AMD, and watch out for 100 breaking on that one as well. So a couple trade ideas there to start off with, but ARM short through 58 has to be on everyone's radar.
Or maybe this one. Disney back negative now, but it was gapping to the upside this morning pre-market as well. A very volatile few days here for Disney. If you go back to, I guess it was Thursday of last week, we get that ABC News headline. Follow through then on Friday back to 86. Bloomberg reporting that they're in talks with the India streaming and TV division, or in talks to possibly sell in India, that division this morning. So was higher on that, as I mentioned, but back downside right now. But I mean, if you go to the daily chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including the gap this morning, 7 days in a row to the upside here.
Yeah, the market definitely liking the fact that they're going to spin off their legacy media assets. No question about that. It's just about who they spin it off to. The first headline we got was they're going to spin it off to Nexstar. That was vis-a-vis Bloomberg. Then we got a different one from Reuters saying billionaire Byron Allen was in the talks. Now we're talking about them spinning off the India division to Reliance independently. So many news headlines, a lot of confusion. We'll just have to focus on the price action.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely a lot of things in the works. Whether or not they get done remains to be seen here, guys. But Disney, not a short shot?
No.
Well, I mean, not like Disney's in an uptrend. Okay, wait a minute.
I have no idea.
Okay, Disney's in a downtrend on the daily chart. Let me just clarify this for a quick second, because obviously the stock is in a downtrend on the higher time frame, so lower highs, lower lows. But it just bounced 80. That's a big pandemic bottom. It's been like 6 of 7 or 6 of 8 days or something to the upside. You've been stair-stepping up. You just broke out. On Friday, you just broke out the top of the last channel, and then you double bottomed it here. Like, you break out off the 85, you held the 85. If we can hold this 85 area again off the open, maybe down to like 84.5 or so, that holds again, I think you go dip and rip here on Disney. It just play the short-term trend. Like the last week has been a relatively strong one, where if you've been buying the support levels, you know, they all looked good down there at 83, so the new one looks like 84.5 to 85. So until that breaks, I think that's fine, you know, for Disney to look for the long. The downside would be maybe you fail the 50 period here at 86. So that's some caution. If it clears out 86 quarter where we topped out and closes above the 50 period, that's a heck of a lot more bullish. I was just sort of saying to Sean, I forget which one it was, but Disney spent like $25 million an episode on one of the recent Marvel.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty darn expensive, man. And like, I don't know how many people, like how much, it wasn't She-Hulk. It definitely wasn't She-Hulk. If they spent $25 million on She-Hulk, then they deserve to be bankrupt. But it had to be the one with Samuel L. Jackson, I'm assuming, because that had a lot of action in it. But it's a lot of money that they're, Secret Invasion, they must be spending.
What the hell's Secret Invasion?
Again, see, it's actually not that bad.
No.
You don't know the scrolls. Have you seen all of the?
No, I haven't seen all.
Okay, so anyways, if you're a fan, you guys know what's up.
Oh, but I mean, like, did they even advertise it? Like, I think you're right. Like, that's
not enough.
Too expensive.
Not enough advertising. People don't know what's out. They have a new Loki coming out. I don't think people even know that that's coming out.
Yeah,
that was a very
Loki,
good show, very entertaining. But I promise you, they're spending a lot of money on that as well. All that said, if they can get some actual cash out of this, so that they can maybe battle this. Netflix didn't make money in streaming for a long time. Now they do. So that's what Disney's dealing with. So I like the fact they're trying to get some cash out of some of their legacy and then find a way to not subsidize, but pay for all of this. 86, maybe it's a breakout above there, but I'd rather be going dip buy hunting off of this double bottom there on Disney. And speaking of Netflix, man, Netflix got smoked last week. 400 still in play for them.
Yeah, Brendan asked me if Disney was a short. Yeah, I mean, it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So it just had a nice move. That's why I was kind of like, nah, it's not a short. But I mean, honestly, it's been a disaster for a minute. Bob Iger's going to try to get costs better. He's going to try to sell off ABC. That was the bump, and that's why I kind of like it. I like the long until we take this 84. So I think we want to be long until right into here. $84. So I think we're probably going to be right on that, Brendo, to the move down. Watch out for 84. And then, you're going to get talk. Hopefully they can sell ABC and some of their other linear TV. But I still like ESPN. I like some of the triggers there. I still think they can get Hulu settled from Comcast. And when that can get done, that's fine. And then remember, you still have the lever that they still can pull. I haven't really heard that much AI talk from Disney yet. So I don't know, maybe there's something there where they can get around maybe some of these actors and like what Neil's saying, spending all that money on some of these shows, and maybe they can start to develop something, I don't know, AI generated. I have honestly no idea. But
that's what the battle is.
I just feel like there's something there. And once they get also screen actors and writers, once that all gets figured out, I think that's also a bump for Disney. But you're going to have to wait for all of that to hit, right? And so we'll wait for Disney. A lot of things could happen right for them, I feel like, but also could go the other way as well. Theme parks still making a lot of money. So we'll wait to see if that 84 level can hold.
All right, a couple of upgrades here to be aware of this morning. We'll talk about Micron. Here's DoorDash, though, as well. Worth a note, not a lot of volume in the pre-market, but Dash higher on this from Mizuho this morning, upgrading to a buy, raising the price target to 105. Here's Micron on the way back down already, but it was Deutsche Bank this morning with a nice note and an upgrade for MU.
Yeah, they're saying basically there is going to be demand for DRAM, dynamic random access memory. I got that one right. No, here's the look. They need it for GPUs. And we saw how Dell reported the PC game is starting to grow back. So if the PC games or PCs are going to start growing with respect to enterprises, there's going to be demand for RAM.
So much of that dynamic, what was it?
Dynamic random access memory.
Yeah. All of the DRAM coming out.
Yeah, I mean, DRAM. No one actually says the full thing.
All about
Sharif.
DRAM.
That's what it's all about. If Sharif says the whole thing, Micron, I like the dip by 69.5.
I've never heard Sharif say the whole thing.
He literally, nobody ever says the whole thing at all. No matter what Sharif tells you, he's lying. Whoa. ARM just broke 58, so
what?
that just happened. So 69.50 is that's the dip buy price that I like. On Micron, we're talking about that. We'll get to AMD in a split second. I just want to make sure I have a 58.5 stop here. I don't want this to be like a flat bottom trap break and then I get sort of trapped at the open. So I'm going to get out if we take out 58.5. And now I can get back over to our good friend. Oh yeah, AMD, that's what I want to talk about. That was crazy. Like it makes the break like right as we're about to kind of look at AMD. AMD's bouncing off of that $100 level. I think this is the kind of thing where you want to respect, you really want to respect the 100. If it's going to hold this at the open, I don't want to be fighting AMD. Like I thought this was going to be a breakdown trade there, but it's a big support level. So if we bounce off that level and you're looking short, I think you're waiting around till you get to like 102 and 103. Like I'm not trying anything really tight to 100. I think that's almost crazy. Intel looks weak, Nvidia looks weak. Intel on the breakout from the daily 37.5. That's this level here. If it can hold the line 37.5, Intel has a pretty decent bounce zone, at least looking at it on the daily chart. So if this holds on at 37.5, that could be a long. I would not fight this stock underneath 37.5. So it's hard not to like the shorts and the chips, at least give them a chance off the open here. Let's see what happens. I mean, I feel like it's going to be ARM, AMD, Intel, and it's hard to want to trade NVIDIA if NVIDIA is not the one you're focused on. So I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA today because I'm looking at too many of the other chip names.
I mean, NVIDIA's kind of getting shit kicked right now because it's down to 427. Remember we talked about like, oh my God, what about 450? Well, 450 didn't, it was there for a minute last week, was there for 3 or 4 days, and then now that we've slipped below it, this is exactly what we thought would happen, man, that you would just continue to crater back in. And I sort of said this, that this was the run-up into earnings there, and although we talked about it being a Ponzi scheme, it's not a Ponzi scheme, it's just the buying has definitely left this name. So if you're going to be gone in NVIDIA, and then we got to have to wait for AMD to come through 100, I do like that. We do have only now 30 seconds before the bell goes. We have Kat in the building. I don't know if she's going to run over there. If not, then we have Ramin's going to ring that bell. Intel on September 19th and 20th, we do have one of their investor days coming through as well. We put out a note on that where they're going to talk about Alchemist and some other things here. So I think AMD dripping below 37 is also going to be a potential issue right now as well. So, okay, it looks like they're all locked and loaded.
Just fixed the mallet.
Right. Oh, yeah, the mallet broke. That's right. Ramin went ham on that on Friday. So, all right, here we go. Should be an interesting open.
Katrina on the bell. It's Monday. It's 3, 2, 1, and...
All right,
the market is open. Let's get this party started.
Yes, sir.
Tesla already looking a little bit weak, heading down to that 270 level. That should be on the radar. Let's see if I want to get some ARM. What the? Okay, anyways, Tesla just wicked that 270 pretty decently there. As, Tesla's now falling like an absolute rock.
Oh, no. Okay.
Wow, that was fast, man. It broke 270 down to 260, 268 and a half. So if we get down to that previous breakup price, 266 looks pretty good. Mara heading back into the downside. I was looking for a dip buy on that one. Yeah, see, ARM, it's a good thing I threw that stop because it wicked under 58. If it takes out to 50, I got to get out of that one right quick. Mara coming down into $10. I like the dip buy on Mara at the $10 level. I'll probably take a quick shot at this one for the dip on MARA. As Apple is about to break the high.
The market is trying to blast.
The market's blasting. I just saw Tesla just crank to the downside and assume the market was going with it. Wild action here at the open. But I'm looking at this Mara 10 level first.
Yeah, I don't have anything on right now, so we're still trying to watch out for AMD. I wish it would pop up a little bit more. I did just put a, see, why does my chart still say AMD when I'm on Tesla? Okay, or maybe I'm not. There's that wick down there. I'm going to wait for 268 again in case that does magically happen one more time. We're going to wait for that. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing right now, and thank you so much for watching us. Wow, 420. Okay, see a 425 now. Really starting to bleed down, man, on this. I might just have to short AMD because honestly, if NVIDIA is going to keep on bleeding like that, we're going to have to watch. But again, still pretty muted right here on advanced micro devices, so we'll see about that right now. But that NVIDIA 425, thank you so much, Randy, for that right now. Randy coming in with the hot coffee on the hot day to trade right now, Monday. I don't have anything, so I kind of apologize, but nothing's really hitting any levels right now. Apple, I want to get that 177 short, so we're getting close to that one, maybe that, or 178.
178's really tight. I just got stopped, maybe a wick out there on ARM, but I said 58 to 58 and a half, and it just wicked that level. I'll probably jump back to this. I really only want to be short this name, so I'm going to look for that level to come back in here again. I did pick up some Mara at 10-12, so looking at, that's probably a good idea because if you elbow that coffee, I'll probably get burnt.
I was going to say I'm going to hit it for sure.
But Mara bouncing down off that $10 level. Whoops, I'm still on ARM. Got to hit enter twice there. So I just got 10-12. Looking to hold it in front of that 10 level. And then CGC, that was the other name. A little bit of a note offering there, down 13%. They are holding, it was like a 109 price. I think the offering was at there. So holding up a little bit on CGC. It's SSR, looking for an SSR bounce there. Oh my goodness, I forgot to mention T2 Biosystems. T2 Biosystems, that's the one. TTOO, 40-cent breakout potential on TTOO here. It is a bit of a double top. It's already heading to the downside, but this is one that's set up pretty well. No way, ARM. That wicked me out, and it's coming right back underneath that 57.8. I should have just, I knew I should have just gone. The second it was under 58 again, I should have just gone right back into the trade. I knew it. But if we break 40, I do like TTOO. There's the wick out. I said I'd give it 50 cents, and now we're just looking to resolve a downside underneath that 58. Oh, this is still a short. It's a short till it's not. over there on ARM, and it still is. And Apple 178 has now come in as well.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of problems here with Apple because there goes Apple. Right now we are, well, not in trouble. We're short at 57 right now on Apple. We were waiting for more. It's too bad. We were waiting for more at 85 there. We got 79 for the short there on Apple. So it is a nice move up. There's no doubt about that. We were waiting for way more shares up there at 178. We actually timed out there at 178 on the sticky note. So here it comes, right back upside as well. Let's just wait. If we break through 178 on Apple, then we don't want that anymore. So again, hopefully these charts will load up, but there's 178 right here. It's been sort of a recent high. You could give it to like 178.10 or so. I feel like that's a little bit better, but here it comes screaming back. We were just in the money on this trade, and there it goes, man. Sometimes you get what you wish for, and it's not nice. So here comes Apple screaming to the top. I mean, look at this market really starting to go. So there,
how did we
just get stopped out on that? That doesn't make any sense. It must have.
It broke 78 for me.
Okay, it must have for me too, but I didn't really see that happen. Where did we get wicked out at? We got wicked out at 178.02, but my stop, damn it.
And it's a
my
nasty
stop was
wicket.
way higher than that, though. I don't understand why we got stopped out there.
I see 11s as the
There
high.
must have been a bad print. You see 11s as the high? Okay, well, that would have stopped me out. So 178.11 was my high. I'm going to give it to 178. I just went short again, but not as many shares. 178.21 or so, and then we'll get out. Let's give this one a little bit more room. That's my bad so far on that one, but I do still like the short here off this level.
Yeah, I mean, I got
The
wicked out
market's
too
ripping.
and
I don't
jumped
know if
back
this is
in
not
at
right.
90, so we'll see. It did print 50s in there, or 45s at least, so there was a pullback. Yeah, now it's through.
What?
It's gonzo.
Oh, my God.
It just ran it again. Apple is super strong at this point, so it was a decent level the first time through. The second time
market
through,
is,
you're now blowing back to the upside. I mean, AMD makes a nice bounce off that 100 level.
Wow.
Mara is making a bit of a bounce, so I got it. I added to it. I'm looking to get into that 1050 level, where you probably have some resistance in there. So I'm going to get some offers out as, Mara bounce is at least working. I wish I could have added at 10.10, but I added at like 15, 16 up here. Brendo, what do you got?
Little one moving, guys. Not a lot of volume behind this, but JP Morgan with this morning on Zim integrated shipping. A few people mentioning this one. ZIM up 7.4% so far.
The only Zim I know has his grr. And that's Invader Zim, baby. That's one of the greatest shows. I love that cartoon. But I'm back into ARM. Obviously, I got wicked out the first time through. I'll give it a little bit more this time. I'm looking for the over-under here at 58. So I get a little bit in under 58. And if it wicks 58, I'll look for a short above, give it to the local high, and see how far it can go. So decent move there on Apple. Actually, ridiculous move on Apple. Decent dip there on ARM, which I was not able to hold on to. If you see what's going on in the chips, I mean, like NVIDIA, like liquidity grab down to 420 and is off to the bloody races, man. Like, this is looking very bullish. I look back over it, like Intel holds a 37.5 line. That's going to the upside here. So that ARM, I like ARM for a general short, but you only want to fight it so far. I mean, if these names are going to be this strong, you want to respect it. Micron was definitely one that I liked. It did not really dip underneath 70 to give anything in the 69 range, so I'll have to back away from that one, at least in the short term. Definitely a missed opportunity there the first time through on ARM, but I do not want to get too stubborn about this because the chips are strong right now.
Yeah, we're trying to make a little bit back right now. We shorted Apple again, but again, we've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of self, reflection. Not really, but and it's just like I don't want to continue, and it's not that we've done this lots, and this is what we made good money last week. I told you it was like our best week in a while there. Part of that was because the ARM IPO, so let's understand where the money came from, but also not being stubborn on stocks, right? Like not just averaging and all the way up. Like we did that on Apple, we lost. It broke 178. That was the level that we were talking about. So for me to lose on that is completely fine. That's the right level. But then look at this move now. We're almost made it everything back actually right now on Apple. So we just shorted again 179. So that was, we like the short. I like what the market was telling us here today. It was a nice move to the upside. Congratulations everybody that got long on that. But we'll just play off 179 now. If it breaks it, it's just such an aggressive move, up 2%. The market's only up 0.2. So if Apple, let's fucking go right now. If everything comes through, then we should be able to do a good one here on Apple as there it comes back in. Yes, sir. And we've got a big position on right now. We still have 2/3 of what we had on up at the top. So far, so good here. But let's start to empty out a little bit. 178 was a key level for us on the way up. So let's make it a key level on the way down. It could bounce off of that. But right there, we're now flat on the day. So that was a good one. We're able to make a little bit of money back there as we only trade that one name. And then Neil mentioned, obviously, these chip names really flying, and NVIDIA did exactly that. Again, come on, update the chart.
ARM
there it is
broke
right there.
down again.
Did ARM break again? Yeah, I was looking at that too.
ARM's now down 56.5.
Yeah,
it's continuing to flush. So we jump back in, try to add I wanted to add over under on ARM at that 58 level, but now I think you're just getting to that. Remember, the IPO open price was 56.10, so I'm expecting there to be support down there at that price. I think I take it out there. If it breaks 55.5, that will support on day one. Then you look for another short, but I think it's a short into that level until it bounces. So 56.10 was the open price. Let's get down there and then see what happens. Riot, Mara, all of those names. They were strong early. I got the dip. I got one fill up there, 10.25. Now you're heading right back in. So we could be challenging 10. Looks like that one could be a bit of a rollover. Like the short on ARM was just, it's absolute gold. We forgot to mention the Chinese ADRs, so very, very quickly. Alibaba is underneath the flat bottom break of 87. That's this one on the daily chart. It is bouncing right now off of the lows, but 87 is that level. If it gets up to 87, I think that's going to be a good shorting opportunity for Baba. But wow, ARM is absolutely flushing. I'm going to short the next pop as well. And AMD 100 about to come back again.
Dude, I can't believe we missed that ARM. Like, I literally wrote it down and was too busy getting short on Apple. But you know what? We made a lot of money on Apple right now. Apple's actually just about to join the infamous dollar club right now. Okay, but what do we have on board is Tesla, so I got to get the hell out of this one. Watch out. Here it comes in. I did want to hold this one until about a 266, so we'll try a little bit right now, but if it does break below 266, then we are out. So 265.98 or so. Honestly, an easy break spot for us there on Tesla. What the? Oh, we just got short there on AMD. I guess it broke 100. Wasn't really looking at it. This was an order that we had in from before. Neil just mentioned it. So now we're short down here. Could be fine, could not be fine as, oops, sorry, wrong stock. There's the break lower on advanced micro devices. So we got to check out NVIDIA as well. Are we all just bouncing off that level? I guess it could be exactly that. So let's wait. This needs to come back in, obviously, and here comes AMD back into 100 again. I think I'll take a little bit off because I don't really like what happened there. Obviously breaking through 100 and then ripping back to $100.50. It looks like it wants to continue to go. We are really banking out right now. We can't say a dollar club without actually taking a dollar. So there it is on Apple. We'll take a dollar on that and just get out one more piece as well as we wait on AMD, guys.
Yeah, Mars testing that 10 level. Should have taken more out when it got to that quarter the first time. If it gets underneath 95, I don't like even stuff, but I'm not going to give it any more than that. AMD getting under that 100, it could be the next leg to drop, or shoot a drop, I should say. But it looks like, I mean, if you're going to give an opportunity to short off 38 on Intel as the market's already rolled over, this is almost too easy. I'd rather short off a resistance than have to fight something at those lows. And when I see that reversal happening, I liked it already. So I'm going to probably like it even more. I think the short into Intel off 38 almost makes way too much sense. Because if AMD flushes through that 100, I think the other names are going to play some catch up there. So we're into Intel, but I only want to give it to that 38 even level. As I said, Mara could not hold on to 10, so we're going to get out. There was one bounce that got us back into the quarters, and then we're out underneath 10 even. Maybe it can hold like a 95 or 96. There goes ARM. ARM right back to the IPO open price. So
yes, wow.
Absolute flush city. Now remember, it opened at 56.10. The bottom was 55.5 on ARM. So it's now down into that bottom. I think there's one shot at a bounce off this level. I'd look to short the pop back in 57 or 58. Otherwise, we're waiting for that 55.5. Brendo.
Just seeing Mattel popping up here, guys. 3% already. Not a lot of volume behind this. It's fairly thin at this point as well. But Mattel back to almost 22, straight higher. Looks like Deal Reporter mentioning some M&A activity possibly in the works in the background for MAT.
Flying.
There's a few names that are really flying around here for sure. We finally get that ARM, and I just feel disgusted with myself because we wrote down here ARM, and we really, really liked it, and it was an easy trade breaking through. First of all, the break through 58 was really the trade. Now we're finally short here, breaking through 56, which was the bottom of, well, we just talked about the IPO bottom. So, all right, well, that's the IPO where it came out from. 55.70, 55.60, I believe is where we initially got stopped out there on ARM the first time around. So we'll take some profits on that initial short. We got 55.95. We just took it out at 70 flat. We'll see if it can hold now. I don't know if it will or not. But we don't have enough out on AMD, actually any of it out at all. We got a 90 fill there, which was the bottom. So we actually have some decent bottoms there. I think we actually maybe got an 85 or so. No, we don't. Their best out is 90 right there on AMD. So definitely a failed opportunity right there. But I mean, no ARM, no cry, because we have Apple, which is now $1.30 in the money on the downside. So although we got not wicked out, we got taken out early. We made all the money. Like we're well up on Apple right now, guys. To take a 50-cent hit and then to make $1.50 on the other end of it is decent. I just feel really bad about AMD because that did get down there. Its bottom is legitimately 99.70. We could have made everything back right there from holding this just by making that 30 cents. But unfortunately, we don't. So, you know, no crying over spilled milk. We do have Tesla back in right now. We don't have a huge piece of ARM, but it is starting to go back up a little bit. I mean, maybe the out, watch the 200 period up there at 59, but I'm not. I kind of want to stay in this ARM until I'm really dead wrong on this, because I know because it's an IPO, it is going to float around. Yeah, 59, now that I look at it, yeah, that's good. Let's wait to see about getting out on the pre-market highs of 59 on ARM. That's where we're going to have to be wrong.
So, I mean, I like the ARM back to 57 and 58. I'm just seeing that wick bottom on AMD. And I'm into Intel, and I want to give it to that 38 level. Tesla is at that support. I mean, 266.5, that's this breakout into here. So if it's going to wick this bottom, which it just did, it looks like this is probably the go zone. You know, wait for it to get down. I still want to look at Alibaba in a quick second, but you know, Tesla's at the level anyway. So if we can hold 266, fine. If it can't, fair enough. At least I know where I want to be out of this bad boy. So I'm going to give it Joe. Is trying to give the lit. There's the look. It was just doing the lit grab underneath. I'm like, okay, that looks pretty good. There's your wick bottom. Let's jump in. And it's like in and out almost instantaneously. ARM is back up to 57, so I'm reshorting that one. Intel is everything. Like I looked at those chip names and said, okay, well, Intel at 38 should be good if we're rolling back over. It's coming back into that level. I do not want to give it too much past that as well. But man, that wick on AMD may be giving me a little bit of pause, because when the 100 level gets taken down, grab underneath, liquidity grab underneath, and regain the level almost immediately, you could have an explosive move to the upside. That's always what scares me when you're short at the bottoms like this. But if you see NVIDIA's rolling back over, so that looks pretty good. I mean, ARM's back at that 57 level. So we had the initial short, I think reshorting it back into here, VWAP. I think it's too early to care about VWAP, honestly, but VWAP sits at 57.5. I think that can be a level to work off of. Coinbase got shellacked, by the way.
Did it?
Coinbase all the way down to 81.20, interestingly enough. Every now and then you have a line drawn. The afternoon show support level. I just threw a line in there, and it actually bounced off that one. I wasn't really looking for a bounce at that price anyways, but it looks like it's bouncing off 81.20. That's almost more comical than anything else.
Shit.
But wow, Apple's starting to really come into the downside. It stopped me out. There's just absolutely no, is what it is. It went from 178 was my level. It went to 179 and wants to pull back in here. But ARM, I think this is a place to actually get more shares, because now the market's starting to head to the downside. Forget about VWAP. As I said, it's too early to care about VWAP. I just want to work this short off the 57 level here, down into 55, hopefully, Brendo.
One that is definitely weaker than most here, guys. Piper Sandler downgrading VF Corporation, and lowering their price target this morning. So barely a green candle here yet, down 4% for VFC.
All right, let's just go props. The reason why we did that little slap animation is because Apple's slapping the market to the downside, as Neil just mentioned, big time. It's not even funny anymore. Apple was up 2%, and that's when I was like this. Huh? You know, what's Apple doing up here? And then all of a sudden, boom, to the downside.
Now AMD's flushing.
So there it goes. Yeah, I have AMD, and AMD is going to be another positive stock, so we'll ring the register on AMD. But it's only positive until you get out, once you get out, right? And we've been taking it out down there. We just got I think we got a 60 fill, or what was our best fill there? 75 and 72 down there. So it did go into the, what? Went into the 40s? Geez, Sean, like, you got it. If I don't have bids out, man, you can't. I mean, FYI to anybody that's trading here, hard to get fills without orders out. So there it is, nice downside move right there, captured by AMD. But then look at this, man. See, I was just saying, it's a positive stock, but not for long as that continues to rip up. But we did really good there getting out of some Apple. 97s, and again, our best fills on Apple. Not bad. Yeah, no, 90s was only our best fill. So we don't have anything too low on that one. Here goes the market. I don't know if we're going to get a number or anything coming out today. I didn't see much, but that's a nice little bounce off the 50 period. Pretty clean there. Bounced off of some of these pre-market levels there. 5,370, huge move up. So there we go, man. We were just ringing the registers and all happy-go-lucky about everything. There goes Tesla, by the way. It broke 66. That was the key level for me, and I think Neil already went over that. So we got stopped out there. Small stop, though. Thankfully, we did not ride this all the way down as we were short everything else right there. So we do average in to AMD. NVIDIA must be flying or something right now because there goes AMD right back up to the upside. So we'll take a short right here. It's pretty much, there it is. It's pretty much where we thought we could get this name, but wow. All right, there has to be some sort of I don't want to say an upgrade or anything intraday here, but that's a nice move back for NVIDIA. Really nice move back for AMD as well. Taking out 101, it looks like, guys. Wow.
So you might see me in this stock, HS. It's actually a venture stock. So this trades, it's in the CSE in Toronto. It's just being bought for cash. I'm looking to take spread, 52 to 53. It's not a mover. I wouldn't worry about it. A real mover here is going to be Nikola. So out of the corner of my breath there, I was sort of talking about this one running. It's already broken the double top, so it's through Friday's highs and still flying upside. I think if it can get to like 170, that's the 200 period there. If it gets to that level, I think that could be where it's worthy of a short. To me, if it gets there, that's another 25% to the upside. That's the only level I'd want to short. So I'm in ARM and Intel. ARM is starting to roll back over again, off not necessarily VWAP. Again, like I said, VWAP that early doesn't necessarily matter, but just want to be in this short. Was already stopped at earlier than the 58, was all the way down to the IPO open price. So we'll go back with the short. But remember, like, these chip names are starting to fly. Like AMD holds 100 pretty well, and NVIDIA could be taking out the top here. So high or low on NVIDIA. This smells like a wick bottom breakout on NVIDIA, and it's not even close to 435. Maybe it's just like a 32 level. I'm looking where there could be a breakout long. I do not want to be rushing into this one.
Yeah, things.
But this, 432 looks like a breakout on NVIDIA that I should be taking. I'm sitting there short Intel and ARM, and NVIDIA looks like a breakout at 32. But hey, a setup is a setup, man. You gotta trade the setups when they're there. So here's a 32 potential break on NVIDIA. There's a refresher at 432. It looks like an iceberg order at that 432. It's having some trouble breaking through.
All right. We're just going to we're going to hold on to some of this AMD because it just broke up higher, right? And so we'll take an L. Here's AMD. As Neil was talking about NVIDIA and everything, we were just watching AMD and noticing like, yeah, man, this name just continues to go upside. So we will take the L on that one, but waiting to get a little more short if we can up to 102 on AMD. So there it is. It just flew up. Not much we could do. There's that 102 high. We'll see if it can take that. But it is trying to fade out just a little bit now, back down in. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was... 101.50 maybe. We'll try a little bit more here, but again, remember what we said, we're not going to be stubborn into this. It's just, there's the move. There's 101.50. We could probably hold a little bit up until that spot, but
that didn't break.
We'll hold a little bit more on it just to see. Apple's still well in the pocket, man. Apple went up but didn't climb nearly as far. What broke?
That's so dirty. That's so dirty.
What?
No, I got dark pooled filled long 432 on NVIDIA, but it didn't break the level. So it was still underneath the iceberg order when I got the long. So I'm like, oh crap, it didn't break. I hit offer enter, and at the exact second that it broke, I hit offer enter to get out flat, and I ended up punching out at 432, like 35. So I get 34 cents out of that trade. Thank you very much. For that, NVIDIA, That's kind of annoying there, but it is what it is. You got to be kidding me. Anyways, now it's at 434, maybe even 435 is going to happen. That was a clean break. That's what happens. You get a dark pool fill early. It hadn't broken 432, and I was into the long. Didn't want to be in there till it broke 432, so I went to punch out, and the second I hit the key is when it decided that it wanted to break. So NVIDIA looking super strong there. It's going without me here. Maybe we go for a dip buy. That's probably the only play in there is to go for the dip buy back into this 32-ish area. NVIDIA looking super strong. Liquidity grab underneath the bottom, and we'll have to look to get the trend back in on the dip. I think it's going to be making some sense to start getting some shares out of ARM on the way back in here because this is an aggressive move to the upside. Just checking back in on a couple of names here. I mean, Tesla did not hold on to that bottom, but it holds on to 264. This is now looking like it's making a big bounce back into the upside. Apple, maybe not as strong as the others. We didn't go over all the big tech names. Just want to point out that Meta is making a break as well to the upside. So Meta is through resistance from Friday. 301.50 was afternoon resistance. Room to 305 here. That's the next level up for Meta. I think we want to respect that. That's unfortunate. It's not that like the trade made money on NVIDIA. Like I made 35 cents, but it's a horrible exit on that breakout because it was like a clean $1.50 move on the first wick. I think you're now trend up on some of these NASDAQ names. So Meta, 301.50, can get to 305 here. Obviously, NVIDIA through that 432. Frustrating to have missed that.
Yeah, no numbers today. Brennan just reminding me there, so thanks, Brendo. Yeah, I noticed. I didn't think there was numbers. I just like that move. Like was 9:45. It's like, oh, maybe there's a number, but there's not. Okay, so again, you know, we're short AMD at $101 right now. So we did reshort a little bit there. We did get blown out, but here comes the move back down in. We did average in, of course, to our Apple trade, which has been a genius move, it seems like, by not a genius guy. So it should be pretty easy right there. Apple, just a nice pump up. We were just going to wait for 178 again, but that didn't come through. So far, so good there on Apple. Apple's going to be my #1 stock, but we give it all back anyways on AMD. So that was a bad trade there. And then, of course, you can see where Tesla is. We got out at 266. It's at 267 right now and trying to get back to VWAP at 268 right now. So, all right. So a name that we're sort of letting sleep a little bit here that's making my net wake up a little bit. ARM go. Okay, yes, Apple. Let's go. There we go. We just cash out some more as hopefully this name can fly back in. And we're making a little bit more money on right now on AMD because that is flushing a little bit now as well. So let's take out some more here. Too bad we got stopped there, but hey, you got to respect, like Neil was mentioning, like, I mean, we'll say it every day on the show, we got to respect the stops. And if something comes in and you get stopped out, you get stopped out. We luckily did not do that on Apple, but we did get stopped out on AMD and on Tesla, creating negative returns on both of those stocks. But so the name I was just talking about there was ARM. I wanted to give this to 59, so I'm just going to do that. Like, you know, if this goes against us and we wind up losing on it, that's not fine, but fine at the same way there. So we're going to wait. It is bouncing off VWAP. I was waiting for some more short, but that wasn't until 58. So we actually missed that short. We're going to give this one to 59. And look, like I said, you don't have orders out, you don't get filled. So that was a good fill for me down there on AMD, down at $100.70. What's up, B?
Joby back to the upside today, guys. Just saw this big spike after got cracked on Friday a little bit. They're going to Dayton, Ohio, according to this note, for their first manufacturing facility. Going to invest $500 million, creating 2,000 jobs, producing it's a 140-acre site. My apologies. Thought it was 140 aircraft coming out of that. But back to the upside. Nice move here. $7 coming quick here for Joby.
Ooh. Yeah, the other small cap that's on mind here is Nikola. Nikola's starting to pull back in off 150, so the breakout from Friday is 135. If it holds the breakout price, that's where I go dip buy hunting, right in that 135 area. Battle happening on Intel at 38, and I do not want to add to that position unless it gets underneath that 38 level. ARM was able to get some shares back. It got underneath 57 for a quick second there. Took some out when it got down in there to the 75 range. I'll take some more out in the 50s. But I'm just looking to be short underneath VWAP. And I think if you can rinse and repeat this, it's like every time I take something out to the downside, try to get more in front of VWAP. If it breaks out, we still like the 58 level as well. So ARM going to be very much in play. Mara it's right back. I mean, I got to stop out underneath that 10 level, but it's right back in there. I don't know if I want to fight this one. It's very, very heavy to the downside, and Coinbase is making a bounce too. I just feel as if Nikola is going to get the attention. Up 15%. I don't recall a catalyst here, so if I'm missing a catalyst, fair enough. I don't think Nikola necessarily needs one. It's just one of those short flow kind of names. So if it can bounce off VWAP, I do like previous breakouts for dip buy opportunities, and that's what it looks like is happening here on Nikola. Looks like it's going to be the small cap du jour today, at least for the open. If it can't hold on to 135, I think it's an easy out. And here comes that 58 on ARM.
58. Oh no, that's not good for me. Okay, so we're just going to take a NASDAQ short here. We talked about maybe starting to look a little bit more at the indexes if possible. So we'll short the TQQs against that high right there right now. It's almost 10 o'clock. You know, obviously there's going to be, you know, some push here at 10 o'clock. Always seems to be there's the first half hour. We'll see where the run is. Right now the run's been to the high side, but we're just sort of, you know, back into some of these levels that we talked about over the evening, Europe sessions and whatnot. So we'll wait to see here if the NASDAQ can hold. So we'll go short right now and see, again, just seeing where these levels are coming from here on the market. So far so good, but yeah, a little bit dangerous here as we look to see where this market wants to wind up. So we are now short AMD, we're short Apple, and we are, as Neil just mentioned there, we did get some more ARM short as well. So I'm not liking this trade early right now, but we did already take one bit of profit on ARM, but there's another short 58. So what exactly was that price that we got there? We talked about 58, so 57.95 there, adding to double the position, which puts us now at our average price of roughly 57. So hopefully ARM will make this move back down and we'll see where we can go from here. But so far not so bad on that trade, and then the TQs is working out for us a little bit. We're short 85. Let's see if we get a push down to VWAP 69. We'll put a bid there. We're just going to leave ARM for a minute, put a bid down here at 65, but the market's still holding out pretty decently right now. 30 more seconds and we see where this market goes. But so far, so good, to be honest with you. Shorting on Apple was obviously a great idea. That's really held. We just made another move higher. And then AMD short was really good early, but not even really good. It took it like there was that one move that we got stopped out on. So for right now, we put some money back into this name. Let's see if it'll continue to work downside right now. But so far, it's not looking very good here for us on AMD. But we're still going to wait for a little bit of a pullback. I still want to see if the market can test VWAP. And if it does do that, then we should start to empty some of this out.
Yeah, I got to start thinking about this market actually holding on to 15.4. Alibaba might be breaking out to the upside. I think when you liquidity grab on the Chinese ADRs underneath, you don't want to fight the short. Looks like it is heading to the upside pretty heavily on Alibaba. If it goes green, I think it's going to be worth it. AMD starting to roll over. I like that. There's that battle happening on Intel at that 38 level. So I'm in the short on the front end, which is getting in on the way up. But if it's going to roll over, I need the back end side of the trade here. That's what I should always be doing. Leave some room for it. Nikola is making a semi-bounce in here. It didn't say it. Should always say this. When I bounce off VWAP, I'm always looking to take out profit in front of the local high. So 146 is the top. We break 40. It's going to take some out. I want to hold some through the top break because it's a squeeze name. I want to give it a chance to go. But the bounce off VWAP, look to take profit on the way to 150 and then see if it can go any higher. CGC was the other one. Looked for a bounce off the open. It bounced right off 110. There was that 109 offer price. Looks like it's going to bounce off that. Let's see if we can get a second time here on CGC. SSR bounced once already. CGC looking weaker than the other names. But let's go to the desk and handle some business, Brendo.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Back to the upside we go. So far, 30 minutes in the books here. Trying, anyways, to hold on to positive territory was the NASDAQ here. We're just dipping back red at the moment. But nice move up, led by tech coming off of, really, really negative day on Friday that saw tech lead to the downside. Yep, all eyes on Mr. Powell once again coming up on Wednesday afternoon. We'll get the latest decision from not only Jerome Powell, but all of the Fed members on what they're going to do with interest rates looking like it's going to be a hold. 99.8% currently, as according to the CME Fed Funds tool. that we're going to get a hold on Wednesday. So it's going to be about what is said at 2:30. A few things if you're with us in the pre-market this morning we were watching. One of them, ARM. Bernstein with the first initiation on the analyst side at underperformed. Tesla on watch this morning. Wall Street Journal reporting that they're in talks with Saudi officials on a possible plant in Saudi Arabia. Disney, more asset sales being reported, or the possibility of such. By Bloomberg this morning, there's Joby still holding on to the highs, trying to get back above those levels from not only Friday, but Thursday last week. And Tesla, continuing to slide here, guys, even with the market trying to hold up higher.
Yeah, that Joby, load. There we go, finally loading up there. Like this 7 break, forget about 7 for a second. 7 psychological, 705 looks like it could be a bit of a breakout on that Joby stock. So I'd keep this one on the old radar. I know I'm in Nikola. It's like the market starts to go to the upside and goes green, and like Nikola's along, like bizarro world much, Neil. So 705 looks like a potential breakout. Did want to mention that. Tesla, I hate your guts. Wherefore art thou, Tesla? Looks like there's another one of those wick bottoms that we end up getting in early on. It's just, you want to be in here when it wicks the bottom and then shows you the support level instead of catching the falling knife. We talk about this over and over again. It's not like you take a big hit, but you take an unnecessary one. You wait for it to show you the strong buying and then try to join. Potentially a VWAP breakout going to be looming here at that 268 level, but ARM challenging that 58, that's going to be the problem. And then, of course, Intel sort of sitting in it underneath. It's barcoding, which is good. It's not going any further to the upside, but I need that one to roll over. If it doesn't, we just have to jam out of it. eBet's making a move, but that's a penny stock. Maybe we get to that one a little bit later. I thought TTOO was going to be the one to look for, and it looks like it's not going to be the case. NVIDIA, I hate myself over NVIDIA because that was a really good long off 32s. There was one dip buy. Looks like NVIDIA is now holding 33s to the upside. So stair step up on NVIDIA. I think this one might be the best one for the longs on the chips. So I'm going to go back over to this. Looks like we're going to have to be bearing the brunt of the pain. If this breaks to the upside, I think ARM and Intel go out, but fair enough. NVIDIA is the one I want long on a recovery day, and I already bungled it by taking a 40-cent winner accidentally. Keystroke errors happen, but that'll be a frustrating one. Let's see if we can't get back into it on a dip buy.
Yeah, I think like we're just going to sit here and it seems like we're just going to get run over by these longs. I mean, I'm surprised that the market is a long right now. The fact that the NASDAQ is almost red here, and I'm sitting here struggling to get out of some of these shorts. So let's see. We already took a little bit of profit. So we'll do a little bit of props there because good thing the futures did make a move down, but not, okay, here we go. The more I'm seeing this, it's like maybe I should just trade futures even instead of TQQs, because if I'm going to scalp, this just doesn't move as much as I'd hoped it would. 69.70 again on the TQs. We don't have to worry too much about Apple here because that seems to be really working out. Let's put it, I mean, I don't know, should I put another bid in the 70s here for the TQQs? I mean, it was a nice move down. We just bounced into VWAP again here on the NASDAQ, which is what I'm looking at there with the TQs, right? So nice move down into there and then just respected and then bumped right back up. So we are going to watch out for all of these plays coming through. ARM is a little bit in trouble. There's no doubt about that. ARM is holding higher. And there's 58.50. So now I'm getting a little more nervous about it because the 200 period is coming back in. We're holding VWAP pretty nicely right now. We're still, it's fine. Like we're still in the pocket here of comfortability right now for us on ARM. So let's wait to see where it goes. But it is holding higher. So we are a little bit nervous. And we do have some bids. Like if we can get something out here, 57.30 would be a good take for an L. We are short 57.05. So keep that in mind as I start to get a little bit more out here, hopefully, of the TQ of ARM. Okay, so we'll put another bid here. Like I said, if we could just take a little bit of sense here on the TQs because we are short Apple, which is kind of holding up right now. I'm not really getting the short or the long feels right now on this market. I don't know if you guys are, but like this is what? Remember, we have Fed coming in
chop.
2 days.
Chop is the word right now. It's chop.
So you have like another day tomorrow, and then we all sit on our hands for a little bit Wednesday.
Well, we get Instacart.
Yeah, well, we get that's great. Yeah, Instacart, but Instacart won't do anything to the market, I hope. If anything, it'll deflate the market, I think.
If Instacart flushes, I think.
No, I just think regardless, because people are going to have to buy it, so they may sell other things
Possibly.
to buy Instacart. But
I actually think Instacart will be a little bit different than
different.
ARM. I think there's different people looking to buy. Yeah, ARM finally starting to come back in. So if it gets underneath 57, that's when the real gusto is. The market getting a little bit toppy. If it's going to be an inside day, like what's that resistance level to work off? Come on, ARM.
Bring that shit.
Downside. It needs to break VWAP.
We just got some out.
It just came downside. I took some at 57. I think the rinse is off that 58 level. The original short off 58 is the best
Someone
one.
just got flushed.
But somebody definitely got flushed out. Intel curled underneath 38, so I did add a little bit underneath that 38 price. Not everything I wanted. Hopefully the market gets into the downside. Nikola's actually retracing too, but if the shorts start working, Nikola getting to the downside is the least of the worries. Going back over to Meta. Meta was strong. Now it's giving up that 31.50. So it looks like there's some rollover happening in the big market overall, but it's still stair-step to the upside there. NVIDIA has not broken channel just yet, so it's still looking strong. But if NVIDIA breaks down at 432, I mean, that's going to look really good for Intel and the ARM trade, I think, if this gets underneath that 432. Hasn't happened just yet, but that's what I'm looking for. Tesla's still looking pretty weak, but ARM's now under 57. Now this can start to get going. Oh, goodness. Should have really been more patient with this at 58. The problem with ARM is getting it on the way back in, I couldn't even get that. When it broke and failed 58 this time, I tried to punch 57.79 and missed that fill. I'll leave it in there because I'm going to like it if I get it. You're right, Hampton's Trader. Yep. Google does look strong. What I would caution is this market has been range bound. So if it, let's go to the 15-minute, if these wicks aren't that bad. Like it's right up here rejecting kind of Thursday's high, that 138.70. Like if we're not going to be making new ranges, then I'd be a little bit cautious. I need to see this breaking 139 and getting above that resistance before I'm convinced, because buying tops requires big breaks in volume. So far it's trying to break that top, and I'm not really seeing it punch through. So I'll file it in the don't go short category for now, but I want to see it maybe above that 39 for a break. It's just nothing seems strong enough right now. It's a good-looking chart, but just look overall at the NASDAQ, man. Like, how good do we feel about punching something long at the top? And I know Google's strong, but like, how good do we feel about that when we're looking very top-ish? And look at the move that we had on Friday. I'm really not there yet. I'm not there that I can just assume that this is going to continue to hold up. So it's a strong-looking name. I'll definitely say that I don't want to be short it necessarily, but I'll back off that one for a little bit. Mullen, I see someone saying Mullen in the chat, Nimit. I was looking at T2OO and some other penny stock names, and I guess Mullen just dumped a little bit there, did it? Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, Mullen just dumped. Watch out, 60 was a double bottom on Friday. I think maybe the 60 is where you want this one for a bit of a dip buy. So Mullen dumping, falling tide drops everything. I don't know how that works, but Mullen has been stair-step up. I would at least look for a dip buy at the 60 level if it can hold on to it.
Yeah, just asking my wife, how's her morning been? Okay, so just real quick here, we did get out of some TQs. Obviously, as we started to go down there on that movement, we were sitting here at VWAP again, so out at some 70s. So it's not a bad move from 85. Okay, yeah, join me at 4 o'clock for the recap show. Tonight should be another banger. I'm going to wait to see on the guest. I'll get back to you guys on that one. But we had Michael Noss. We talked all about Mara and some of the Bitcoin plays coming through last week. We had great lineup last week, and we'll have to do the same this week. We've actually got confirmed Brian Shannon on the show. I'm going to find out what day that is. Talk all about Anchor VWAP in his book and yada, yada, all that kind of stuff. Mara broke below $10, so watch out for that play right now. All right, so ARM, you might have heard me cursing either under my breath or, quite frankly, right live on the mic, as we needed this thing to go down, and it finally started to do that. So we got out for flat there. We're actually up on ARM today, but it's position pending, so we have to wait to see what ARM's going to do now. Actually, we're flat on ARM, sorry, now that it's back above 57. So when it's below 57 is when we are flat on the day on ARM, because we did have, again, nice little short opportunity there and only one out for like 30 or 40 cents once it broke 56. The mistake was not hitting what we said on our sticky note, the initial 58 short. through, right? And so we had to wait for it to come back. So we took a 58 and a 57.80 or so. So we played it on the way up. It held 58 pretty nicely. It got as high as quarters, but we're going to give it to 59, and we'll try one more if it comes up to 58, but this time a little bit north of 58, just to make sure that we have a much better price, because it's not really moving the way we thought it would.
Oh, I got the
right there. Okay, there it goes, man. Now the market is, Neil, it's blasting. So we're short the TQs here against the day's high. So if it takes it out, it takes it out. Now we are short the market, and it's blasting upside. So not a great trade initially here. Let's see if we could take it out right now. $40.06. Before we go to Brendan, what's up?
Before we go to Brendan, Avengers Assemble. That's the best I can do for you. AVGR halted to the upside, 776, current price, 788, indicated open. Yada, 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 reverse split, finds bottom, doubles. That's the setup. Apparently, it just works every single time, and you make a double bottom, and then you break out the top, and it doesn't matter what the company is or what it's doing, or the fact that it reverse split for a reason. They just all seem to go up because they have small floats. So I wouldn't chase it personally. It's already made the local breakout. If it gets to $10, I'd actually pay for some locates. Google's at 139, and we're going to the desk with Brendo.
CNBC interviewing Treasury Secretary Yellen currently. There were some comments coming through. The past couple of minutes here, this was one of them, suggesting that, yeah, the market or labor market cooling doesn't involve significant layoffs. So just be aware, Yellen making some overall dovish comments here, guys.
Dovish? Why can't it be hawkish, man? I'm short. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I need to speak to somebody else. I need to speak to somebody. No, she's too bullish, Kathy. I pushed that. So
no, you need. We need to be able to call Michael Burry.
Here we go. What? Hey, that says Jamie Dimon on my screen. I guess that's now. I want to talk to Jamie Dimon. I want to talk to somebody.
That's Jerome Powell.
Hello?
That's Jerome Powell.
No, he hung up. He's not.
We should get a Michael Burry one.
We should get a lot of things. But there goes ARM. No, not even there goes ARM. All right, so. Oh, man, we just got some out for flat there because me and Neil just sort of looked at each other. It's like, oops, yeah, that's right. Yellen is speaking right now. So, you know,
love you, Janet.
Yeah, we do. Well, not really, not today.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, no, but sometimes, I mean, if you're long.
No, I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
No, because it's like.
If you're long, maybe.
But you're sitting there getting, and obviously she's talking in that situation, and you're getting all this back and forth. Like, ARM will go up, comes back in, gives you the fills down at 57 and slightly under, and then it just goes right back to the upside. So a bit of a grab here on Nikola. Sorry, not to ignore this stock, but it's holding on to this range right at the previous breakout. So I still like you. You got 37s in there. I do want to, if it breaks underneath 30, I think you got to get out of this. But if it gets to that top, maybe I'm not going to add. I'm thinking about adding at VWAP here. That's what I'm talking about. Like maybe I'll add at VWAP. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Just try to be patient with this. Need to have a little bit more confluence, whatever you want to call it. But I think Google just wicked the top. Or Alphabet. Look at the wick at 139. This is why I did not want a breakout trade on this stock. Obviously, I didn't like it enough to short it, but look at this absolutely reject that 139. That looks like a short to me. And I see a consolidation lower. I know it's a strong stock, but that wick, if I can get 138.80, I may take a shot on that. ARM just got back underneath 57. I missed the
though.
It looks like it didn't get down to the half. Next time it gets underneath, yeah, I'm going to put something in the 70s.
Wait a second. It did get to 77.
But there's that wick looks like a. Maybe it's a trap, 67. But I'm springing the trap on Alphabet here. That is a big rejection of 139. Up there on Google that I'm going to take advantage of. NVIDIA looks like it is still super strong. This is the one, like that wick bottom and this breakout feels a little better on NVIDIA. I know Google's up more, but it just, since the open, that looks like it's a ridiculous move to the upside on NVIDIA. Stair-stepping up. I know I got in and out of it. That's on me. Like I really, you got to slap the fail because a 432 break gave you a clean $3. I managed to keystroke out of it because that's how I roll, but it is what it is. Next trade is probably dipping right back into that support level on NVIDIA. So I'm in this Alphabet trade, and if it breaks the top, I think it's an easy out. VWAP sits $1 lower, so I like the R&R here, risk 20 cents to try and make. If it goes halfway down in here, you try to get like a 2-to-1 and then maybe a 3-to-1 if it goes a little bit further. But that's a wick top that I'm going to take almost 10 times out of 10. Especially when you have a catalyst in the market. Like if Yellen's talking, if she shuts up, it can reverse the market. We are at the highs on the NASDAQ as well. It is stair-step to the upside. I will acknowledge that, to be sure. Nikola, semi-bounce, should have just added when I said I would. I'm like, let's be patient adding to it more on VWAP there, and don't do it. Now it's right back up to 42, so missed a chance to double up. If it takes out the top, I'm holding some through the high of the day.
So we were lucky enough to get some out of the TQs when it dropped back in there to the 80s. We were getting really greedy. I don't know if it's greedy or not, but thinking for a VWAP pullback. But like we just said, the market is, Neil just talked about it, so we could continue to talk about it or not. But I almost said affirm because it looks like ARM, like there's an ARM there, but there's no F. So it's ARM. Right now, and hopefully affirm and ARM move in different ways if you are long ARM, because if you've been long affirm lately affirm's been great breaking through 20 bucks. So scratch that thought right now, but you could see we did miss that as well. I was bidding 67 when Neil said it wicked below. I didn't even realize that. I saw that it went below 57, but I didn't know that it went that low. So now I put a bid in at 90 right now, and I know that's only going to be taking like 70 cents of profit, but again, look at it going right back up to the upside right now. So pretty aggressive move right here. But with Yellen on the mic, we got Brendan on the mic.
Yeah, just be aware, more comments on the dovish side of things coming through, guys. I'll say it. There it is. 3.3%. Just took out 25 bucks there on huge volume, guys, for a firm.
Did you have that queued up before I said that, or? Oh, you did? Wow, okay. I was going to say, because I was literally looking at ARM, and I was just like, oh, this reminds me of a firm, because there's an, anyways. Who cares? But interesting that he had that scheduled there.
That was weird.
All right, so I don't know what we really want to talk about. So AMD right now, I'm waiting for 102 to come through. It is the 200 period on the 5-minute chart. I don't have the here. I can show you right here. It's right there. So I just want to see that we come into the close from Friday into some of those highs of 102, and it's really screaming right now. So we're going to trade it off of that level and just see where we go on AMD, just making that move higher right now. So just a little bit of an update on what we're looking for there on AMD. So if it gets into 101.90 or so, we will engage in that short right now on AMD more. And then we're getting close to getting out of the TQs, which will be, unfortunately, a pretty flat trade, honestly. Like, we took money early on this name, which was right. And that's what I meant. If I'm going to start to scalp, maybe we should just trade the contract instead of just waiting for something to happen here. But yeah, you're up at the high spot here. So regardless if you trade the NASDAQ proper or an ETF, you know, if you're not the right direction, you're going to lose. So right now, it looks like the market's trying to go back up to the upside. So let's just hold on to all the positions we have and possibly get a little bit more short here of ARM, but not much, guys.
Yeah, it's bounced off this 57 like pretty much every single time. So I mean, the short off 58 has been the better one, to be sure. We'll see if it can hold on to that channel. That's what's going to hurt me today. That's really, really frustrating. I had a breakdown at 56, so we kind of scalped immediately out. I think that was the right call. Google is holding this top. So it wicks 39 again. Maybe that's a trap. Anytime you wick a level and then you wick it twice, I generally want to, I like to trade even more, but this market is looking pretty strong. It's a pretty tight stop. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like 139.05 is the high of the day. My stop is pretty much that level. I'm not really giving it anything past that high. I don't want to fight this too much. We still like some of the big cap tech names to the upside. I mean, Meta, if Google breaks out, I don't mind being in that long. Meta is still holding stair step to the upside as well. I think it's got room till 305. This line is drawn incorrectly. I can tell you that for sure. Let's get that the heck out of there. There's no need for that. 305 is the resistance point from Friday. So there's plenty of room for this to get up to that level. Stair step up. I think you could have a little bit of a mini break. I'm now out of Google.
The market's.
We tried that little VWAP retracement short. Now you're breaking out above. So it looks like it's just going to be entirely too strong. We lost about 25 cents on that one, actually a little bit less than that. But this is a move that is head to the upside. ARM is the one I want to hang on to that because I feel as if that fundamentally, after what we saw on Friday, it's like a short till you prove otherwise, and 58 was that big level. Let's go to the small cap recap because I've already missed 2 of them. I am in Nikola, but there's a lot moving, including that AVGR, by the way, which is, last I checked, was still holding 8. Brendo?
Yeah, a few things to know on some of those, including this note on Nikola this morning, as new COO mentioned. But I mean, that was pre-market, and there wasn't really much happening for the shares in pre-market. So 125 up to 145. Nice move for Nikola this morning, still moving around. There is that AVGR. There was an FDA nod for whatever this is, Tiger Eye ST image guided CTO crossing device. Good for AVGR. This one as well, AbCellera announces a collaboration with INCY is Insight to accelerate the discovery of development of therapeutics, antibodies, and it's a cancer treatment, long story short. So INCY, higher on that, guys.
Should have just stuck to shorting AMC.
Oh, man, don't even mention that every day.
Yeah, about that. About AMC. That's pretty darn clean. It's bouncing right now, but a little bit. But the stair step is to the downside on that name. Like if you're looking for weakness, that's where you find it, not in the NASDAQ and these nonsense stocks. Looks like ARM could break out the local high. 58.25 does look like it. Google's back underneath 139, so it is trying to get back to the downside. I know Meta was the last one I was looking at there. Do I take another shot at Alphabet underneath 139? I might just go ahead and do that, but you're even getting a pullback there on Meta, Tesla as well. There goes ARM. ARM just stopped out above 58.25. Not the old fail, man. It's a first trade. Just hit the first one and don't overtrade the stock. That's the key. It's frustrating when you do it because it's like the first move was great, and then you just start shorting way early on the same level in front of it, thinking it's just going to be a hammer down, and you get right back into those lows. Like that's the problem. You get overly aggressive there, so I'll have to fail on it. Google still off of that 139. Yeah, trader forever. People still trade AMC, although the short has been the better trade lately. I know I know all the apes keep wanting the stock to go up. It doesn't mean it's going to go up. So I'm now down to Nikola. Nikola bouncing. I'll look for a reload somewhere around VWAP in those mid 130s. As far as targets go, I have another offer in front of the high of the day. And then if you look at the daily here, there we go. Like it's trying to make a local breakout over that 140 level. 150 psychological, so I'll probably put an offer at 49s. And there's not a heck of a lot in the way. Like the next little level would be like this level, 155, and then the 200 periods at 170. So I'd look every 5 cents until we get to 170. Above 170, I think it's going to be a bit of a short there on Nikola. And NVIDIA, this will be the other one that frustrates me. When is a win not a win? When you take out a breakout trade instantly after it breaks out on a keystroke error. So NVIDIA is still holding up. It's not green yet, but that'll be through 439. I feel like if NVIDIA gets green, a lot of good things happen for the market. We're starting to pull back just a little bit on the NQ, but it's still holding in positive territory. If NVIDIA can get and hold green, I think I want to be joining that one. And I'm not trading a firm Quantran. I didn't see that this was moving until this was brought to our attention just a couple of minutes ago. So it is still stair step to the upside. Look at that breakout at 24. I hate chasing moves. But man, this stock it's been worth it lately. So you have a local break. I think I'm looking for the dip buy part of this move here and not buying highs. I did not want to be buying any highs today when I sat down. So I'm trying to adhere to that. It's been the wrong call because the market's been heading higher and higher. And then the one breakout I didn't hold on to on NVIDIA there. A little bit of a frustrating day so far this morning. We'll get to some of the other small moves, but you're right, Trillionaire. BABA does not look very good as well.
All right, so just an update. We'll slap a fail on our first position there for the Qs, but it just ran up right into where we thought it would at that top, and then we got out, but we got right back in. So all we're doing is flat on Qs right now, unfortunately. We played that top level. And again, it's just about the same kind of story, right? It's like we shorted 97, 98. We should have put another one on and then given it a little bit more, but it did take out. We all saw the NASDAQ, right? It ripped right there when Brendan was talking. Right there broke its day high and then came back in, and now you're bouncing off the 50 period. And we just took some out. So like we reshorted in their 06s. We got an 85, 89, 93. So we, took like our paper cuts kind of on the way up, like took some small profits, then got hit. Now we're putting some back in right there. And then a little bit of an undercover move. If you were watching, I don't know if you guys were, but there's AMD. It went back up to the day's high. So because it's still red on the day, relative weakness into 102, we talked about that. So my best short there was 78. We were waiting for many more shares, but not until 90. Excuse me, because we wanted to stay diligent on our play there for AMD and not just average in until we got to 102. So we took a small piece there, waiting for a little bit higher, and then hopefully our arm will start to make us a little bit of cash, because we were waiting for 59 to break, and that came pretty damn close. 58.60 was our last reload, but it just came back in and we got a 58.15 or so out. So our average price is where it is on ARM. We are red on it so far today, but let's see if it can get going here. Nice move to the downside. What you got, Brendo?
2 days in a row here, weaker than most for Microsoft. Back to the downside today, guys. I just saw a note. Their product chief is leaving, and that's the person that was responsible for the line, I can't think of the name right now, the line of products, the tablets, oh my gosh, what is it? Help me out, guys. What is the line? The Surface, thank you. The Surface line of products, yeah. So their product chief is leaving, guys.
Anybody have one of those? I'm just curious about that.
I think people do.
I haven't seen one. That's not true. I have seen one. I just haven't seen a Surface in at least a year.
Yeah, they were really hot in the beginning.
Yeah, they were hot at the beginning.
Chromebooks kind of came out so cheap.
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's Chrome OS.
Okay, look, Luke, I have two. Charlie, a lot of people in the chat saying they have them.
Yeah.
Only the NFL uses them. That's right. Oh, that's right. The NFL uses this. That's where I've seen it. It's on the sidelines there. They use iPads in baseball. I'm just gonna throw that one out there. And then the NFL, it's interesting, right? It's like the NFL has oodles and oodles of money, and they're the ones using the Surface, and then MLB is the one spending on the iPads. But anyways, it is what it is. So the only thing left on for me is Nikola, which did get up to that double top high. So we did take some out. We'll ring the register there, but it has been an ugly morning. I'll be frustrated mostly because ARM, all you needed was that first trade. The first trade off 58 was the one you wanted to have. And then after that, everything was pretty nasty. NVIDIA is still going up. But man, Google's having trouble at that 139 level. It still I might not be a dead wrong on this. This resistance might still be here at 139. It's having some trouble, and the market's starting to pull back. So I don't want to give up the notion that this isn't a bit of a curl there on NVIDIA. Not NVIDIA, on Alphabet. That does look like the level. I want ARM underneath that 38. But there's another wick. This is exactly where we got wicked out the first time. Right, so that's 58.75. If it were to jump back into it, that would be the short there. Patience is taking it on these levels and being willing to stop out there. So when I look at that from a more patient standpoint, I should be getting back in at this particular level. I do still want to get into some of the weed names, but they're kind of asleep right now. I'll get to them in a second because I see Charles Lambert talking about ACB a little bit there. It's CGC that had the little offering. That's where they're down a heck of a lot more. But ARM kind of rolling over. Google trying to. NVIDIA, by the way, up at 438, doesn't seem to want to go green. So 439 is where it closed. If that doesn't get to green, maybe you are going to have a little bit of a curl here in these markets. Could have just been a little bit early on Google short, maybe.
My wife Marissa just asked me what exactly yada yada anchored VWAP means, because she heard me say that. So shout out to Brian Shannon. We will have him on later on this week to talk all about
I know what anchored VWAP
anchored VWAP. And so I just did. We don't have it on our chart.
But what is yada yada?
Yada yada just means talking, anchored VWAP.
Oh, okay.
Remember, it's the Seinfeld.
No, I know. I know the Elaine yada yada.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what the reference to.
That's what. Yeah, that's what she was. Well, she was just asking me about that. All right. So yada yada ARM right now to the downside. So here we go. Let's spin it right now because there goes ARM. Let's go. Let's see if it can break lower now. We were waiting for that 59 to come through. We don't have the greatest price. We have 58.20s. So hopefully this will continue its downside move. And here we go again, man. We are now positive on the futures, so that's going to be a good play. Break 80 again. We just put it, there we go. We put another bid on that one, so hopefully the market can fall down in as we go short. Yes, nice move down there for the market. So we'll see if that can go. And then, by the way, AMD is trying. It's trying to get there, guys. Let's see if we can get it back into the dollar club on that short. We just reshorted 75 about 6 or 7 minutes ago. 80s. And then now it has to come back, and we're trying to get to VWAP. We're at VWAP right now, $100.90. That's pretty close. But there's the 200 period that we're sort of eyeing right now on a potential downside move. So hopefully that'll go, and we'll be able to be okay there. Someone said Tesla was going to flush. So whoever that was in the chat, shout out to you as well, because shout out to Nimit. I see Kramer. Yeah, what's up, Nimit? Right there. Oh, Kramer from Seinfeld. Yes. Okay, good. Right there. This is flushing right now pretty nicely. As the market's making a move down, we gotta make sure that we got out. So we got out of some TQs there. I'm surprised that ARM didn't go even further than this. It's bouncing again, and don't tell me that now you're actually going to look at VWAP and things like that. Let's see if ARM can push, man. I mean, I feel like if someone's not going to get liquidated, but if you've made a lot of money on the IPO and the market starts to dip down, are you going to get out of ARM or are you going to buy more? So I think get out is the question, or is the answer to the question that I asked myself. So let's see what happens now as you go back into the downside. I just got to make sure 57.50. No, see, I do not have a bid there. So let's put some bids around that level in case we do get that little flush down. You never know, what's going to happen. So we'll put a bid at 57.60 and see if we can get it. All my other bids are 56 and change. So we've got a lot more downside here is what I'm thinking, but maybe not, man. I mean, you don't want to make a prediction and then be wrong. You got to make sure that you're able to get out of some of these plays. But there's always missteps and whatnot. So, okay, we want to go over to crypto, so let's do that quickly.
Positive action continuing here so far as we head towards Wednesday. Coming up on Wednesday, obviously going to get the Fed decision. A lot of analysts talking a little bit bearishly today, guys, after the recent move with Bitcoin, specifically back above 27,000, back above 27,250 and holding. I'll show you the chart here in a second, but some cautionary notes being put out today on this recent move back to the upside ahead of what is to come on Wednesday. What choppy price action, to say the least, over the past few weeks and months here for Bitcoin, but holding higher, 2.5% higher. In fact, 27,250, as I mentioned, coming into play, 1656 for Ethereum, 1.5% green though, top to bottom for the most part for crypto land today, guys.
Green to be sure, and like we said, Affirm is also holding green. $25 it's holding right now. Looks like it's going to be a strong one. I'm on the offer. I saw Santiago's like, join the Google short. I am trying to get back into it. Obviously, I was a little bit early, I think the first time off that 139 level, but Affirm definitely going to be, I mean, it's on everyone's mind that's looking for strong stocks, I think. But the dip didn't even get you anywhere underneath that 25 level into the 24.50 breakout price. So I still think you're looking at that 25 even for a potential dip buy. Why is Tesla weak is a very good question. Sometimes it's not about having the answer to the question. It's just about understanding that that's just how it is. It is weak. I think that's the only thing to look at. I mean, it's weak. It's headed down into those lows. But you know what ain't weak? What isn't weak is about improving every single day and giving yourself an opportunity to do what you love. And if you love trading, which we do, then I think you want to take a shot at the campus program. I think it's always good when you can learn for free. That goes with anything in life. That's why libraries are fantastic. But there is no library for day trading. All there is us and Day Trade the World. So we're talking about our campus program. A couple of things to get out of the way here right away. It is free. I'm going to say that at least 3 more times here, but it is all about putting in the time and effort. So it is a 5 phases that you're getting into, 4 actually. And then the 5th one is just profits. But the first phase is all about going into learning about the market structure. You are going to be, in terms of learning for 3 or 4 days, it's kind of like that classroom introduction to the markets. Phase 2, you're going to get the introduction to the same platform that everybody on here is trading with. So anyone that you see on the show, anyone behind us trades Pete Pro 8, that's Day Trade the World's proprietary platform. You're in there for a couple of weeks. You're going to learn the key setup, how the platform works. A little bit different from your regular setup when you're looking at the retail platforms. Step 3 is going to be going into training mode. You get to trade in a fantastic simulator. It's a great one. Everyone here was in it at some point. You get one-on-one coaching throughout. This can be up to a month, maybe plus. And then what everyone wants is the ability to go live. So you get live, trading the same way that we do, hit a bunch of steps, and you have the opportunity to become a funded trader. All of that is for free, but you've got to put the time and effort in there. The quality point here is you can have like a side gig, you can have a job on the side, because it is a it's not a full-time opportunity, right? So you're going to have to put in about 16 hours a week if you start thinking about the trading and going through your trade review and the one-on-one coaching, but it's a minimum of 8 hours trading a week. So you are putting in some time and effort, but it is pretty flexible on the timing. You do have to right now be in Canada. Unfortunately, it's not available in the US, but you can scan the QR code below. You can go to campus.daytradetheworld.com. and then you can take trades very similar to what we're doing. There's a big difference between retail day trading and what we do on a prop floor, and you get the ability to learn what direct market access is and trading on that kind of a platform here. So if worse comes to worse, all you do is educate yourself, and maybe you get a professional career as a trader out of it. So I think it's a great program. We'll see if it's a great short on Google, but I'm back into this one, so we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, join me for lunch money at 12, where we'll probably talk a little bit about cannabis, which, imagine cannabis down 13%. CGC's down 13%. I haven't made a trade. I keep promising I'll talk about it, then something else happens. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about cannabis names at some point. I'm sure it'll be during lunch money. I just got picked up here at 138.90. So I am back in Alphabet. Now we're headed to the downside. It's about time. So I'm going to try to get some out on the way into VWAP. Try to remember this is a bit of a counter trend trade. The market is going up. This is going stair step up, but I think we can get back into VWAP. Just too early the first time. Second time looks like it's going to be a charm here on Google. And look, I understand everyone wants it to be in the US. That program is likely to expand outside of Canada. Just keep asking for it. That's all. The worst thing that can happen when you ask for something is somebody says no and they look into why people keep asking about it, right? I tell my daughter, like, you're not getting anything in this world if you're afraid to ask for it.
Yeah, I can't tell my kids that too much because they just ask for everything. But there we go, man. We got a monster on.
It's true.
Yeah, and they just get everything. That's the problem. But right now, let's spin it right here. As patience does pay, you can go straight to hell, TQQs, right now, because there it is. We got you. We told you we were going to start trading a little bit more futures, and there it is right now. A good name for us right now on the TQs, as we've got short at the top of the damn day. We short this NASDAQ at the top. So there it is right there. It probably looks better if we put it on the NASDAQ, but hey, man, we're going to trade these names, TQQ, to the downside right now. And then you want to get something into the dollar club? Let's go, ARM. Let's get down and dirty with it a little bit here, because you know what? You've been so fresh and so clean all day, but I think you have a nice little downside move coming through. One flush early. Let's get another one coming back into 57 right now. We just took that 57.70 print. We said we were at 57.60. It flushed. I bid 71, got the fill. So we were at 61. So we 10 cents worth of risk there. I think we would have got to 60s anyways. I don't know. Yeah, I went to 50 or so. So hopefully this will flush down. It's really making our day, this ARM. Well, helping out our day anyways. And then here we go as well. Nice little, well, this is $1 now and the money is AMD. We're not going to spin that again, but let's see if it can continue to go down. Remember, there's the 200 period. And this is just another day where patience once again wins. It just keeps on winning every single day. It's not... There's not even anything to discuss about that. It's like if you just wait for certain levels to hit, right? Like just wait for this top to come through. Instead of averaging in like I did on the TQs all the way there, just wait. If it comes in and it hits you and you get hit, you get out, you know? But other than that, there it is. It's a nice move to the downside. And we're just going to see, man. It hasn't been a super clean day for sure. We did have a nice move down there in Tesla. Then it stopped and now flushing down even more. People asking why Tesla's down. I don't think the story's that bad. They were going to look into Saudi Arabia. But I think what the story with Tesla is just money coming out of the name, man. I mean, it's been a huge move right back into 280. This name was 220 August 18th. Today is September 18th. So you had a move up of $70. Well, I mean, did it hit 290? No. Let's just say $80 on 220, right? So you added like a 30% move in a month or so, probably about 20. I'll get the exact number, but between 20 and 30% up there in a month. So that's why we're coming down. Uh-oh, now ARM's getting lower. Uh-oh, now Apple's even getting back into the low zone as well. And then there goes AMD still making lows. And then the biggest and the baddest of them all, the TQs. Let's see if we can make new lows on that one. But someone who we're glad is back, it's Brendan. He's over there at the desk with an update.
We were wondering in the pre-market and talking in the pre-market, guys, if it was going to be kind of a wait-and-see couple of days ahead of the Fed coming up on Wednesday, and so far that's what we're getting as far as the action is concerned. Market, both the NASDAQ and the S&P, basically flat. A few standouts here, obviously, as if you dig in a little bit deeper. Tesla 2.8% downside. With that, Saudi note this morning suggesting, remember, it was just rumors essentially that they were talking with Saudi officials on the possibility of manufacturing facility in that region of the world. So whether or not that comes to fruition remains to be seen. Amazon, notably strong there. I mean, you see the green, it's only 0.5%. So, I mean, not a huge move. Meta, same story. Google stands out, a little bit stronger than the most, 1.2. Apple, same story, 1.3. There's Microsoft, as was mentioning. A little bit weaker than the rest at this point this morning. 0.35, 0.36 at the lows for Microsoft downside. I mean, that product manager leaving, probably not the case, but or not the reason anyways, as far as why. Banks, wanted to mention, notably weak here. The group itself, outside of Berkshire, shocking, Berkshire's higher today. 0.6 today, everything else red or flat on the day. Some healthcare strength outside of Eli Lilly, it would look like. But some of that fading already, guys. Pretty flat right across the board.
So discussing a few trades here.
A couple of things. TTOO's come back. That was the other penny stock I was mentioning. Nickel's not a penny stock, but it kind of is. So I put it into that category. This is a 40-cent break. I think we mentioned that in the pre-market or just before the open. So if it can get up there, I do still like that T2 40-cent level for a bit of a breakout. Just going to make sure I have my order in because I had canceled it before. Usually when a stock goes to the downside, like it broke 35 down, I don't want to have that order out there. But once you're back above, breaking that 35 level, then I can put that breakout out. It's just to protect myself. I never want to be too far away from a breakout price and then throwing an order out there. You want to make sure it's going to get there and respect that level. So it's starting to go, but it's not there just yet. I'm actually going to use like an edge A order. We'll see what happens. If that can get to the upside, so ARM headed down. Google maybe bouncing a little bit. Alphabet, I should say. It's attempting to, but it's getting down into VWAP. I like the strong move. The market went red there. If this gets under VWAP, I think it absolutely flushes, but the next time we see it, maybe down at 138.20, it'll make some sense to get some shares out. The strong name in the market, well, okay, one of the strong names in the market back above 25. A firm doesn't even want to get down to VWAP, it seems. Super, super strong name here today. If we take out the high in the NASDAQ or go back green again even, this could just be look for an opportunity to go long in a firm. I can't believe I'm even saying that, but it is what it is. Nikola, the other long that I have on, it probably doesn't care, but now you have a wall at 145. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4 times on my 3-minute that it's gotten to 45 without breaking. I'll probably try to take something out on the midpoint, respect this level, get one more leg out, and then try and hold to a high of the day break on Nikola, which is up for reasons. Up 21%, but it's a penny stock. It goes up whenever it wants to.
Always the best reasons, of course.
Well, I think there's no news on it. I mean, not that I know of.
Yeah, probably not. So just real quick here, I said Neil and I were discussing a few things, and it was just really just ARM. Oh, okay, well, now it's starting to flush down. So what I was sort of, okay, to put a bid out here. See if we can get that. Just cross into 53. Okay, so we get that as well. Let's try to hold now. We're now net positive on ARM as here it comes flushing back in. What we were discussing is no secret, and it was just like how it's been holding up onto VWAP right here on how we sort of weren't really impressed with the way it's been moving. So I got a couple more shares out here at VWAP where I was like, I feel like I didn't want to be wrong on the name and that there was a chance for this to go back up. So right now, here comes ARM spinning back down in. My next bid is at 56, 56.92. Sorry, it should be at 57 flat. So let's go 57.11 or something like that in case we do get a whoosh down. We always want to get something out in front of even dollar levels. I mean, there's 57 held. I mean, sure, it goes to 56.70, and this is where we got some out initially at 57.20, then again right there at 57 flat. So if it does make that one more push in for us on ARM, would be greatly, greatly appreciated on that play. So again, we wrote it down here on this sticky note, and thanks for everybody for watching. It was Apple 178 short. I mean, that has basically been the best short you could have had if you held it, but it did go up to 178. 70 there. So that was 70 cents against you, but now it's come back in, which is nice, and we have the short, so whatever on that one. And then the only other name that I'm looking to get into is probably Tesla off this bottom. I really like that 264 level. So if we can cut, now we're starting to bounce back, but if we can get something in and around that 270, 264, I really do like it. So that's a level of concern for me right now here in the game. So we'll wait for Tesla on that one. And then the TQs, we actually got out of a lot of these. So as it came in, we only have 20% left. So let's see if this name keeps on singing for us as well. We'll reload this if it comes back up. Patience is the key for this name, and I say that, but that's really what I mean. You have to wait for the futures, if anything, for sure. JP Morgan, we traded this on Friday, and it was okay. I believe we wound up taking an L on it, but it's, again, holding out pretty decently. Nice bottom there of 147. And I still want to look at this because, hey, look, until we break the 50 period here of 151 or so, I want to short this name. So into 150, if we get any love there for JP Morgan, I think I like the short in this name better than anything else. So let's wait to see if that can come through. And there's ARM. Actually, ARM's not really doing anything. There's really nothing happening, I guess. I thought my net was moving around a little bit. If anything, I guess this is what it is. It's Apple bouncing back just a little bit right now. We'll wait for 178 on this one as well.
Joe Werner, you read my mind on ACB. Like, this is the market's obviously going to the upside. It doesn't really matter here. CGC with that little offer. That's down was down 13%. It's trying to bounce, but ACB in that dollar level, it's got a date with a dollar. This was a $1 rejection, but you had to short it at 8 o'clock. So you had to be really, really early if you wanted to short that. On Friday, it got there at 245 and then failed that level. Not a huge pullback. It only went a couple of cents in there. But a $1 break looks awfully juicy here for ACB. Never want to get caught on a fail break of $1. So if I get like 101, it's not as if I'm holding it past 98. I think it's 3 cents worth of risk, assuming on a one break I get 101. I mean, sometimes you get like 101.5, 102. Most of the times you'll actually get 101. I think you get 101 on that level break. So ACB, it is red on the day. It would be green if it were to break the dollar level, but it's got to be on the radar. Nikola did get all the way to that high, broke 145, printed 147, and now pulling back in. So, not really pressing 150 just yet. I am half out of the position, as I said. Take the dip buy into here, be half out if it gets to that top. So we have half of it out at this moment, looking to see if it can break that 150. We'll cross a reload when it gets down there, make that decision. I'm not really sold on reloading this one. Nikola up, that's 21%. I say that almost with a chuckle because it doesn't even have a reason for being up here. Tesla is relatively weak. If it gets back down to like 260, it's hard not to look for that long, but there is a name in EV land that we have not mentioned at least once. It's a little bit weird to me that this is how it's playing out because you see Tesla just still holding at the bottom. Meanwhile, look what Nikola did this morning. Like, it actually reversed the entire darn, like it was 24 down to 23.5 and then whoop, right back up. So Tesla doesn't have a bid, but Nikola has a huge one back at those lows. Nikola looking relatively strong. If Tesla bounces, Nikola suddenly looks like a breakout candidate. Liquidity grab underneath, hold a higher low, break out the top of that local channel, and then maybe you're finally breaking away here off that 50 period. So it is worth a look there that Rivian. I said Nikola like a million times. Rivian, not nearly as weak as Tesla. So file that one away. You're right, Nimit. I'm trading Nikola. And I'm staring at Rivian. I do that all the time. I'm glad you guys catch me on that. You talk all day long, and you're going to make mistakes like that. So I haven't traded Rivian yet today, but it does look at least relatively strong compared to Tesla over there. ARM doesn't seem to want to print those 57 evens, by the way. I'm just noticing that myself. 57.25, pretty much like the best. The 30s is the best you're able to get. Maybe if it breaks this 30 level, you get right even. Like, I was sitting at 10s. I'm just going to put it right at 03 or something like that because I feel like if you step down, you might as well take 57 exactly.
Yeah, I actually, it's funny you just said that, 'cause I just basically did the opposite, which is fine. I was waiting at 57.11 and I was just like, I'll take a 20. So I just punched out a little bit right there. So I see saying patience is going to win the day, and I'm getting a little impatient with it. But again, it's a nice move down. Let's just take it. I agree. We don't have any more bids now until we break back down through 57, and then well, how many? We still have we still have a decent amount of shares. So let me actually put some more bids a little bit lower. I'll bid 57 flat, and then yeah, we'll go into the 56.70s, and then after that, even lower, lower, lower. So hopefully that'll sing. Here it comes. Hopefully that'll come down in for us as well. And we did take another little bit of a profit right there, so we'll go slap around a little bit here because finally, well, not finally, we had a great fill on the TQs, but that was the best we had, so we'll just take it again. Actually, this time we got 60s. The time before we got 62s. So a good fill there. Hopefully this market, there it comes, Neil. So here comes ARM right now to the downside. So yes, I think it is. Hopefully, is 20 holding? I thought it just broke 20 there for a minute. If it does break, there it is. Okay, so if I was gonna say, if it does break 20, pretty sure we'll see 57 flat, which will be pretty good. We're at 57.03 right now, and it's holding out okay. It's holding out okay. So ARM will be a positive name for us, but we still got to get out of it. Let's just wait to see how much lower can she go on this one for the ARM IPO coming through. And I still think it's good for Instacart no matter what happens right now. I know you're in Google, so we won't talk about that. Let's look at another name here. Roblox is a name that we haven't looked at in a minute. RBLX Roblox. Let's see, still not near that $30. I'm just trying to do some names that maybe some of you guys are looking at. There's Roblox right now breaking through the VWAP of 27.50. So we're already net short the market. We're short AMD. We're short everything. So as this market's coming back in, we are actually, yeah, you got that right, Sharif. Right now, we're barbecuing it up. Right now, I hope everyone had a great weekend. By the way, it was a good weekend of NFL. A lot of good, exciting games. And tonight you get the double Monday nighter. So that should be fun as well.
Those two games suck, dude.
Come on, dude. I'm trying to like be positive.
I know.
People want to hear a little.
We were actually
you just railroad it. Like
no,
that?
We were talking about this before we came on air. It's like you got the Browns playing.
People like Cleveland, man.
Like
people like Pittsburgh.
Actually, Cleveland's
Carolina,
defense.
the new quarterback.
Cleveland looks legit. Now, if Deshaun Watson can learn to throw a football not in the dirt, maybe he's getting exciting. Maybe he's spending too much time in the massage room, and he should be working on his arm.
Ouch!
He threw like 15 balls into the ground.
Massages?
On well, I don't know. They're probably massaging the wrong place. He needs some work on the shoulder.
I don't know what place they're massaging.
I'm just saying.
I mean, a lot of NFL players get massaged.
You know what? I will crack on that. I don't give a damn. Like he earns all the quips that he should get. I have Elijah Moore, and I hope he goes off, but I'm going to win anyways.
I hope so.
Just a couple things before we go to Brendo. Got VWAP there on Alphabet. It got down into VWAP, so we took the fill. Did not get the. Forget it. ARM is not filling the even, so if it's only going to give the 20s, then taking the 20 level is going to make some sense for me on ARM. I think it was the right call. I waited for like 57.05, and I wasn't getting it, so I just popped down in and said if it's not going to go any lower. Like it flushed into here, but then it bounces at 57.10, so just take the stupid 20s because that's all you can get. So now we're starting to get a move back into the downside. It's looking like the futures have held red. I don't know where I want to add to anything just yet. Intel might be setting up for another short, but let's go to the desk with Brendan.
Money talks, guys. We'll talk a little DXY and some currency moves here. I was just reading through this. This is kind of a summary of the major comments that came from Treasury Secretary Yellen on CNBC this morning. Most of them, as I was mentioning, on the dovish side of things, including that she's not seeing, or they're not seeing at least, concerns in the bond market yet. I don't know. I mean, I saw the 10-year took out August highs this morning and then immediately reversed. Same with the 2-year back to the downside right now for both. So we'll see ahead of what is to come on Wednesday. That'll be very, very volatile as well. That is the DXY right now. I mean, even before I went away last week, we were talking about this 105.5. Here's 105.5 still staring us in the face here. You got to go all the way back to March, the last time the dollar was up this high. But what a March it has been through to 105.5, guys, for the dollar.
Oh, Brendo.
Bringing them sick puns back from Paris.
Wow, this guy's been working on stuff from Paris.
Where's the Brendan? There it is.
This guy's got it all, man. Who is this guy over there?
Don't even worry about who he is. He's the man, the myth, the legend. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Definitely was a GOAT across
how have we not mentioned Unity today? Unity. How have we not mentioned this stock? it hit down 10%. I'm 99.99 repeating % sure that this is SSR right now. And look at the daily. So it wicks 3280, which is a big level on the daily. It goes down. I want to say it did get to it, SSR. Yeah, it's SSR. So SSR bounced du jour on Unity right off 32.5. Now, a birdie told me that these are not that bad, but they're better at even dollar levels. Maybe if it bounces back down in there and gets to 32 even. Let's watch out for Unity. That looks pretty nasty, and it is down that 10%, so we want to respect it. As I mentioned, taking VWAP. The reason I'm always taking outs to VWAP on these trades, like when you're looking for a stair step up, find a resistance level in the morning, and then look for the pullback, is because it's trending to the upside, right? And if a stock is trending to the upside, oftentimes like the next move is hold VWAP and then break out the high, or just get range bound for the afternoon or like lunchtime session. So getting this 138.20 makes sense. It allows me to then maybe scalp the top here. Like if 139.18 is a high or 17 is a high, then you look for a liquidity grab above 139, short 10s or whatever in here, and then rinse and repeat that trade as it gets a little bit more range bound in the afternoon or during lunchtime, as I said. So we're going to do that with Google. I do think there is some strength brewing in this market, and it feels like it's, I don't want to say led by NVIDIA, but NVIDIA still trying to go green. If this goes green, I think it could absolutely blow out to the upside and surprise people. So 439 going to be in play. Daniel asking about any news on Pfizer. It touched the 52-week low. Well, Pfizer's been trending down.
Week low again? Oh.
Yeah, but the stock has been trending down ever since they had bad news with their weight loss drug and its trial, and it just broke the lows today. I don't know if there's anything specific today. I didn't see anything specific today on it. But stock doesn't need news to continue the trend that it's already doing. Sometimes it needs a catalyst to reverse the move. But you're right, 52-week low on Pfizer, looking really, really nasty. Some stocks are short till they're not. This one's in the penalty box right now.
I like that. Get in the box. I like that talk.
A little hockey analogy there.
Yeah, why not, man? Hockey's getting ready to come back.
We look at Moderna.
I love Moderna. I want to. Oh, that's down 8%.
So here's like basically you're like, why is Pfizer downside? I'm like, okay, the trend is to the downside. However, Moderna's down 8% right now. So I would say this is the reason why Pfizer's down. Right? I mean,
well, there has to be something in that. There has to be something in the whole sector.
Yeah, also, you know what I mean? It's like whatever is going on that causes Moderna to be down 8%, that's your reason on Pfizer. Like if you're ever unsure about why a stock is doing whatever, just look at a few names, like its cohorts. Just look at a couple of related names. So Moderna getting absolutely its rugged today. It was in the midst of a bit of a breakout. That support on the daily down here, like 104 on Moderna, maybe that comes into play today. So just looking at this, because Moderna's a good mover, right? Like if Moderna kind of holds one of these lows, look for maybe a bounce play on Moderna. It goes SSR, like short sell restricted would be at 103 something, it looks like today on Moderna. So that could come into play there, the SSR bounce. Daniel, so Pfizer is a good buy? Oh no, penalty box means no. It's trending down. I don't like it hasn't. Pfizer's done nothing that would make me think that it's made a bottom right now. It's still trending to the downside. I don't know. There's nothing I like about it right now when you look at the chart. Like it had bad news catalysts that caused a reversal on the move. Everything else in healthcare that's related to it looks like 10 times better. That's Eli Lilly. Even Moderna was looking better. Maybe it needs to get back above the 50 period. I don't know what you need to see here. Like you've got some pandemic levels, if this loads up further, that get a little bit better. But look at it just reject, reject, reject. I would rather wait to be buying this stock when it starts showing you signs of making a bottom and breaking out. Like better to be late but with the move than trying to anticipate the bottom. Don't anticipate, participate in a potential Pfizer bounce. But it's not a good looking stock right now. And I own this one in my long term. I'd love to be able to say something bullish about it. But I'm not buying any more right now.
Yeah, I like Pfizer too, but I'm not buying anymore. I bought some a while ago, and it was, yeah. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat. It's been a very, very good show, and I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time. Look at this AMD out right there, down at $100.70 as it floats back up. This is what we mean, man. You got to make sure you take profit where profits lie. But if you haven't done it yet, make sure.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, and then you know what the thing about it is, I hear Sharif. He always is like he's always mentioning it, like whenever we play that.
Does he though?
Like and subscribe today. He just did it.
He does.
Yeah, so I was like, you know, he's working on a new one. We don't have to play his.
Is he though?
Is he? I don't know if he is, but he doesn't like his old one. So
the truth is, we talk about making new ones, but really, it's like we still.
No.
Because
You
the old
missed it.
ones are funny, though.
You had left. So after the after show there,
we're really
I was
doing
talking with Obi. Obi's going to have one. And there's going to be some keywords getting in there. So it's going to be really fun.
Exactly
So if you know anything about that, you know, what's good with Obi, then you'll know that his should be great as well. But hey, without any further ado, man, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you so much for watching us. It was great, man. Some football talk, some talk about all different names. We've only been short everything. I haven't been long anything other than Tesla today, and we got stopped out of that. So we'll end the show short. Apple, AMD, ARM, and the NASDAQ. And yeah, as it's starting to break out through VWAP. So maybe we have to cover these pretty soon. But it's been a good show. So thanks again for watching. It's great to have Brendo back, obviously, in the saddle there. So that was great. And it allows us to return to regular scheduled programming.
Yes, which means...
which means, go ahead, yep.
No, which means you've got the professor himself back at the desk, Sharif locked and loaded on the midday, joined by Obi Trice.
Ain't that nice?
Ain't that nice? So let's go over to the desk. We'll be back at 2. Stick around.
Deuce.
Don't go anywhere. This market's moving. And that too.
Ciao.
Last week? Tuesday night, I guess it was. Got...
Oh. What? Yeah, I'm good now. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader. And look at this, Obi. We now have come back. A landing page for Search Trader here. Trader TV landing their own landing page on Search Trader. There you go. Yeah, big things a-going over here. Obi, how was the morning, my friend?
Not as many things going on this side, but I got a piece of ARM this morning. I hope you guys all had a great weekend. Sorry, but yeah, I got a piece of ARM this week or this morning. We had that 38 level defined from last week, right? So coming in, we saw that 38 break. I kind of chased a little bit, got in some initially on top of this 57, and then it rips right back up. And I was like, no, I might have been a little too early. When the 58 rejects, get some more in there, and then cover into the 56.5, and then underneath 56. Both of these breaks, the 57 and the 56, were pretty nice. As yeah, this one off the break gave you like 50 pennies right away, and then 30 pennies on the 56 break. Which was pretty clear that off of that break, the bids kind of came in, and I was like, yeah, I think I want to just piece off here. We know that 55.50 was that all-time low from the IPO open, and then we kind of stopped right there, 55.70. So I was like, that's good enough for me. I'm not looking for the full breakdown. We'll take it again if the 55 does come in. But yeah, that was a trade on ARM right in the morning. 58 off of a key level. We know it was kind of there. And yeah, waiting for that 61, 62 if that can come in. And then yeah, let's see what we can do with this 58. Also got 55, that 55.50 low off the initial reaction also in mind here. Then of course I traded some Amazon. We know that Amazon was pretty heavy on Friday. I kind of forgot how heavy that 141.50s were. Got a piece of a long, got some shorts, and then finally when I realized that, I was like, okay, well, there's definitely some sellers here at the 141.50, totally forgetting that on Friday, those sellers were definitely there and pretty heavy off of that 141.50 into the end of the day, and even with a ridiculous imbalance, ridiculously big imbalance, we still sold off end of day on Amazon low of day, and then coming in today we find resistance at the same levels there. So got a little short, got aggressive, covered everything at this consolidation low, and then took a cheeky long, sized relatively bigger than usual, and then pieced it off right away. And then the quadroon comes in off of that range break, and then I kind of had to manage that a little bit there on whatever we had left over. Came into 140. I thought it was maybe a little too hard, too fast, but I was definitely wrong on that. I couldn't really hold 140 above it, and then started selling off. So we kind of add in to kind of piece off of that position, got out of all of it, and a little bit of mischief managed on that one. Yeah, so retrospect, got to stop out right there off of that consolidation break, 140.30s, 140.40s. But this move came in real hot, like real fast. If we take a look at this 1 minute chart here, yeah, take a look at that. So that break right there, break of consolidation, dropped all the way down to 140, pretty much 140.10s, and then slow chop around 140. So a little bit of a mismanagement on the position over there on that second half. But you know what? What's the next trade, Sharif? That's what I'm thinking.
Good question. I don't have any trades on, nor have I traded. So let's just look at what is happening on the day today. Here, let's go to the daily movers and see what is moving in the moment. There's a couple of small cap gappers here, excuse me. AVGR doing well, 73+%. And then this AMPX just really getting going here. This one closed out at 396 with a 401 low on the day. It hasn't seen any prints lower than $4 after the bell with a 517 high. This one got going late. Now, careful with this one. It's only done 848,000, about 850,000 shares on the day. And yeah, 670,000 share float, sub 1 million, quite dangerous. The spread on it at the moment is, yeah, 3 pennies, which is not too bad for a $7 name, but AMPX on my watch here. AVGR is starting to give up the ghost a little bit, is doing a little bit of a dance here with $7. It's sub VWAP at the moment. 718 is where VWAP is on my chart, but it's definitely trying to fight to stay alive and hold above that 7. 7, clearly a former area of resistance on the ascent. Now let's see if it acts as support on the descent here. Clearly, I mean, there was obviously wicks, but again, the closing print, the more important of the prints on, at least in my vernacular, in my opinion, $7 support. Let's see if it holds back up to 7.25 now on AVGR. You saw Neil involved in Nicola as well. And Affirm, a bit of a surprising one, but not surprising if you're a regular trader, because this one has been absolutely running up lately. And I mean, I had a lot bad to say about this previously, but I would say I've kind of changed my opinion from a fundamental perspective the last few months or so. I see this one as a real rival to traditional forms of unsecured debt financing. I think Visa, MasterCard, you know, American Express, they're all really going to have their business models changed or challenged, is what I'm trying to say, in the face of a weaker consumer, because this bad boy right here offers interest-free financing. The caveat is you can't miss any payments, otherwise there's big boy fees to be paid. Now, year to date, it's up 162%. It's been very, very strong lately. Let's look at the 4-hour on Affirm. Yeah, and you can see kind of, where is that January print? Oh, this is, yeah, let's go back to the daily, I think. Gives a better view. Where are we? January here. Yeah, so we broke through those highs that we made in Jan. I remember the January highs when we had like all sorts of exuberance. I'm sure this was probably more associated with a short squeeze. And since that time, we had resistance at 20. We've broken that decisively today, 25.41 high. We're not even close to where we were, obviously, in 2021. That was a lot of irrational exuberance, you could say, but that $9 level was absolute money for anybody buying it off there. Anyway, Affirm, another good day. Up, what is it up today? It's up almost 4% at the moment. So good volume as well. It's got about 5 2/3 million shares done on the day. Bit of a bull flag continuation. The other one I'm keeping my eye on is ARM and then Mara, because, well, it had a positive catalyst. Crypto was all up. Michael Noss talked about this one as a possible swing trade that he was looking into. You know, it tried to hold that 980, which is the close from Friday. Made a nice little pop above 10, but the bamboozlement came in fast and furious. It got down to 9 2/3, but now we're dancing with 10 again, which also happens to be that VWAP level. So let's see if we can break through that 10 level. But interesting look. With respect to big tech, I mean, you got to look at Apple on the day. Apple and NVIDIA are the ones that I'm looking at. Apple 1 1/3. Dan Ives loves Apple with a reiterate. Wed Bush coming out with a piece today. Let me show it to you guys here. Where is it? There it is. Wed Bush, our friend Dan Ives. Kidding, of course. I don't actually know him. But where is it? That little headline that I had. Is it this one? Let's go. Yeah, maybe, yeah. There we go. Daniel Ives reiterates Apple with an outperform and a 240 price target. Yeah, make of that what you will. Doing well on the day, 1 1/3. Amazon clearly the weak one today, breaking through that 140. I'll let Obi speak to that in a minute. Meta, 0.5 point, not much. Our friend Microsoft, what's Microsoft up to here? Down 0.5 point as well. Google up 2/3. Bit of, Tesla. I guess the market not really liking what was said there with Saudi Arabia and possibly another plant in Turkey. We know Elon Musk met with President Erdogan and his delegation in New York ahead of the meeting by the United Nations. Lots of speculation. But NVIDIA making a nice move back up through touched 420 exactly, and that was not a dark pool print. That was the dip on the open, and now we are at 439 exactly high. So $19 worth of range in the span of an hour and 40 minutes. That's all sorts of volatility. Still down 1/3% on the day, but yeah, I'm not going to jump into anything. Obviously, I didn't trade last week, so I got to get my wits about me and hone myself before I do anything today, Obi. So that's my look.
Yeah, some interesting volatility here on the futures. So I did have the older contract pulled up here on this PC, so I had to switch it over because I was like, there's no way the futures kind of look like this right now. But yeah, no, 45 level of interest there on the ES, and then the NQ, the 15.4 level from last week we talked about as well, right? So let's take a look at what some of these levels may bring for us today. Let me just pull up the NQ, and then let's take a look at that 15.4 and how we've been interacting with it over the past couple of weeks, right?
You interact
so,
with that bad boy.
Yeah, that 15.4. Take a look at what that level has been. What is this? September 10th. All the way, so the beginning of September roughly, we got this kind of that contract rollover, and since then that 15.4 was kind of a support, and then today we kind of you flush into it on Friday, you consolidate underneath in and around it, and then today we're kind of interacting with that 15.4. Definitely, to me, that seems like it's a level of interest here on the NQ. So. Let's take a look at the ES real quick as well, just to find some of our levels for today going forward and see what we can play an over-under in and around. So that 50 is the 45 as well on the ES. That's definitely interesting to me. We're kind of doing a bit of a churn around that 45, and that 45 is relatively about the same as that 15.4 on the NQ, roughly providing as a support area post the contract rollover there. So let's see what we do with both of these levels here on the futures going forward. We have kind of interacted with this. So the 15.5 is a level, but I have kind of like just in the 44.90s as a level of support, and we've kind of bit above that, and now we're churning above the in and around that 15.4. So let's see if we can catch a potential bounce here on some of these names. Let me keep an eye on Apple as well.
Yeah,
Apple, because like Apple's pretty strong. Today we saw that it was pretty weak in the past couple of weeks. Like take a look right out the open, boom, 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 and then chop, and then boom, right out the open. And then today a little different story here happening on Apple as it catches a bid. Out the open, pre-market highs are broken. You have a crazy strong pop out the open, which tests that 180 from last week, right? This is consolidation from last week. We break those highs, and now we're holding. So I remember that 177 roughly to be an area of interest in the past as well. So let's see if we can hold above this consolidation, which happens to be right above that 177. On Apple. So if we can hold above this 177, I think we'll be decent for a potential relief rally back up towards this 180s. You know, last week we sold off quite heavily here. Taking a look at the weekly on Apple as well. Yeah, so we've been selling off. We had those 3 weeks. We got a bit of reversion, and then we got a couple weeks. So a bit of a base here, multi-week support. We were talking about this on Friday, where Apple was kind of pushing for its multi-week support here at the 174. Sorry, what is this? 170. Yeah, 174 right there, just on top, in and around. And now we've kind of bit above it and holding. So let's see if we can break this previous week's candle. I have the high here just under 180, and then the lows here at 174. So those are the prices I'll be watching for going forward this week on Apple. And yeah, let's see. We're catching a bit of a bid here. It seems like the Amazon long is not wrong right now, as we're long from 139.44. About almost 20 pennies in the money here. Let's see if this comes to fruition. We know the sellers are definitely heavy from that 141.50, and we have broken below pre-market. So a bit of a cheeky long here on a potential failure to follow through off of the pre-market low here on Amazon. Let's see if some of these futures can hold above 15.4 hold. That's what I'm watching for. We are just consolidating, doing a bit of a chop in and around that level. So unless and until we can distinctly push off of this level, yeah, no real high probability trades that I see as of right now. But let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. We can take a look at that. I see that ARM here has held that 56, and kind of that acceleration to the downside into 56.5 is holding as well. So that's definitely interesting to me. Again, we're waiting for that 55.50 area, or even this 58 to come back and re-interact. So a bit of a consolidation chop sideways. Don't really want to interact with that. Somebody saying, Kenny saying, enjoy the ride up on SPYs and QQs. So sure, let's take a look at SPY real quick. I had 443 as a key level on SPY. Let's see what that's doing. 443 holding. We got above 443, and take a look. This end of day consolidation as well. 444s, we were interacting with that, using that as a bit of confluence last week for a potential short thesis. So let's see if we can get back above that 444, and we can really start banking on some longs here if they do come in. Take a look at that 45 kind of chopping in and around. So let's see if we can break this consolidation. That's what I'll be waiting for to take the next trade. Reliable Rudy saying, I'd say the ARM short probably looks solid. Yeah, if you had the short off of that 70, off of the 70 push off, like take a look at how I have my ARM charted here. I've covered some key levels that ARM has kind of shown us over since its IPO, right? We had that 62, I got that marked, and that kind of came into interaction on Friday. Didn't necessarily have the longs off of this level, but take a look at how this churn kind of happens. That 62 holds, you pop back up into that 65.5 and can't really get back above. So yeah, the short is definitely on. Take a look at kind of like that trend that's kind of happening here on ARM since that top at 70, right? So let's just put that at 70, and yeah, right there. So a bit of a trend to the downside there. Let's see if this kind of flat bottom breaks into that 55.50.
Yeah, you called that Apple one long. I'm trying my hand here at AVRG, just at the VWAP hold, small share size. We'll give this one a try, but I'm really keeping my eye on Apple. And the reason is I wanted to see if we made a higher high, and we did. I think we were at the last crest over here was 177, pardon me, and 2/3, and now we're talking about 177 3/4 break as this one heads to the high side. Obviously, we have almost a 179 high, but we spent very little time around there. And on the 5-minute chart, it is a bit of a reversal candle. Have a look at how it looks on the 5. Yeah, I mean, that's a reversal candle extraordinaire there. But, you know, not as clear on the one, obviously. But, yeah, this one headed high. We're going to see if we do well at that 178. Obviously, resistance to be expected at every whole dollar level. We'll have to see how we fare around here. But Apple looking real good at the moment. And the other thing that kind of turned me off to it was not just the fact that there was a reversal candle there, but the fact that we made a lower low. So even though there could be a double bottom here, and no double bottoms are, you know, textbook double bottoms, we did, you know, this trough over here kind of bottomed out at 176 2/3, and then this one broke the 176 1/2. So that one, you know, kind of looked like we were going to make lower highs and lower lows, and I don't want to get bamboozled if we just, you know, broke this crest by like a few pennies and then shot back down. So that's why I was hesitant on Apple, but I've been really liking it through the break of VWAP, but couldn't pull the trigger as a result of that thinking. So we'll see how this one does, but looking good for now, and it's in the long-term portfolio. I was adding hand over fist in the low 170s last week, baby. And I'm going to continue to add because when you look, I mean, quantitatively, I was looking at the data. The amount of stocks that have been responsible for the move up over time, not talking about this year or last year, they're a very small amount. So when you take each sector and you look at which names have moved up that sector, it's not the names that we trade on a day in, day out basis. The companies that do well for long periods of time. So,
what are some examples of those?
Pardon me?
What are some examples of those? Like
the one I'm just talking about right now, Apple.
Okay, right. Yeah,
there's so
Apple.
many.
I'm thinking like what about something like a staple like J&J or like something like Coke or like Pepsi or things like that.
You're thinking more value plays,
right?
I was talking more like in the growth sector with respect to tech. But yeah, what you say absolutely makes sense. J&J especially, and by the way, that K-View, I don't even have a look at that K-View. Dude, that one's up to today. But yeah, to build on that point, yeah, it's not doing much today. Basically, that's my thinking here, and that's what I was trying to add into Apple last week. So we'll see how this one does. Good cost basis on it. I'm like a couple of bucks in the money, but really nothing to write home about. All right, back to this AVGR. My out for this one will be the break of 7. So we'll see how this one does. Right now, it's getting a bit spready. Well, right now it's okay, but it's not making the higher high that I like. So if this one breaks 7, I'm going to cut it. And I don't really have anything else, to be quite honest with you. I'm looking to see what we got over here. Affirm continues to head to the high side. It's about half a point higher since I mentioned it initially. Doing a bit of a dance with that 25.50. So we'll have a look at that. But I believe Brendo's got an update for us, so we're going to send it up to him.
Just be aware here, guys, just watching Tesla. Elon Musk has said this Wall Street Journal report this morning about the Saudi Arabia story is, quote unquote, yet another utterly false article from the Wall Street Journal. So watch Tesla.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to hold at least some legacy media in high regard, but it's hard to these days.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
you
yet
expect
another hit piece on the Musk.
Yeah, I wonder how much they paid for that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not going to get into the politics of it, but you don't usually associate.
Yeah, anyway. Fonzie saying Fugazi, WSJ, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, you know, we know that he actually had a meeting with President Erdogan because that was filmed and they, you know, took pictures together, this and that. Musk wasn't really declarative at all about his intentions to move to Turkey. Mm-hmm. You know, he said Turkey is important. You know, it's on the short list of areas for a new gigafactory, but he didn't commit to anything. And then nothing was said about the Saudi thing. So when I saw the Saudi thing this morning on the watch list, I was like,
I saw that as well
what?
This morning, yeah. I thought it would catch a bid, and then right out the open, it comes and catches a sell, which is, we talked about that 280 area on Tesla kind of being that long-term resistance. And yeah, lo and behold, take a look at that, kind of following through off of that 280 rejection, right? So let's see what Tesla has in store for us. But let me just show you guys real quick what that is right there. So yeah, that's that resistance from before, kind of coming in. We pushed into it. When was this? September. So July, August. Yeah, we kind of pushed into there and making a lower high as of right now, right underneath that 280. So let's see going forward where we go from there.
Oil very strong too.
Yeah, oil is definitely in play.
91.25 here, 1 1/3%. You're not seeing a lot of participation from the oil names. I mean, there are some, like Devon Energy is red, Oxy is red. Let's see what XOM. XOM's up 1%, CVX 0.8. Lately, though, I really haven't been seeing the move up on the equity names to kind of coincide with the move up in the actual futures contract. A bit of a divergence there to take note of. Also getting into Apple here, trying my hand at this one. We'll see how this one does. Didn't get a great fill at 76s, so about 10 pennies out of the money. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one. What else do we have here? With Nat Gas is also up 2%. Good for me. I have a great cost basis now on UNG. What is Caterpillar up to? Because that's another one in the long-term account. It's up 1% on the day. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what we get from AVGR and Apple now. into these ones. Now, the plan for Apple is going to have to hold VWAP at 177.25. If it breaks through VWAP, I'm going to cut this trade. I'm not going to give it to the whole dollar. This one's going to go. Yeah, I'm talking about Apple, though. Yeah, this is Apple over here. I'm talking to Ramin in my ear, who is displeased that I was talking about Apple when I was showing AVGR. So shout out to Ramin for keeping me honest there. Yeah, we're looking for that 178 break. We're going to see how this one does at the whole dollar. But Apple's been strong on the day. No question about it. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so I got a little bit more short here right underneath that 140 on Amazon. So we pieced off the long there a little too early. Got out in the 70s as I was here dealing with this 140. That 140 was pretty heavy. So yeah, as we kind of push and that momentum kind of slows down, and that tape starts showing a little bit more red underneath that 140. A little bit of trouble there. I pieced off of it, getting in on the short, but again, that 140. Let's see if that stays heavy there. The future's kind of pushing back up to where we've seen sellers kind of come in the morning. So I guess that's the thesis here. And now Amazon's, again, like we talked about last week, it's not gonna move right in step with the futes, but kind of I guess it feels that sentiment. And now, of course, if the tape is saying a different story, I definitely have to respect that, and that's something that I'm getting better at, right? Yeah, so let's see if these sellers, we talked about that 140, 150 being heavy. Let's see if these sellers kind of come back in. This pre-market consolidation here as well. That 57, 56.5 still holds on ARM. Hasn't really gone too far off of where we left it. People talking about Nikola. Yeah, I know Nikola is definitely in play as well. Sharif, have we taken a look at Nikola today?
Yeah, I mentioned it. It's on the on the daily movers, but you can go ahead and look.
Yeah, Nikola catching a bit of a bid here. That 120 holds out the open, catching new highs from last week. Yeah, let's take a look at what this name's been up to as of late. Here, yeah, bit of a bid. We rebroke that $1 mark. And it's caught about 50 pennies off of that rebreak of that $1. So let's see where this goes. About a 50% retracement of this move here would mean, let me just calculate that real quick. Right there, what is that? That's about, that's almost 3 points. So we're looking for about 1.5 points. So roughly in and around this $2 mark. So let's see if we can make it 50 pennies further on Nikola. If it's going to do about a 50% retracement, we know that these names are definitely in play as of right now. Have you heard anything about the trucks? Like what is Nikola doing as of recent, Sharif, in terms of fundamentals?
They're fantastic at lighting on fire.
Oh yeah, and rolling down hills.
And rolling down,
making it look like it's uphill. Yeah.
By the way, I got stopped out of that AVGR as it broke through 7. So that's a 30 penny loser for me. Way to start off my week right there, baby. But at least we mitigate the damages, Obi, as it's really flushing down here. Good flat bottom break through that 7, though. Should have been alive to that fact. So, yeah, no, but to go back to what you were saying, look, man, I mean, they could turn things around. Who knows, right? They've been making a lot of excuses as to why things are lighting on fire and the components that have been the cause of it and how they've rectified those components, and we'll have to wait and see what they do, but it has not been a good story for them going back to a few years now, right? I mean, the deal with GM fell through because a lot of stuff was overstated, and when that deal fell through, you know, their stock fell down, and it's been tough. It's been very tough. Yeah, I don't mean to make fun of them. I hope nobody's holding their stock in their long-term account. If you are, I hope you're printing. I mean, obviously, I want everybody to do well, but it's just, it's been a tough one for Nikola. Let's see what the catalyst, if there is any today. I know that the Neil was on this one this morning, and I saw it as well moving. What's that, Neil? New CEO. Yeah, here it is. Here's the headline. Nikola Corp shares up 19% after former GM executive, after naming former GM executive as COO. So we were just talking about the association between General Motors and Nikola, and there you go. So I guess a GM exec believed in this company, or he's getting paid or something. So yeah, that's the headline on that one. Guys, I'm not even sure who this person is. Is there a headline here? Mary Chan. Interesting. So COO is named Mary. The CEO is also married Interesting there. A lot of Marys in GM. As Chief Operating Officer, effective October 9th, Chan also serves as an independent director at Canadian auto parts supplier Magna International up in Aurora there, buddy. Nicholas shares rose 5% Friday after announcing it would enter into a partnership with trailer manufacturer ITD Industries for heavy-duty truck sales in Canada. Yeah, we reported that one. The foray for this name into yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Nikola trucks on our roads. I don't want anything blowing up while I'm driving. To be quite honest.
That's true. Yeah, definitely. Did you see that? There's a video recently of I guess it happened in Brampton. Like an SUV ran through like a bunch of people's backyards. That was pretty crazy.
Only in Brampton,
definitely.
Bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to Neil.
That's there's a reason why insurance is
is higher though.
Is higher on that side of the city. It's just I guess drivers are a little
I can see him.
a little cooked.
Neil, do you pay more in insurance living as a resident of Brampton? Okay. He says most people do. Good. Oh, okay. So he's got good insurance because of his alumni. Yes, I did, but I still have bad insurance. Hence why I have a driving app on mine. But I've got a 94 score, Obi. So that 15% discount, it's coming soon, baby. All right.
Nice.
We're moving up here very nicely on Mr. Softy. We did a bit of a nice 328 touch, and now we're talking about a 330 retracement. Here's the look on Microsoft, and for whoever was in the chat there, he's like, does Sharif not know how to say Microsoft? No, but we're just joking. It's Microsoft. We just keep things light, but Softy is moving here, baby. There we go, through 320. It's about to go green. It just went green right now. 330.32 is the HOD. That was a quick wick on the opening break. I don't know what's going on with Softy here, but it's moving nicely. It's nothing really major on it. Microsoft's Pano Pay says after 19 incredible years, that's nothing. What time was that? That was 10:30. No. Anyway, good move up for Microsoft. Let's see what the other big cappers are doing. Okay. Apple, we're like 14 pennies on the money on that. I'm waiting at 92s here for a possible print. Stressla, nice little double bottom off that 265. Very nice looking there. Now about to take 268.5. Even your friend Amazon there is breaking through 140. Meta's moving. Google, AMD looks fabulous. It's up almost 2/3% now, breaking through that 102 level. It's printing highs. AMD is moving nicely here, folks. So a nice move up. Katina, man, you were in AMD today, weren't you?
Yeah, so I just took it out as it broke through.
The Katina man just took it out as it broke through. So that one moving strong as well. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the market in general. Let's have a look at what our Apple trade is doing over here. Yeah, we wet our beak through that break of 177.92, so a little bit of profit there, but definitely looking for that test of the 178, whether it's incoming or not. We're going to have to exercise some patience. 1 2/3 now to the high side here on Apple, Obi. Let me just go back here and talk to some people in the chat. Jay Lee says, you pay a lot since you have a high-priced Jag. Well, brother, you know what? Like, I had another nice car before that, and I wasn't paying nearly as much. So, it's just whatever. It's BS. Kevin Mendoza, COP. Let's have a look at COP and what that one is bamboozling today. 1.42 for ConocoPhillips. Let's have a look here at the chart. This is the daily on COP. Good looking chart, man. I got to tell you, look at that. Usually you don't see that kind of chart on the daily here for a lot of these stocks. But yeah, ConocoPhillips, fantastic move since the COVID. Look at it. This is March 2020. We were at $20. Now we're talking about a 125. We topped out in November of last year at that 135, but really did hold that 100 level. Yeah, we didn't hold it that well, but it was bought into a lot. ConocoPhillips, I'm not seeing. Let me see if there's a headline. I don't think there is. COP. Anything on this one today? ConocoPhillips price target raised. By Mizuho, our friends at Mizuho. 139 from up, one from 35. That's not that big of a move. Let's look at the daily. I mean, the intraday chart on the 5. Yeah, very zigzaggy. I mean, we haven't broken through Friday's highs. Friday's high is 126. Today's high 125 and 3/4. Yeah, there's nothing for me here on a day trade, but you know, daily looks fantastic. What's the 1 hour look like? The 1 hour. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah. This has been very strong in the summer. COP, good look there, man. I have to keep my eye on this one. Very good looking hourly chart here. Look at that. We bottomed out in early July at $100. I know we're 25 bucks higher. Definitely counter market move here. Good luck. Good luck. We'll keep my eye on that.
Yeah, that 58. Take a look at that. 58 is coming back in on ARM. We're still chopping in and around this 140 on Amazon, but that 58 could definitely be interesting here on ARM. Let me just queue up the tape for you guys here. Yeah, let's see what this 58 does. There's no real size. I only see 92 lots there.
150
on sorry, what was that?
150 on Nikola now.
150 on Nikola. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that thing is definitely.
Sorry
going,
to interrupt
right?
you.
No worries.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what this 58 kind of does. I'll be looking to kind of. I think I heard Neil in the morning say that he wants to fade the push into like 62. I think that's definitely something I'm looking for as well. Yeah, if we can distinctly get past some of these 60s here, we could potentially get a push. But this 58, like I said from before, definitely an area of interest. Let's see if this 58 acts as resistance. Not too much size there. That 92 lots dropped down to, what was it, 62 lots. I didn't see if any one of those got filled there. I only see some large prints in the 90s, in the high 90s there. But yeah, just underneath that 58. So let's see, maybe it is going to continue to act as a little bit of resistance here. Futures back up kind of where we were observing sellers right out the open, and we are kind of starting to wick off a little bit here. These are 15-minute candles. And let's see, how much time is left to print some of these? We got about 8 minutes. So 8 minutes left to print some of these candles, and we are starting to wick off of off of it. So right about the halfway point for that candle is about 7.5 minutes. So we're reaching about that halfway point for that 15-minute candle to print. And yeah, that 140 seeming like an area of resistance as of right now, right? We're still kind of chopping in and around that middle there. If we can distinctly kind of get past this low here, this 139.60, 139.70 on Amazon, I think we'll be good to go for that for this pre-market low kind of continuation sell-off underneath that. Again, the thesis being that there were strong sellers on Friday kind of pushing this down, couldn't really get past this 141.50, and lo and behold, come in today, you can't get past that level again, right? It's also, I have to also mention that we are doing a little bit of R-vol here. I have the 30-minute chart up here, but yeah, take a look at this morning, right? In the morning we were doing a little bit of R-vol, 2 R-vol in the morning, and then come out the open, you can't really push past some of these levels here, right? So this is irrelevant, and so is this one. But yeah, take a look at this tight consolidation. We hit that consolidation at 10:30 a.m., right? We hit that consolidation at 10:30 on Friday. Can't get past that level all day. This is a really tight grind consolidation for Amazon, about 1 point grind all day from 10:30, and then coming in today, you can't even get past that level again. So I think I want to stick with that, stick with a little bit of that short thesis. But again, up here, 141.50. So let's see if that 140 kind of comes in as well and pushes it down to the back to the downside. Now, looking left on Amazon, what's the next support level that's significant? For me, I have 137 kind of marked. I don't know if we're going to get there today. The market will have to kind of do a bit of a V shape from some of these tops here. If we can distinctly push back below this 45 and maybe come back through this 15.4 and kind of test some of these lows, maybe that can kind of add to that selling pressure and bring us down here to that 137 on Amazon. But I don't know. I'm keeping my eyes open. We saw a bit of continuation off of this hard rejection of that 145 last week, right? So just coming back into some of these zones here, longer term picture, we're still fine on Amazon, right? We're still perfectly fine in terms of that uptrend, but a little bit of consolidation and a little bit of I guess, yeah, a little bit of relief it would probably be a little healthy before we kind of continue our move back up. But yeah, this 15.4 and 45 still holding, man. I got nothing else on the table. Let me know what you guys are trading.
Well,
in
Nicola
the chat. Yeah,
broke
Nicola, definitely.
150 OB, one Knob.
Nice.
26, 27%. Here we go. Look, I got a dip trade set up on this one at 146 because that was a clear resistance level. So I was looking for it to dip back in before I chase this one. Look at it, rejection off 146 multiple times, and then you get like the breakthrough. Maybe I should up it a little bit to 147. I'm just gonna leave it as is, right? It's something that I'm joining late to the party. 25 points off, you know, a decent headline. I mean, I don't know who this Mary Shen woman is, right? Or what she has to offer here, but it looks like the market likes it. 27.75% now. There was definitely size at that 150 level, which got blown through. And now we're looking here for a 153 print. Where do we wick up to there? We got 153. So we're doing that dance right now. It's going to start stair-stepping up. A good day for Nicola. It had a really bad last couple of weeks after having not such a bad time prior to that. Remember, Nicola was running, and then we got more news about the fires. Here we go. 28.5% now as we move up into that 153, and we knock on the door of 154. So good look for Nicola there. Keeping my eye on that. Just checking up on my Apple trade. Yeah, we're still in the money, but it seems like it's slowing down a little bit. This other one, AMPX, small cap gapper, showed up again because it started touching 5, and then as soon as it got up into that 5, the selling came in, and now we're right back down into that 480s. 3 penny spread on a $4 name. I don't typically like that. The volume is also not that great for a $4 or $5 name. It should have done more volume than 1 2/3 million. It's only 1.65 at the moment. Nicola, by comparison, has done 165 million shares. So, yeah, hence why it's spready. Spready is relative because it is a $4 or $5 name again. Also, this other one, MIRA, Gapper, about 1 million shares, just halted, and then it broke through. Let me pull it up here. MIRA is on the NASDAQ, yeah. Let me just show you guys this one quickly. I don't have a headline. Do I? Yes, I do. Potential future alternative. What is the headline here? Mira Pharmaceutical shares and data and research that positions Mira 1A as potential future alternative prescription medication with properties not found in THC, as well as the potential for fewer side effects. For what ailment? To what end? I mean, it doesn't say. I'll have to look. I'm not going to look now, but there you go. It kind of halted at that 541, gapped up, opened up at 560 something, and then squeezed about almost 6.5, and then the Huadun came in fast and furious. But, you know, most notably, it bottomed out at the open level from the halt. So you always look for the halt levels to act as either support and resistance. At least for now it has, and it gave you about 30 pennies off that to move up, because I think it got up into 590. Huadun King right now giving up the ghost a little bit. Let's see if it holds that 540 area. That was the original halt level. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. Also spready for a $5 name. It's like 7 pennies worth of spread between them. It's 9.2 million share float, so not tiny but not big either. Mira, keep your eye on this one. 80% of the good now, showing up as number 1 on my scanner, now over 1 million shares, having done about 850,000 in the last 5 minutes. So the volume definitely coming in more recently on this one. And there you go. The bottom chart there reflects the increase in volume. Good name, but also quite dangerous. So keep your eye out for that. Let's move back to our Apple trade. And I printed there at 98 as it knocks on the door of that 178. So we're like 25 pennies in the money. Nothing really to celebrate here, OB1 Cano, but we're breaking through that 178 level. But let me tell you who is celebrating. My long-term account.
Oh, okay.
It is doing the sun dance at the moment. I used to, you know, my parents, the first car they bought when they moved to this country, Plymouth Sundance. So very, very apropos. Just thought I'd mention that. And by the way, I saw one of those cars on Facebook Marketplace, because I'm always scouring Facebook Marketplace for deals on whatever, and I saw 1987 Plymouth Sundance. Wow. I was like, bro, if I had more money, I'd buy this. Yeah. Right, and just keep it as you know, memorabilia. But yeah, we're doing a 178 dance here, OB1 Canob on Apple.
Ponzi Fonzie saying this whole year has been one short squeeze after another. Yeah, man. Some of these smaller caps, right? When one gets going, everybody's looking for that next fader. You know, that few $1,000% will definitely kick off the small caps, and then all the shorts are looking for that next fade, parabolic fade, and then yeah, you get caught up in that, and the squeezes start rolling in. But yeah, what are some squeezers, Ponzi Fonzie, that you've been playing? Like, do you play do you play parabolic squeezes or the parabolic short? I know some people are definitely interested in as well. A little bit of a harder strategy to pull there. But yeah, that 140 right here stays a little heavy, comes back into the 70s and the 60s. I start piecing off a little bit, as you guys see. My averages kind of pieces off to the last entry above that 140, and then we come in into that 70. So let's see if we're gonna make a higher low. Then I kind of just don't want to be here. And if we kind of push back towards that 140, obviously the thesis is a little bit in question there. But you know what? As we test the thesis, we're about 20, 30 pennies in the money. So I'll take pieces off of that position just because it's showing me a little bit of a hold here, just above that 39.5. Now again, this could chop, consolidate. We're looking for this kind of to come back in. But if this continues, if the futures looking like they're super strong, kind of continue back to the upside, we will definitely be wrong on this position. People talking about Stitch Fix. Yeah, Stitch Fix definitely. I think they had earnings, or they have earnings.
What is that company?
We talked about this. They do like a custom. They do like custom wardrobes and stuff. I think yeah. So it's today after hours. So today after hours, Stitch Fix is going to be reporting. But yeah, no, they do. I was checking them out last week. I think I had to do like a video for the YouTube Shorts on Stitch Fix. But yeah, they do like custom wardrobes. So they have their own stylists and stuff. So you can send them like a request, be like, this is where I work, this is my lifestyle, and then they have custom stylists that will send you wardrobes for what you want. So I was reading some of the reviews there. And they were like, oh, okay, you know, so and so stylist sent me a great wardrobe. I'm able to wear it at work as well as some casual parties, and then, you know, it's comfortable enough for me to chill out at home as well in those outfits. So, you know, if you want a custom stylist, I guess there's definitely services out there for it.
Shout out to Rahim Alani, who only wears custom-made suits.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Quickly here, O1 Canobe. The menu, because people could see the Katina Main eating vis-a-vis the side camera, so they demanded to know what he was eating, and he is obliged by forwarding me the email. I'm going to hide it. Here's today's menu, ladies and gents. Mediterranean grilled chicken with warm, not cold, warm basil-scented couscous, roasted red peppers, and my favorite, edamame. Oh, baby. But Sean has salad, so, you know, that's the thing. Shout out to the Hayes Record, good friend and frequent viewer of the show, 199 Super Chat. Thank you very much, Hayes. Sharif. Thoughts on Manchester incarcerated spanking? I don't know what any of that means other than Manchester. I'm going to have to Google that. Manchester incarcerated spanking. Are you talking about their players? Because what's his name? Anthony or whatever, he got in trouble for allegedly hitting his girlfriend in Brazil, and he's got basically benched off the national team, and I don't even think he's practicing with the players. Is that what you're talking about? Tag me in the chat. Let me know if that's what you're talking about, because they seem to have all sorts of problems in that team with Jadon Sancho as well, who is dissenting from the coach and, you know, given his opinion about how they should be playing this and that, and as a result, now he's training on his own. He's not training with the team. So and they lost again, by the way. They got shellacked. I think they played Brighton. Brighton is such a good team. Very good. And they've sold so many of their players. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, Apple 1 3/4 to the high side. I'm sitting here at, I believe, 10s or 9s, waiting for that print. We'll see if we get it. Matt Booth, he wants to know about Man U getting beaten soundly. Oh, yeah, they got quite soundly beaten, and I just mentioned that, by Brighton Hove Albion. Brighton is a dang good team, and they are playing in Europe this year. which means they are multi-tournament team, which means they need squad depth. And this is all the while they're selling a lot of their players, who I really like to have so many names. I know you don't care about this, but I'm going to go on about it. Miyatoma,
I like sports.
What a winger, man. This Japanese dude, completely hard to handle. He has to be, you have to double him at all times. The dude he's absolutely fast, he's accurate, he's gifted. He's a box-to-box player. I love soccer, and this week was amazing for soccer. Arsenal pulled, you know what, out of their hat. They beat Everton away at Everton. Been some time since we beat Everton away, even though Everton is in the relegation zone at the moment. But, you know, any win is an important win, especially when you've got so many teams competing right now at the top. You got Liverpool, you got Brighton, who I just mentioned, Arsenal, Tottenham, all 4 1-0. They're all chasing City, who's 5-0. City just doesn't make mistakes, man. City is a dang good team. Anyway, back to Nicola here. Nicola is going, guys, 30%, 20 or 29.5 right now. I'm sitting here at 146s, thinking I'm smart, that I may get that dip trade. It looks like it's not going to come in. It's going to be up and to the right here for now on Nicola as we move into that 155 area. Still technically 154 a high. Mark says short Nicola. I mean, all right, brother. I mean, good. Yeah, if you've got a better view on this one than I do, maybe you've been watching it for longer. But yeah, there's definitely some size here on these levels. I mean, no question about it. Looking at the book here, there is big boy size literally at every level. It's just going to be who overwhelms who, whether buyers overwhelm sellers. But numerically, it does seem like there is more here on the ask than the bids following it up. At least maybe this 149 area looks interesting as well. Bet you there's tons of icebergs on this bad boy. All right, let's flip back to our friend Apple here. It is a print factory on Apple as we continue to head to the upside, breaking through that 178.10 now. We're talking 14s, 1.78%. Where does Apple end up on the day? I'm looking at the ES. I'm looking at the NQ. They're both near high days. It's been a good recovery day after the shellacking we got on Friday. In case you're wondering why, I mean, there was a headline that came in from Taiwan Semi telling its suppliers, yo, don't send me any more machines. I can't sell the chips. So there was concern that, you know, demand was waning with respect to microchips. Microchips now make a big part of the the tech sector with AI, so that caused all sorts of fear, and we had a market sell-off, and there's always the interest rate decision, but not today. I looked at the Fed rate tool, 99% chance we stay put. So I don't think we really get up 25 bips. My concern is how Papa comes out at 2:30 and whether he starts spitting more hawkish talk and says higher for longer, yada, 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 right? The stuff that we've been hearing a lot of lately. OB.
Yeah, we definitely going to be waiting for the reversion man to show up. That's what we're calling him. He's the reversion man. Whenever he shows up, reversions across the table. You know, sure, you gotta get in on the right side and kind of define some of your ranges and watch for those range breaks to fail to follow through. But yeah, a little bit of that's why I call him the reversion man. Whenever Powell's talking, some names have some decent reversions, either relative to when he's talking, before he was talking, while he was talking, and when he gets off. But yeah, it pieced off a little bit of the short there, but it seems like that 140 is staying a little bit resistance. Now we were talking about sports, Sharif. Now I know I'm not that into watching sports. Sure, I'll play them every now and then, just for the exercise. But I don't know if you're familiar with this meme, and in the chat, you guys let me know if you guys are familiar with this meme. But whenever people go on a rant talking about sports, this meme is perpetually playing in the back of my head. Let me know if you know this woman. This woman is like my spirit animal when it comes to people talking about sports. Oh, she's like, go sports. So it's like a classic meme.
Had something like that. Anybody who follows the Big Bang Theory knows that Penny likes sports and Leonard has no idea. So one time he painted on his chest. He's like, he didn't know what sport they were watching. So he's like, go sports. So probably a little bit off that as well. But I like that, Obe. I like that. I fat fingered here on Apple and got out of everything, being the excellent refined trader that I am. Yeah. So accidentally, you know, got out at the $0.25 for everything, but that's 50 penny winner. Not a great move, but you know, not bad. Not bad. All right, we're continuing to head higher here. OB 15,449, the high a day on the NQ. So coming close to that 15,450.
Yeah, I got out of my short because of that. Right, we were catching a bit of strength there, Sharif. So I did piece off of the longs. So just gonna wait till the I guess the next trade, of course. But that 140 looking a little heavy still. So I was thinking about a potential short, but the thing is, I got to listen to the chart a little bit. We are printing higher lows off of this heavy selling that we had kind of in the morning. We broke pre-market low, and then kind of failure to follow through, which caused me to get long. Right, and then we tried the short after we got out of the long into the 140, trying to test that the thesis of sellers still staying heavy. Sellers were definitely a little bit there, but not as heavy as we were looking for. And then if the NQ and the ES are screaming to their highs on the day, I definitely want to piece off of this, take that risk off, as some of the reasons for being in that trade were that there were sellers here on the NQ and ES. That was part of the confluence there. And the fact that we are kind of negating some of those and violating some of those levels, yeah, you definitely want to piece off of that short. Yeah, Ryan saying yes, Amazon looks like a long. Yeah, potentially. If you're getting long off of this 139.40s, 139.50 hold, and then the consecutive hold on top of these 60s into that 140 break, I'm going to stay a little bit patient and see what we do in and around this 140. I don't want to get trapped in a potential long trap or even a short trap here, as this level I'm expecting it to be a little key, expecting liquidity to be here, and it's kind of shown itself with respect to that 140 level. Now, if the ES and the NQ are going to stay strong and rip to the upside, I want to stay away. I want to respect the tape. I want to respect the action. I want to respect the market and get out of that short there. And until that next move kind of comes in, I'll be waiting for the next trade, right? That 58 seems like it's resistance for now, but we've only pulled back about half a point there on ARM off of that 58, which was pretty decent if you took the short off of that 58. Kind of failure to follow through, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of coming in, but a little sideways on the day. Now, I want to see what's moving today, so let's take a look at what are some of the volume gainers on the day, what's doing some significant RVol on the day, and what's doing the highest volume in the U.S. markets today. So obviously at the top of the list we got Tesla. You know, Tesla is had that news with Saudi this morning, but Elon said that it was all fugazi. So I don't know when he says that.
And Turkey, don't forget.
Right, and with Turkey. So I don't know what time Elon came out and said that, but out the open, definitely sells off of that news. That 280 short definitely coming into fruition here. Let's see if that 260, 265 area holds on the day on Tesla. So that 280 definitely going to be resistance there. What say you to potentially looking at calls or puts on Tesla, Sharif? Do you ever play options on some of the larger tech names like that?
I've never touched Tesla in my personal account. I was talking to Sean about this on Friday. I'm like, I just can't handle the volatility on this one.
Yeah.
It'll probably drive me up the wall. But I mean, I know that I'm missing out because this company is going to be. I believe in the dude.
Yeah.
I think he can solve many of the problems, and he's shown his propensity to do it. What I really want to read is that Walter Isaacson book, but I digress.
What's the Walter Isaacson book?
His biography.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He had like unprecedented access. He saw Elon in his good moments, his bad moments, how Elon mistreats certain people, how he rewards them in other times, and he really got full. According to him, he's saying now he could be pumping up his book, obviously, but. He said he got good at it. Now, with respect to your earlier question, when that headline came in with Elon calling BS on the Wall Street Journal report, that on my blotter, OB1 Canop came in at 11:26. So
okay, so let's take a look here. 11:26. Okay, yeah. I guess it wasn't too long ago. We don't really make too significant of a move off of that. You kind of maybe bid back up. into this. So I guess this consolidation is what I'll be interested in, that 270 to 263, 264-ish. If we can either break above or below this consolidation going forward during the week, we know it's Monday. That Monday consolidation break might be something here off the 270 to 264 there on Tesla. Now Apple doing the second most volume right now. But yeah, so taking back up, pushing for high a day. We see that's reflected in the AS and the NQ as well, as they're pushing back up towards levels where we saw sellers in the morning. And Apple is doing something very similar here. This is very peculiar, this slow kind of grind up, almost like a melt up off of this 17650-ish area here, where Apple seems to have found some support. Again, this selling area right here, that 17750, that kind of topped out in the morning on Friday, kind of comes back in, and take a look at where we find support. That consolidation, pre-market consolidation of Friday, we kind of come right back in and bounce off of that 17640, and then we're melting back up to the upside here. So you know what? That 179 high of day, I'm definitely interested in this 179 high a day on Apple. We know that this Avenger, AVGR, Avenger Inc. Definitely is on people's radar here. Take a look at this R vol that it's doing, man. That's crazy. This R vol is in the thousands. So this is doing almost 2,500 R vol on the day. AVGR, it does not see this kind of volume, but post-split runner. Classic there, post-split runner there on AVGR. Maybe if we can hold some of these pre-market levels. As we are doing a significant RVOL, I don't know what the float on this name is, but yeah, look, shares float right there. Okay, 650,000. For the shares float, and we're doing doing a volume of 27 million. So a bit of a float rotation maybe potentially happening there. A lot of shares exchanging hands, as this ticker doesn't necessarily get this kind of volume on the regular. But yeah, that's ridiculous. I'll be watching for this. Now I don't really have I guess strategies or plays that kind of revolve around some of these names here, but maybe something we can look towards in the future. Maybe potentially coming up with strategies for something that's doing ridiculously high RVOL, right? Something like 2,000. That's crazy, man. But yeah, definitely want to be careful with this one, as the float is less than 600,000. That can easily be cornered. That can easily be manipulated. So I definitely want to steer away from the fugazi that this might hold, right? We know that Mara and Riot were also kind of of interest. Mara, that $10 level, take a look at that. We're doing significant RVOL in the pre-market. $10 comes in, you can't get past that $10. The $10 might be a decent place to get involved here if we can kind of revisit that. What's going on, Sharif?
All right, guys. The bully is at the big desk.
All right.
He's going to take your lunch money. It is time for lunch money. All good, bro.
Lunch money, this is where it's all about finding those opportunities that might not have been set up in the morning, but you're looking for something at lunchtime in the middle of the day when the market slows down a bit, or maybe just something for the afternoon to set up. So we got a bunch of ideas we're going to line up for you, but I have to start with one little thing there. You know, noticing the conversation that was going on with Sharif and Obi. If you like Tesla, just get into Tesla. What are we talking about here? If you like the company and you think it's going to be fantastic and you like it for the long term, why not just dollar cost average in? I don't know. That's just my 2 cents, but maybe I'm a little bit biased with that. Let's start with one of my personal favorites, Unity. So let's get to Unity software. Obviously not the greatest day in the world for Unity. Quadunk to the old downside. That's what it looks like. Not a very good open. You saw it completely roll over. Died a horrible death. Made a bottom here at 32.50. Now, what makes this interesting is it did go down over 10%. So it is short sell restricted. That means you cannot remove liquidity from the bid to enter a short position unless the last tick was an uptick. So the uptick rule is in effect for Unity today and tomorrow. That sets it up for some bounce plays where if you can find longs when a stock is SSR, just a little bit more juice to the upside, a little more difficult for shorts to get in there. So what do we see here? A couple of things. I mean, if it gets back into the low, you know, obviously maybe down around that 32.5 or the 32 even can be support. But hey, you've got now a higher low set up at 33. You've already made one SSR bounce off 32.50. So I look at that 33 level for a potential dip buy this lunchtime and afternoon. You're also pretty well set up for a 33.60 breakout on Unity. So a couple of ways to play this. I would be looking for that ideal long situation. I feel as if you're scalping the short in here right now, you're going up against the market, you're going up against a name which is beat down. And just to throw it out there, I usually like these types of plays if they've already bounced off a significant level. And if you look at the daily chart here, it's not just that it went SSR. It bounced off recent support going back into the 18th of August and right down around that 32.90. So underneath 33, a little bit of a liquidity grab at that support level on the daily. So you have a couple of reasons why it is bouncing. One, you've got a support level on the daily chart. Two, you have the SSR bounce. You have 32.5, 33. You've got a 33.60 potential breakout for Unity. It doesn't mean it has to go up, but I like those setups for like little tight scalp trades in there. Whenever I'm making an SSR bounce play, I usually want to give it a very tight stop. The idea being is that it's a relief rally. It should start to work right away, and you don't want to give it as much room. That's the benefit of that type of a play, is generally speaking, you're only risking 5 to 10 cents to try and get a bigger move on something like Unity software. Bonus for them, 9% short float. That never hurts. I always like a little bit better when you have some kind of a short flow for one of these SSR bounces. That just means that you have some shorts that are covering when the stock has that horrible day, which is most stocks 10% down. It's going to be a horrible day. I suppose it's just another day if you're like Nikola or CGC, but for Unity, 10% is going to count a lot. It's going to be impossible not to talk about the chips here today in terms of opportunity. Going to start you off with AMD. We'll talk some NVIDIA. It's really just this pair. But AMD almost a full percent to the upside, now trending up. So this was a liquidity grab underneath $100 today. Start with the higher time frame. Can't ignore it. There's 100. I wish I could tell you, I mean, I don't have the fail key, but I wish I could tell you that I was looking for that double bounce off 100. I think when you're trend down like this, as a trader, all you see is trend down stock. If it takes out that 100, wow, this could be all the way down into the mid-90s pretty quick, and it looks like that great short opportunity. Well, it wicked the bottom and found support, and now you're stair-stepping back into the upside. So with that, higher lows all the way through. It has yet to make a lunchtime pullback. I think you're looking for two things here specifically on NVIDIA. One, you could come right back in, maybe support 101.50, but even more bullish move would be holding that open range top, like that secondary break here. This is 101.80. And then when you broke out here, you supported it 101.80 again. So that 102 psychological, yes, I think it could break 102 and still be along at the 101.80 area. It's almost like a wait for it to break 02s, or maybe just take 02s and give it that 20 cents. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends, and the trend has certainly been to the upside on AMD, no question. The other one out there in chipland is going to be NVIDIA. You know, respect the fact that both of these names looked really bearish at one point this morning. I don't think, I mean, NVIDIA obviously more so than anything, because it really rolled over. If we're going to call AMD a liquidity grab underneath $100 when it was only down there by a little bit, then what NVIDIA did today was all kinds of a liquidity grab. It broke down a consolidation at 428, dropped to 420, higher low right back in here at 26, and now we're almost breaking out at 440. I mean, that is one hell of a death wick. I feel like there's a lot of shorts that got trapped in there at the open. And then right here, when it broke 430 and came back under, I feel like some shorts got trapped in here, making that a more explosive move to the upside. If we get through 440, NVIDIA is definitely on a nasty little churn to the upside. Now, the problem is I don't really have a great, like, you have that 102, 101.80 area on NVIDIA or on AMD that I like, but you don't have that so much on the dip buy here for NVIDIA. It could just be a clear out of the 440 that we're watching for here today. Obviously, I'll care a little bit about what happens to ARM. That short has been working now off the 58 level, but if both these continue higher, I feel like that could come into trouble. But man, the trend is your friend, as I did mention there. One name which did not get a lot of, I say, press in the morning show, Rightfully so, we had a bunch of the viewers, and shout out to all of you that were sort of mentioning, hey, why aren't you guys looking at Alibaba? I did have it on the radar today. Oh man, Sharif, we were talking about Alibaba this morning underneath this level on the daily. And it's frustrating because sometimes you'll throw ideas out there that aren't your A+, and then like you look back and it's like, oh, that was really, really good. You had the flat bottom here at 87 on Alibaba, and then you have this big level at 82. The even bigger one on the daily is the 80. So when you have a level like this, sometimes you just do the liquidity grab underneath because the stock has not been explosive. Like it's been very calm, very tame. So when you get that kind of a wick underneath, sometimes you get one of these. Again, massive liquidity grab underneath the bottom. When this happens and it makes a higher low, the breakout trade off the opening range is absolute gold. And this is what I mean. Like it's just sometimes it's about what's in the future, and I'll get to that in a second, but when this pre-market high gets broken, you're just looking for that to continue. That kind of a grab underneath and the breakout is super explosive. Now I like this 86.5 for some dip buys. 87 was that flat bottom break on the daily. I think that's why you have resistance up at 87. So I would rather be long on the dip as opposed to trying to go long up there where you had that previous support level on the daily chart. So support possibly turning into resistance. That leads you in a bit of a scalp trade, buying the dip on Alibaba. Great name. I mean, look, it's a great move off the open. I think if you're paying a little bit more attention, when you get those liquidity grabs, joining the breakout trade can be absolute gold, and it did give it to you there. So trend is your friend, as I said. That definitely applies to Alibaba here. Got to talk at least a little bit about crypto. Now, this morning, Mara didn't want to cooperate with the $10 level, despite the 30% short float. I mean, a lot of people wanted that one to continue a breakout. Didn't happen. Michael Noss was talking about it. Didn't get through 10.50. I liked it, trying it in front of 10 for the dip. That didn't work either. Now you're kind of trending into the downside here. Now I had this first test off 10. The bounces here was looking pretty good, then stopped right out. You've made a bottom here at 970, but look at this just absolutely hug this trend line to the downside. So what I'm looking for on Mara in particular is we get back down to this bottom here at 970, look for a false liquidity grab underneath, and then a relief rally to the upside. Now it's not SSR because the stock actually right at 980, it's flat on the day, so you're not down 10% or anything like that. But what I do like about this is it's at a major support level on the daily. And when that's the case, the higher time frame is telling me, okay, it's in an area of chop where there's been buy support before. Look for those little tiny bounce plays around levels like that. So it's given it up all day long. You've already had a bounce off to 970. I'd look for a false break of this bottom sometime throughout lunch. If you can get underneath that 965, hold on to 950, look for that little bit of a relief long. I think if you're shorting this to $10 level, it's made a lot of sense, right? But you're not at $10. You're much closer to that false bottom break. Now, if it breaks the low and doesn't make any bounce off the 950 level, I don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. It's got to be a false break of the current low that holds the 950 to get me involved in that trade. You got to give a little nickel of love out there. If you've been long this one, like we had it this morning, you've been pretty happy. Want to set up what we're looking for this afternoon, though. Just caveat, I'm still in 20% of the long of this. And we had this one for the 135 break. It dipped down in, gave you a bit of a reload opportunity. It's since broken out the local high and gone toward 160. This is where I said if it got to 170, I'm looking short on Nikola. So this is the 170 level. It was a little bit of a consolidation, not much of one when it got to this 170. Started a bit of a downturn, quite frankly, like 175, 170. If we get to that price, you've also got the 50 sitting up there at that 180 level. So just a lot that I think can turn the stock around. If you're going to tell me a new COO is the reason this is squeezing, fair enough. That's not a bad catalyst. It's up because of 21% short float, more than it is that. So I'm always looking for that big return or reversal play at some point, and it is in the range. The 170 to 175, look for a false break there. There's still time because it's so early in the session and it's at least 10% away from that resistance level that there might be one last dip buy where you can go into the long. Forget about the 135 that we had earlier. I think you got to worry about a 150 break that holds the morning high, which is about 145, 146. Like if that's not, if that dip buy doesn't hold, I don't want to dip on Nikola. So it's got to be like that mid 140 area. If it takes that out, I'm not really even that interested in 135 again. I feel like that would be too bearish. But I'm looking to get out of the long in front of 170 and look for that wick short at the 175. On Nikola, great morning for it, but it's getting darn close to that retracement trade for me. Got to give you at least one big tech name that got ignored this morning, Meta. There's no midday flush today on a big cap tech name, so I guess that's good. Like there's no Netflix going ham. There's no Meta going ham to the downside, but we are getting a pullback on Meta. And we're not just getting it at any level. Now, a couple of things with regards to Meta. Let's start with the daily chart here because Meta had been on one. You know, you were grinding above the 50 period on the daily. It looked like you were finally breaking out to end the week, and we got to 310 and 312 actually. Friday happened, we reversed. Now you're challenging this 50 period again at 302. It's a bit of a battle happening at that 302 area. And when you see levels like this, okay, well, why are we rejecting 302 in a strong upward trend? When we break out, we kind of explode to the upside. Let me just get a bigger chart for you guys. When we explode to the upside, when we break that 302, and now we're coming back. Why is that an important level? Okay, zoom out. That's that 50 period on the daily. If it holds on to that, great. I want longs over. I want shorts under. That's all I want to think about here. If it holds on underneath here and the market's rolling over, you want to be with the direction of the market, then I think that can be a safe short. But first things first, it's an upward trend. If it holds trend, I think Meta can just be a long that works off that 302 level. It's been hugging the 50 period on the day anyway, so there hasn't been much else that you can look at in terms of giving you the trend for the afternoon other than that 50 period on the daily. And I'll give you one last bonus one because I think we talked some Disney this morning. We didn't talk much about Netflix. Netflix didn't really have a great week. Okay, fine. Netflix had a crappy week last week. It's pretty darn nasty. You go down 10% on the week, actually more than that. There has not been a bounce day for Netflix. It took out that 400 level on the daily, and it's looking like it's resolving underneath this. So if you go past just what we had in the middle of August, which is that 400 bottom, and you look to the last time it was at 400, you had all these wicks down to 395. It would break 400, get to 95, 96, and then bounce. Well, today, you were down here and holding underneath 400 with a bounce, rejection of underneath 395. This is the morning. Let me zoom it in for you guys. You get down to 395, wick underneath, and then hold it. Right back up, reject 400, so your 400 level's still good. You then get underneath that 95 again, find a hard bottom, rally, look like you're breaking out, and now we're back into this 395. If this doesn't hold on to 395, I think it could get really ugly real fast for Netflix. Not the best looking trade on the daily chart in terms of the long, but if you get under 395, this could be another bad day for Netflix. If it sees 400 today, I feel like that's probably a fade. The market could do some strong things, but you got to be above 400 before I like Netflix again for any kind of a trend to the upside. So we got a lot of names out there for you, a lot of trading opportunities, and I didn't even talk about ARM. I promise you, tomorrow's going to be absolutely wild for Lunch Money because last week we had literally the open of ARM while Lunch Money was going on. Maybe it'll be the same thing again tomorrow, talking about Instacart. But for now, that is Lunch Money. Some ideas out there for you. Let's stay hungry.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Very thorough and well put. Appreciate that. Obi, you had something you wanted to speak about with respect to liquidity grabs.
Yeah,
and somebody was asking about that in chat.
Yeah, for sure. I think, let me just pull up the name here. Somebody in the chat asked, what is a liquidity grab? Let me just see if I can find your name here real quick.
That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, all right. We can just talk about what a liquidity grab is. Now, I'll try to do my best. Now, I'm sure Sean or Neil could give you a much better explanation on this. But okay, so liquidity grab, for example, let's just take Amazon here, right? For example, or you know what? Let's do ARM since ARM is definitely in play. let's talk about what a potential lick grab can look like here, right? Okay, so we know that 158 is kind of a significant level, right? So let's take a look at what 158 did over the past few days. Right, so 158, why is that a level of significance? So on the first day, you kind of come in and you can't get, you fade off of this 62 initially, and then you can't get past that 58, right? And that 58 acts as support, and it pushes up off of that. So coming in today, we know potentially that 58 can be a level of interest, and we're watching it for it to respect. So here's the thing. If you're getting in as a short, and you want to get short 58, which also corresponds with this pre-market low consolidation, right? So a bit of confluence there on the 58 level. And say you want to get short. You're getting in short 58.10, 58.15, maybe right at 58. You want to be very strict with your price, and you're like, I only want 58, right? And I want to give it 10, 15 pennies. Now think about all the players that are shorting in and around that 58. Where are their stops, right? So their stops are potentially 58.10s, 58.20s, 58.30s, wherever you want to put it, and there is liquidity that's sitting there on the book with those stops, right? So there are live orders while the price is trading here in the 15.7s, right? So right here, so we can this is a perfect example of a lick grab, right? We established that that 58 is there. You kind of come back in. It looks like it's going, right? So there's definitely some shorts in here, and you know there's potential liquidity here, or your thesis is that there's potential liquidity here because 58 is a decent area to interact with. We've already kind of failed the 58 once, twice, and then yeah, you get short here. There's definitely liquidity here, and then the price comes in and grabs all of this liquidity before kind of coming back in, right? So that is my definition of a potential liquidity grab, where like you have orders, you expect them to be there, or maybe you have level 4, or you have what's it called, bookmap, and you see that there's a lot of liquidity that's sitting in and around this level, and the price kind of comes in, grabs all of that liquidity, and then kind of continues back down towards where it wants to go. And that's what we're seeing here off the 58 on ARM. You can see that quick lick grab, about 50, 60 pennies off the 58, and then you come back in, because I guess the bigger picture idea on the day was the sell-off back into potentially that initial reaction low 55.50, incoming right now as we speak on ARM with that lick grab of that right above that 58. So that's the definition. That's my definition of a lick grab as of right now. And Sean's saying he's short 58. That's a great place to sell.
Absolutely, yeah. Great trade for the Katina man. He's probably going to continue to print on that one, as ARM's giving up the ghost after that big move up last week. It was very volatile, very interesting stock to trade. All right, we're in Nikola here, and I'm looking at dollar cost average into this one, into that 150 level. I'm looking to get a better price with some profit takers set up in case it goes without me here. So my next little dip trade at 154. Let's see if we can get a better ACB on that bad boy. And I'm back in Apple here, as I did like the, again, I'll use Obi's word, the late grab, dipped into 178 and shot right back up. So I did like this one after fat fingering off this one earlier, getting out of the entire position incorrectly. So dipped into 178.11 and shot right back up into the 40s. So I did like that. Now we're going to test that $half level to see if we get continuity. And while I keep my eye on that, I'm keeping my eye on the futures, knowing full well we're having trouble with that 50-point level at around 15.450 or so. So need to be very cognizant of that. If we keep rejecting that level, there may be a good chance that Apple doesn't go. So a couple of things to consider here. I'm also keeping my eye on NVIDIA, that just went green on the day, 441.10 high. I don't even need to mention AMD. It's been green for a while, and it just broke through that 102. It didn't break through, got around 102.5, 102.48, the high day on that guy. So keeping my eye on those two. Nikola in one, Apple in the other. We'll see if we can get a fill. I already have a profit taker set up just in front of the $half here on Apple. Now up almost 2%, 1.94% on the day. Dan Ives liking this one with a 240 price target. Dan Ives followed by a lot of people. Hate him or love him, you know, he is quite popular. with Wedbush, a Wedbush analyst, and always, you know, never a lot of words, that guy. He always lets you know what he's thinking. So yeah, with respect to Nikola, in case you're just joining us, a new CEO appointed here, COO, not CEO, CEO from GM. You'll recall that General Motors and Nikola had a partnership until it was dissolved by GM for various reasons. So keep an eye on that. Dinkelberg, what you working out today? ARMS? Cute. So Sean says ARM is at IPO price. So anybody trading that, keep your eye on that. Yeah, Dinkelberg, somebody asked me that last week too. They're like, is it arm day? I think it was Sean, actually. He was like, is it arm day today or leg day? I was like, oh, it's both. We're doing a double workout today. Today is leg day, though. Quads. I split my leg day up into 3. Hamstrings, glutes, and quads. Today is quad day, and it will be a thorough one. Just leave it at that. All right, back to the market. Apple doing the dance with no pants here in front of that 150 level, almost that 50 level, 178.50. Looking for that print just in front of that level. We'll see if we get continuity, but Apple been looking strong on the day. Oh, and I should mention, my very good friend Lee Otto got an upgrade today, which I'm happy about. But still, technically, I got to tell you the truth, does not look good until it really breaks and closes above that $42 level. So we'll have to wait and see. There we go. We get the print there on Apple as it is now breaking through that 48 penny level. Not a bad move here on my friend Apple. Looking good, looking good. Overhead squats, snatches, etc., says Lone. You know what, dude? I have not done overhead squats in a while, but I will show you a video of me doing one since you brought it up. Because, well, whatever. Let's just go ahead and do it over here. Does it remember my password? Okay, good, good. All right, Obi, take over while I log into my Instagram.
Yeah, no worries. It seems like this 140 stays a little bit heavy here, right? It gave you that chance to hit it again. And yeah, that 140 kind of coming in again. We missed it this time around as had gone up for a quick break there. Yeah, when was this? Right at 12. So yeah, right around lunch money there. So it kind of comes in, gives you that move again, and then rebids right back into that 140. So I guess we're seeing a little bit more of the same from last week, right? Last week we had that consolidation hold that kind of came in around 10:30, and then we just chopped and grinded all day, and then closing at the lows here. So that 140, I'm gonna be vigilant now just to see if there's any lick grabs in and around that 140 above it, and if we stay heavy on top of that. But yeah, ES and NQ kind of teetering in and around their highs on the day. Let's see where that takes us. We were talking about that 45 kind of being key, and we blasted off very distinctly off of that 45, and then now testing this 45. 12, 45, 15. So not too far away, but we did kind of blast off of that after consolidation, and then same with the 15.4 on the NQ. Let's see if that 15.5 can come into play as well today. That only being 50 points away, and yeah, take a look at that. That 140 looking
at Apple, bro.
Looking pretty strong. Yeah, what's going on with Apple?
Apple's a rocket. It just blew through that $50 level. I was so excited to show my overhead squats here. Now I don't even care. We're looking at our friend Apple go through that 178 and 2/3 level, Obi, but finding a little bit of resistance. We'll have to wait and see if this one gets the continuation. Now over 2% to the good. What's Nikola doing? All right, so now it is dipping into that 154 area. It's at 155, but that's where my dip trade is set up. We'll see if we can get that print and get a better ACB on that one. One Kenob. What did I just do there? Oh, that's why. I was on the wrong screen, Obi. What am I doing? Did I just like completely get rid of the screen? Oh, there it is. All right. So this is overhead squats, Obi. Check this out. All right, come to the screen here, baby. All right, so this is the look. How do I make this thing bigger? Ah, there we go. So first of all, you have to clean it, unless you're going to take it off the rack, which I didn't. I had to clean it. This is 185. So then the look here is you have to make sure your shoulders are completely retracted back, and you have what they call your linear plane. So check this out. I only banged out 3 of these bad boys. This is overhead squatting. I haven't done this in a while. And I probably wouldn't be able to do it this weight right now either, to be honest with you. This is my move there. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, nice.
Overhead squatties. I miss doing these. All right, back to Apple over here. Wow. All right, there we go. Back into that 2/3 level. I'm going to set up another little profit taker for my friend on Apple at that 69 level. We'll see if we get that print as it, yeah, let's move up into that 69 level. Lucky number 69. I think we printed 66s there, OB, but we're not going to fat finger this one like we did before. So keep an eye on that. There we go. We get the fill on Nicola at 54. Now my ACB is 57, which isn't great. We'll have to wait to see if we hold this 50 period here. It's been doing a good dance with 50 period. Ultimately, though, this will have to hold the 50-cent level. If it doesn't hold the 50-cent level, that would be the end of my trade on that one. To be honest with you, I'm not seeing too much size move up with the bid. It looks like, you know, for the moment, seller is a little bit in control, but we do have this consolidative area just a smidge above 50, where 52 is the low and 54 is the high. So if we are able to hold this previous consolidating level, then that will be a good look. But yeah, sub 50, that will be the end of my trade on that one. But we'll have to wait to see if we get that. So that's the look there.
Nice, nice look there. The future is kind of looking super strong here. Yeah, got a little bit short here in the 140 because I want to keep testing this idea until it kind of proves me wrong here off the 140 short. But yeah, the ES and the NQ looking pretty strong there. And ARM pushing that 56. I almost took a long here for a second off the 56 when it looked like it was holding for a bit. But yeah, about 400 lots right there, 500 lots right there at the 56. But yeah, just in and around that level from the IPO open, as Sean mentioned. Let's see if we can take this piece out here and push towards those lows. That 55.55, I'm definitely looking at that as a potential area to interact with here. But yeah, that 58, if that 55.55 comes in and you have shorts off the 58, that's a level-to-level move, just doing that intraday, and that's a pretty solid trade there on that. But yeah, that 140, let's see if that stays heavy. I know people in the chat were talking about IOVA, and I pulled it up, and yeah, it's doing some decent volume today on the day. Average volume being about 11.5 mil, and it's doing about 16.5. So definitely something going on here. Now I don't know what the catalyst for this potentially is, but it seems that it's been kind of downgraded. Insider buying might have happened as well over the weekend. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys have in and around this level here. But yeah, this 140 kind of coming in. Let's see if those sellers kind of show up just on top of this 140 here, and we can kind of resume shorting this area as it can potentially stay heavy. But as the ES and the NQ are pushing their highs, I definitely don't want to be over leveraged on this, which I'm not. And yeah, as it kind of comes in, and if it does come in and the idea starts to work, I'm definitely willing to add more onto this position. Lone Sofo is saying, I suppose the ES wants 20s. Yeah, it seems like ES may be pushing back up, but let's see, right? Let's see how far it can get to. It's only done about 2 points off of this consolidation break here. But yeah, here from the corner there, Sean saying, watch out for ARM. Yeah, that size decrements right there. We just saw 400 lots there, and then now it's about 195. And yeah, all of those lots printed I have here. Yeah, so it was 56 got printed. It took out half of the supply there that was sitting there, and then now we're kind of holding that 56. So let's see where we go in and around that 56 there. I'm waiting, like I said, for that 55 to potentially be there for. Had the 58 initially, didn't have it again, and it gives it to you twice, thrice, and 4 times. But yeah, that 58 definitely coming into play today.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of comments, let's call them that, because that's all they are, in the chat with respect to my choice of exercise. So anybody who wants to understand what I'm doing really needs to research something called linear chain strength. once you research that, then we can have a conversation. All right, let's move back into Nicola over here. Yeah, that's another very good one. Yeah. But that's a completely different motion for linear strength. For your linear chain, absolutely. Yeah, because you don't have it from both sides. You have it from one arm. So you're cool. I mean, all the power to them. But yeah, I so far don't, and I'm going to continue to do it. So back into 156. Here we go. We get a nice dip trade off the 50 period. Right there. So now we're gonna look for possible continuation into that 160 level. I'm talking about Nicola. The other move here, we got into 69s, and I was able to wet my beak a little bit on that one on Apple, but we're waiting for continuation. We're gonna let this one go. It's midday. It's gonna stair step up. And yeah, that's all I really have to say about that one. Apple's continuing to show strength now, 2.1% to the high side. The Katina Man is in arm, so anybody in that, keep your eye on that. It just bounced off 56, but big move down off that 58 rejection, bro.
Yeah, that one we talked about, that 140 being heavy right there. Didn't have time to get more in, but that 140 can't even break. For now, of course, as it's still consolidating. 140 kind of fails to follow through. The ES and the NQ kind of start to wick back down into this range. We were like, oh, the ES is only 2 points, breaking only 2 points above its range, and the same thing with the NQ, only 10 points above kind of this range we've made over the past 45 minutes here. So yeah, a bit of a potential failure to follow through there. Let's see if that kind of continues in. That 140 again keeps on is a gift that keeps on giving today, as that short off that 140 might be nice, because not only do you do it twice, thrice, but 4 times now off of that 140. So let's see if that comes in. I do notice that price is compressing a little bit here. So let's see if we can make it back to the 60s here for this consolidation pattern to kind of continue. And if we can't, that's fine as well. But yeah, that 140 staying a little nice here. Field Warrior. Now this is the second time you've asked us to take a look at MGM, and yeah, let's take a look at MGM here and see what it's up to. No worries. All right, so MGM on the day, let's see. It's not really doing too much volume, average volume being about 5 million, and it's, what is it? It's a little past 12, so we've done about half, roughly almost half of that volume, maybe about 0.4 more to go on MGM. But yeah, I don't know if this has a catalyst or anything. Let me know if this, like, what's the reason for you to be involved this MGM today.
By the way.
What's that?
They had a hack last week.
Oh, they had a hack last week. Okay,
Yeah.
so potential. Okay, so I guess they had a hack last week, and we've been selling off since last Monday here. I see. So okay, so catching a bit of a sell-off since last Monday. So if you are kind of swing shorting this name, it's been selling off since the 50 test there. And yeah, let's see. Maybe a larger time frame. Let's take a look at the daily here. What do we got? Yeah, so about a bit of a churn here since the early mid of last year, actually 2022. We've been bidding up, which is a little bit different than some of the other tickers that have only been bidding up since January here. But yeah, definitely MGM not a part of the big tech, right? Definitely, it's these guys are casino and hotel, right? So yeah, that's a decent look here. Catching a bit of a sell-off based off of, I guess, continuation from last week. I don't know too much about what the news going on is, but yeah, thank you, Sharif, for mentioning that last week
Yeah, so
they had.
Caesars got hacked.
Go for it.
And they actually had to pay out a ransom to the hackers.
They actually paid it out.
Yeah,
Damn.
Caesars did, and they kept it hush-hush until the MGM story broke. I'm not sure how
Some like now you see me stuff going on there, or what's happening there? Who are those guys?
Your guess as good as mine, dude. I mean, I don't know. I'm just reporting what I read, but it's interesting. And then the MGM one, I don't know how it got leaked, but then the FBI got involved, this and that. Oh, I know how it worked, because people couldn't even use the elevator. It was such a bad breach, and then
what a hack.
Yeah, so
almost. Yeah, okay. I almost want to say beautiful, but like it's I know it's
well,
bad.
you're about to say more because I'll tell you in a second how it was. They socially engineered this hack.
How?
Someone called in to the help desk or whatever at MGM, pretended to be a high-level executive, found out which executive would have the clearance for what they needed. I don't know how they did that, LinkedIn, whatever. And then basically called in, got the password reset, pretended to be that person, got the password reset, got all the clearances that they needed, went in, and basically, obviously the software is impressive as well. But what I found to be more impressive was how they socially engineered the entire thing. Make a long story short, they shut down the elevators, people couldn't check in and out, and it was a whole debacle. That's why I think it made more headlines than the Caesars one, which they just kind of paid it out and were able to get everything out.
They're probably losing more money than kind of not paying them. Is that the case there? That's why
it's not the first people that have paid, right? Like companies will pay these hackers ransom and keep it hush hush, and then fix the IT situation as ex post facto. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, we've got a print here at 75.
Did MGM do something like or bad recently or something? Like what? Or are these just like, are these vigilante hackers, or are they like
money,
they're just hacking for the money?
Yeah, I think.
Or just hacks for lulz.
That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know, right? Position. Oh, there we go. Position board updated. Yeah, no. To be honest with you, I'm not really 100% sure about with that, but I know that the kind of the impressive part, if you want to call it impressive, it's illegal, obviously, was how they were able to kind of socially engineer their way in. And yeah, that's the whole thing there. All right, Nicola, I put my out through the break of 150. So this one's going to have to hold 150, otherwise I want no part of it.
Oh, Field Warrior is saying, now again, I don't know how true this is. He's saying 4.5 to 8 milli a day losing estimation for like, I guess, not running.
Eek. That's not some change.
Yeah, if you're losing about 5 to 8 mil a day because you can't run your business, I think you'll be paying out a nice sum for that for the systems to get back online there.
Yeah. Well, that's not a good look. I mean, that's anyway. Not that I understand really what is involved in these business models. Like I don't, right? I just know that the story, and I'm reporting on it. Essentially. All right, we took some out there at 180. Sorry, 178.80 on Apple. I saw the Katina man in the chat mention that 179 level. I couldn't agree more. For a possible short, we know we wicked up there in the opening range break at 9:35. We touched 178.98. We're only 20 pennies away from that now. So be on the lookout for definite resistance at that level. And, you know, by definite, I mean possible. Right? Yeah, because nothing's definite when it comes to this game over here. And by that, I mean trading. Yeah. All right. 85's coming in. We'll see how we do. 86 is here. Old one Canob. We're going to wet our beak at 88s. But good move up. What's the NQ up to here? Let me just have a look. 92s, 93s now on Apple. We're moving quite aggressively here on Apple. We're not at highs quite yet on the NQ, but the NQ is pumping. Here comes okay, we're going to have to wet our beak here, One Cano, because this is a level we talked about. 178.99 on AAPL. There's some size here on the book at the whole dollar level. A lot of green and orange coming in on my tape, which usually means above the ask. We break through it here. This is very interesting. We are HOD, One Cano. We're going to wet our beak here as well. On this move up. Good move up here on Apple. We're going to let this one chill now because we've delevered. The one I am concerned about is Nikola, as it's now coming into that 150 level. If it breaks 150, that's the end of the trade. Not good one for me to chase this, but you know, I thought we would get continuation. Maybe we don't. We're not out just yet. That 150 level will have to break in. You know, at least should be a possible area of resistance here. So keeping my eye on the winner, which is Apple, 2.25 to the good on this name, but nothing to celebrate too much. Stan O says, Nikola, have patience. I know, but like, you know, you've got to draw a line somewhere, and if it's not going to hold the $half level, you know, we're not talking about dollars here, Stan. We're talking about 15, 20 pennies. So if it's going to go against me 10 pennies, I'm going to have to cut this, right? Yeah, that's my look. So we'll have to wait and see what we do. Looking at some of these other big tech names, Susanna asking about AMD. AMD is an absolute rocket, Susanna, today. It's a good look. Lisa Sue and her crew up 1 1/3%, pardon me. We're about to break that 103 level, it looks like. 102.90 now, HOD. I don't see any, let me just double check before I misspeak here. I don't see any headlines here for AMD. Yeah, nothing coming in on my blotter except maybe this. And this is not market moving. AMD completes 4th gen EPYC, I don't know what that is. Family with AMD Epoch 8004 processors, purpose built for cloud services and intelligent edge and telco. Okay, interesting. I'm not familiar with this type of processor. Fabian, do you know this type of processor? EPYC? Does that ring a bell to you, AMD? He's having a look. No, he doesn't know it either. So this is probably more like B2B stuff than retail consumer stuff. So yeah, anyway, that's the only thing that I'm seeing here for AMD, and that came in quite early, to be honest with you. It didn't come in recently. So this, what time did that come in? Like 9 o'clock, a little after 9. Anyway, we don't get stopped out quite yet here on NKLA, bouncing back into 154. We're going to have to wait and see if this 150 level holds. Let's have a look at our friend AAPL, rejecting off 179, so it's coming back into the 80s here. We're going to have to wait and see what is going on. What was going on at that level, 178.86. That's a bit of a topping tail candle. So if it closes like that, that's not going to be a good look. But 179 on the lookout. It's the high of day from the opening range break and could absolutely be an area of resistance, guys. So make sure, if you're long with me, to be taking profits like I am. If you're short like the Katina man, good on you guys for identifying that level. Oh, one Kenob.
Yeah, you're talking about AMD. Did you take a look at Intel as well? Intel pushing straight to its highs. So looking very similar to Apple here. Intel kind of pushing. Look at how heavy Friday was right here, 58.30s. So yeah, we're pushing back towards those highs, kind of melting up towards those levels. And yeah, AMD as well, right? AMD looking very, very similar to the Apple here. So yeah, definitely an interesting look that Apple is kind of dragging some of these chips along potentially with it. And yeah, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA as well, kind of pushing as well. So yeah, maybe a little bit of everything, kind of dragging these chips to the upside here. Again, now chips definitely being in play with the ARM IPO coming out as well, right? So I think that's a decent look there. Buy and sell saying, I'm so going to short Intel at 39. All right, let's see 39 here. What is 39? Okay, yeah, that's an interesting look. In 39, kind of that consolidation from the day before, kind of a bit of a resistance here. We see that it acted as support on Tuesday. So yeah, a decent level to potentially get involved at that 39 on Intel. That's if we can get all the way up there, right? Now, is it doing a little bit of RVol today? Average volume is about 43 million, and today it's not doing much at all. It's only done 13 mil. RVol under 1.
Important over here.
What's going on?
Ramin was just spitting facts in my ear. And come to the screen if you're able to, Ramin. Intel Innovation starts tomorrow. It's a big conference.
Ah.
There you go. So it could be running up possibly into that. September 19th, 20th, Intel leaders introduce Siliconomy. New words. They like we do on this show all the time. The Siliconomy, Obi. And its role in a world where artificial intelligence is delivering a generational shift in computing. Be on the lookout for this bad boy tomorrow and the day after for possible volatility.
So potentially running it up for the cushion on Sell the News.
Hey,
I don't know.
The cynic in him comes out.
Reading what Red typed in the chat. He was just saying, "Sell the News tomorrow" is my guess, and I think I might be leaning a little towards that as well. If we're gonna catch a crazy bid today, with no real catalyst, no real news, and we kind of grind to the upside, I'll be a little more skeptical about what tomorrow's news may bring, as if it is, what is it? What did you call it?
Siliconomy.
Siliconomy. Okay, yeah, siliconomy. So if the siliconomy is as big as they say it is, it might be affecting some of the chip sector there, as Intel does its conference tomorrow. So let's see if we get a bit of continuation for tomorrow. I have no idea what this strength coming into the market is due to, but yeah, we will definitely respect the bid if it's going to stay strong like that. But yeah, let's take a look here at the Amazon, just holding consolidation lows. We've just been chopping this thing in and around about 20, 30 pennies here. Let's see if this kind of comes into fruition again. This area kind of being a little bit of support here. That 56 never really breaking on ARM, at least not yet. Let's see if it needs some more time. Bit of a tight consolidation on top of the 56, so maybe it needs some time before it kind of continues back down towards those lows. But we saw that initial test of that low here got wicked into, and now we're holding above it. So technically, this is a higher low at 56. But let's see if it comes into fruition here, as at 36, maybe acting like support. Comp SRX saying stop being like SRX. What do you mean? Like, is that like a ticker?
Comp SRX?
Yeah, is that like a ticker? SRX? No, I guess not a Sierra Holdings, maybe? No.
I don't know what he means, but
yeah,
some sort of innuendo.
What does SRX stand for? How about that? Like, that's my question.
SRX? Is that like a type of?
I know like a WRX.
Yeah, that's
right.
What I'm
The
thinking about.
WRX.
The Subaru.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a go-kart on the street.
The STI
Fun to drive.
WRX.
Oh,
Very
yes.
nice. Yeah.
Oh yes.
You didn't even have to get the STI when I was in high school. Those were already bad.
Yeah, the WRX.
The WRX.
Nice. The STIs were real nice.
Well, that came out after. Like, and then they wanted to make it even better. At least that's what I remember, guys. And I'm old, so who knows? My memory might not be what it was. All right, guys, we're moving back up here on NKLA. We defended that 150. We haven't made higher highs. The higher high comes vis-a-vis 159 break and a 160 touch. We're at that 157-ish area. Whether we move up, your guess is as good as mine. Break even at the moment. Somebody in the chat was telling me, yo, cut this while you're break even. And you guys might be right, but I mean, I think I'm just gonna let this one go. We're gonna hold this one into. We're gonna see if we can get you maybe a 75 touch by end of day. Who knows what we get with this one? Up 32% at the moment. There we go. Back into 158 over here. Let's check our friend Apple. All right, we're right back at. Are we at highs? We're like 1 penny off highs. Okay, so we're definitely having trouble at this 179 area. We're not in the clear yet. There's no question about that. But we are making higher lows. We haven't necessarily made higher highs, but the higher lows are definitely in play here. 2 1/3% now in the good on this name, thanks to our very good friend at Wedbush, Daniel Ives. No, we're kidding, of course. Don't even know the guy. I'm not even sure we're really running because of that. But that was the only real catalyst I saw on Apple today, was the Wedbush price target upgrade to 240. Daniel Ives always has plenty of say. There we go. The move up on AAPL. We're going to wet our beak there. We get some 16s. That's nice. Now 2.35%. Back to NKLA. What are we doing here? We're still dancing at 158. Some size showing up at 159. There's size at every level, man. Literally. That size at 60 looks bigger and probably more concerning than the one at 59. We're gonna have to be patient here. I think somebody, Paul, was it? I don't know who it was. Somebody in the chat told me, exercise patience on NKLA. That's what we're trying to do. Nimit, what up, Nimit? HKIT, pardon me, making a move. All right, let me have a look here at HKIT, High Tech Global Inc. Up, yeah, almost 10%, 9.36. But Nimit, the only issue is it's only done 566,000 shares on the day. That, you know, on a prop floor, you can't trade that because it's too illiquid. And I'm not saying we're blocked from trading it or anything, but that's not, you know, that's not what we're looking for. But good on you for identifying that. I see it. I don't necessarily see a catalyst, probably a multi-day runner. I'm looking multiple days, even back into September 11th. I don't see a catalyst either. So I'm gonna stay clear of that one. Just focus on this Nikola trade. Now we're at 59s. Could we see 60s? I think this is the level where we're gonna have a problem, because that's a level we rejected off last time, but it was a good recovery off that, let's say, 50-ish level, 51-ish, sorry. It didn't break 51 on its descent down. Now it's really going to have to show, hey, I'm the real deal. I'm going to make a higher high, and I'm seeing all sorts of green here coming up, but it's not budging the asking price, nor did we eat up a lot of that size. So there are some shorts really instituting here, or someone's profit taking, but it looks like you know, the shorts are getting their positions here at 59s. We'll have to see if we can get that break through. I'm keeping my eye on the book. That's what I'm looking at, guys. I'm looking at the level 2 here to see what the size is doing. We're eating up a little bit of it. Anyway, back to Apple. We're going to manage this one too. Down into 179 we go after making an 18 high, 179.18. Have to look at the future as well, because usually there's some correlation. Yep, rejecting that 15,461 area, 15,450, so 15,4.5 area below it now on the NQ, and that may be an indicator of how Apple will do if we can't hold this 15,4.5 level. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that, but it's been a decent day for the NQ, 1/3%, 1/4% for the ES. It's above 4,500, this, that, and the other. We're going to have to exercise some patience. But, yeah, it's about 1 o'clock or so, 5 minutes to 1 here, OB1 Knob. And, yeah, I don't really have anything else. There we go. There we go on Nikola. Wow. So we get the break of 60. So the buyer stepped in there with a gazillion shares to buy. Move that bad boy through. So now we're nicely in the money on this one. I've got profit takers at 62 and 64. But we got to get continuity here for this one to go. So we're going to have to wait and see what we do. And there we go, right back down into 60. So probably some shorts initiating here. Not surprised, right? Every 10 penny level is like moving $1 on a normal, you know, like on a big tech stock, because it is so liquid. Nikola, by the way, has done 210 million shares on the day. The average volume for Nikola over 5 years is 86.7. So there you go. We've already, you know, over 2 times our vol. In case you're wondering what the float is on Nikola, it's 756 million shares, so ample float there. All right, we just got a 162 touch, but we didn't get filled because we have to cross, definitely. And then we're right back at 162 again here. Oh, I know I'm going on for a long time, I'm sorry. But I just want to talk about this Nikola position here, because if we get that cross into Nikola, that would just be great, because this one was going to stop us out. So 162 continuation. We'll wait and see what this one up to. Apple still doing the dance with no pants at 179. We'll have to wait and see results. Sorry? Apple's not a short, says the Katina man.
Yeah,
Say that again, Neil.
What's that?
It's just a saying, to be honest with you. But yeah, you do make a good point. Neil said, isn't a dance with no pants not like supposed to be like something bad, right? Why are you saying it when Apple's up 2 1/4? Guys, I have no qualms about making stuff up. You guys know that by now. Or like, I mean, anybody who watches the show knows I make up words all the time. Huadouk, and there's plenty of more, but you know, some of them haven't caught on.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're just having a good time over here.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for any like distinct action here, right? We're still staying a little heavy here on top of these highs that we kind of attempted to break on the ES, and yeah, this 15.5 kind of coming in as well, potentially, as we were kind of churning a slow kind of grind up towards these highs that we've had. But yeah, just taking this range on Amazon here. Don't really see too much. Still waiting for that arm level to come in. Whoa, that was some heavy selling there, right into the 56 on arm. That was pretty crazy there. So maybe we will see that 55.50 coming in on arm there. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of recycle this 140 here on Amazon. That's potentially what I'll be looking for here, if it'll give it to us as some of this consolidation happens on ES and the NQ. But yeah, Apple is definitely straight just to the upside here. Hasn't really given us any relief here. So yeah, that potentially that 180 coming in, that 180, if that breaks, oh boy, I'll definitely be interested in that 180 if that can come along. But yeah, that 15.6, Sam Jack saying Apple's a short now. Maybe, I don't know, who knows? Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Let's see if I'm more interested in that 180 level here, and we're still right here. We're just underneath 179, right? Just underneath 179. So yeah, maybe potentially a failure to follow through off of that initial wick in the morning there. But yeah, let's see what else. Any news on Apple? Yeah, I don't think there's any significant news.
Dan Ives, Wedbush upgrade.
Okay,
Price
yeah.
Target upgrade to 240.
What was it? Price target upgrade. So yeah, we know Sharif is trading it very adamantly.
Dan Ives is the guy who makes like these very funny pronouncements. He calls NVIDIA. What did he call NVIDIA? He's a big tech guy. The Katina man says, yeah, but I mean. And he also says funny things. He's like, he called NVIDIA like I don't know, something of AI, like something very big. Okay. I forget the word that he used. He does this all the time. Like, and he knows how to get your attention.
And the market will move off of his words?
People like him.
People more like often than not?
Wedbush analyst, right? I'm just talking like personal observations here. But yeah, look, there's no question about the fact that Apple's having issues at this 179 level, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. The other one that I'm keeping my eye on, I got a partial fill here on NKLA, and there's the full 101 Canoe. So we get that 162 print on NKLA, and we're moving up here. I'm seeing 163 on the ask now, but definitely there is resistance, no question about it. 36% to the good. I'm sitting at 164s for the next fill. We'll have to see if we can get it. Now I'm lamenting not having added at 51s, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. I mean, how did I know, right? Anyway, decent move on NKLA. In case you're just joining us, it has popped up on news that they've hired, effective I believe like mid-October, October 2nd or something like that, early October, pardon me, a new COO, Mary Chen, who is a former GM executive. You'll recall, if you've been following this stock for some time, GM and Nikola had a strategic partnership from which GM pulled out for various reasons, and then we've had all sorts of fires, problems with Nikola. So the market, I guess, liking this at least in the short term, and it's caused this stock to move up over 36% on the day. Strong as it may be, who knows what comes tomorrow. So we'll have to keep an eye on that 01 Canope.
Yes, sir. Yeah, catching a bit of a bid here, just off of those lows. So let's see if we can kind of come in and follow through past these 60s. I'm just looking for a potential pushback up to that 140. We got a little bit of a lick grab in and around the bottom of this consolidation range. Let's see. I'm just looking for that continuation. The ES and the NQ are picking back up as well. We talked about Apple. Sean even said not a short here, and then it kind of pushes back up through that 179. That 180 is definitely interesting, like I said before. But yeah, let's see if this kind of long comes into fruition here on Amazon. 138, 960s just getting in at the bottom of this consolidation range here. Bit of a chop, chop, chop. And yeah, just looking to kind of take this range before it kind of makes a distinct move one way or another. Yeah, let's see if that will come into play here. Just testing this thesis here, right? But yeah, that 56 keeps knocking on the door here on ARM, and I see almost no sign of breaking as of right now. But we're teetering right on top with no size, so definitely a little bit of ice, a little bit of ice on this level.
Have a look at Unity. It just went nuts. No, I mean I want to just look at it because it's moving big.
Okay,
it had something come in from Bloomberg, and it just shot up like a buck. From that 33.40 all the way to 34.50, retracing back in. Mr. Longshorts was saying just released they are backtracking on pricing. I'm not saying that that's accurate, but he said that vis-a-vis Bloomberg.
So I guess they got the message that like developers aren't very happy about their I guess new pricing structure
Fabian
or whatever.
was telling me about
wow,
that.
there goes the 56 on ARM. 56 breaks and it
Dang.
gives you 40 pennies instantly. Sean, are you still short this name? Crazy,
man
nice.
is still
All
short.
right,
There
let's
he goes
go.
with,
Where's
like,
there's no bangs here?
What is that, a
Damn.
bucket of money? What was that? $3 in the money.
Wow, beautiful.
And the Katina man is print factory over there, buddy.
That 55.55 coming in, right? I'll definitely be interested at that. There it is right there. So
there it is.
What's going on, Sharif?
Oh, nothing. I'm just making noises over here, bro. All right. I don't really have anything to say. I'm in Apple. We're waiting for whatever to resolve here at 79. It's clearly having trouble at this whole dollar level. 179.18 is a high. It's not really giving up the ghost on 79. Every time it dips in below it, buyers are stepping up. So we'll have to see what happens. But I mean, we could easily, maybe in power hour, see 180 on the day today on Apple. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Where are we on the NQ here? What percentage? We're up a third of a percent on the NQ, so I don't know if exactly it's going to be that kind of move. Anyway, back to Nikola over here. We're at 160, dipping back down after getting up into that 163 area. So we're going to have to keep an eye again on Nikola because it could flush. There could be dangers amounting here on NKLA. But I also want to mention Meta because Meta looks weak on the day right now. It's curling back down, while these other ones are holding up just all right. We're about to break that 301.5. We're at VWAP here on Meta. So this is an interesting look for anybody interested in this name. There's no catalyst on it for today. Here's the dip. We've been making lower highs on Meta. So it looks like a little bit of weakness, much in the same way that I'm seeing that same weakness on Amazon. Look at this. Looking to take, whoa, broke 140, obviously. 140 was the resistance level, but that 139 and a third, the low, we're not far away from that at all. 139.43, here we go. So lower lows with a bit of a triple top here at 140 on Amazon. That was probably a really good short that I missed on AMZN, but we'll have to keep an eye on both these names. Yeah. Keep an eye on both these names and keep an eye on Nikola. There we go. Nice back up for now. I don't know. I don't know what else to do here, whether to cut Apple because, we're doing a dance at 179. It doesn't seem like it's moving. The NQ, what are we doing here on the NQs? Making lower highs, but we really haven't broken that 15, 4.25. That would be like the lower trough and a newer low if we were to break below 15.25. So I'm going to keep my eye on that because if that starts going, then Apple likely will be headed south as well. So that's my look, Obi.
Yeah, definitely. Take a look at Unity, man. You said Unity had some news there. It kind of pops and then flushes right off of that news. So a bit of a shake and bake off of that news there on Unity, kind of pops in and comes right back in. And then the 55.50s also kind of hold there on ARM. So that's definitely a good look. I'm going to wait for this level to kind of consolidate, show itself, and then potentially get involved here in and around that 55.55. Not necessarily all-time low. All-time low now is at 55.20 here, just underneath there. But yeah, definitely nice break there. We saw the break come in off the 56. That was almost instantly to the downside there, just giving you about 50 pennies right away, and then almost a full point as well as that 56 broke and then comes back in to that 55 level to level move there from 58 to 55.50. So yeah, I guess we could have stayed shorting this same level, that 58, over and over again. And yeah, like I said before, is a gift that keeps on giving, that 58 resistance into that low, 55.50, right? So catching a bit of a bid here off of those lows. Let's see where we can go from there. Amazon as well, yeah, a little bit down there, about 20 pennies out of the money right now. Testing roughly the low a day here. Yeah, so let's see whether this will come in or not. as we are potentially in just a bit of a range here. If we continue down to the downside right away, I'll definitely get out of this. But yeah, no, definitely teetering in and around key levels, like Sharif said. That low being right there, 139.30s, and you kind of have a bit of a bid back up off of those 30s here. So, but we're right there. Let's see what the ES and the NQ do. Kind of coming back into this previous range from before. If we kind of come back in and quad doing to 15.4 and 45, then yeah, some of these names might catch a bit of a sell here as we speak. That's a bit of a tape speed increase going on there. I wonder what that was.
What's happening with CGC? People are talking about it in the chat. No, it's not doing much. It's down 11, almost 12%, but the volatility has really slowed down. Most of the move happened earlier. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so nothing happening. All right. Just want to make sure. What do we got here, Obi? We're still hanging out at the 160s for Nicholas, so nothing to report there. And we're now below 179 on Apple. Let's see what else is moving here. Affirm having itself a really good day. It's up 4 3/4. We're very close to highs. We are at 53s. The high on the day is 59. It's been having a good little while. Affirm mentioned this one to you at 4%. Now at 4 3/4. So good move up. Where do we talk? We're talking about this one at 25, 25, and now we're at 25.5. So 25 pennies. That's not the biggest move, but not bad either. Let's bring in the side chart to see these ones are the stocks we mentioned at the beginning of the show. AMPX kind of doing that sideways move between $4.70 and $5, so about a 30-penny range. Not much to speak about there. ARM is absolutely flushing. Katina Man printing on that one. Just a smidge below 55, above 55, pardon me. 55.15, the low on that on the day. And Nicola, yeah, we already talked about that. AVGR, this one, sub 7. It's really having trouble reclaiming 7 and VWAP. Every, ascent up above 7 and move into VWAP, which on my chart is 713 at the moment, has rejected. I'd have to wait for this one really to reclaim above it to take another trade. This one we're red on. You'll recall this one I had right on the top of the show. So AVGR still not longable for me, but if you're able to secure shorts on this one, and on my platform you can't, but on P-Pro 8 obviously we can. It's just going to cost me some money. 6 2/3 be a great flat bottom break there if you're able to get that. So AVGR looking interesting on the chart. So we'll keep an eye on those ones. Mara as well, looking like a fantastic flat bottom break. Lower high, lower high, lower high. And if you break through that, again, 9 2/3, 965 area would be looking real interesting. If we were to get below 9 2/3, you'll be looking at Friday's low, which came in at 953. But you could see more than that. Now, crypto stocks were up on the day as a result of a news catalyst coming from Europe, where the first European spot Bitcoin ETF was approved. It's trading on the Amsterdam exchange. And that had everybody in a frenzy, especially having one GBTC. I'm talking about their lawsuit to convert their Bitcoin trust into an ETF. That we're still yet to see the fruition of that. I think the regulators are really going to drag their feet however long they can. They've already showed their disdain for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, especially with respect to how they approached Coinbase and all these other exchanges, and trying to. We're not going to relitigate the entire thing, but you guys know what it's all about. Anyway, we're going to have to wait to see if we can get anything on the North American side. And by North American, I'm talking about American, because Canada already has a spot Bitcoin BTF. What is the Canadian spot Bitcoin ETF? BTCC on the TSX, the Toronto Stock Exchange. So if you're interested in that, and now it's not as liquid, I should warn you that there are liquidity issues with that one. All right, here we go. Back to Affirm. Back to today's highs now, almost 5% of the good. We just got a wick up there into 59, 25, 59. So we did touch the day's high on Affirm, back into 57 as we go, though. But very strong. Affirm continuing to show its intention to make more gains on the day. So, yeah, that's basically it, Obi.
Yeah, it's a nice look here. So I'm still observing both of these names again. ARM kind of holding that 55.50-ish, and then we're just holding above this this day low here on Amazon as well, just in and around this 139.30s. Yes, and NQ looking a little bit weak, kind of testing that consolidation low. Let's see if we kind of catch a potential bid off of these levels here. And I also got Unity on watch as well, right? Unity kind of being key. We just had that that news that potentially they're going to go back on their new pricing structure for developers. That was the news, right? Rethinking their new runtime fee policy. Yeah. So maybe we kind of retrace the move that we had. We saw that off of this catalyst. We got significant RVOL, right? As you can see at the bottom here, significant RVOL kind of sold off pretty heavily off of that news, especially today. And then you come in and say that, hey, psych, we might not be doing that. We might not be doing the pricing that we talked about. So yeah, maybe definitely on my radar now as we speak, as it's definitely brought in some volume, and it has a catalyst now, or potentially a reversal on a catalyst that brought in some news. So if this can kind of cook and digest going on in the day, we have this kind of reaction range here, right? So we have this range to kind of go off of that I like. Let me just define it real quick. So right there and right there. So let's see where we go. I have those two levels marked there on Unity. That heavy RVOL kind of bringing in some price action, and it stops right there, and it stops right there. So these two levels have been defined with some volume right now. So going forward in the day, let's see what Unity does with this 34.50 and this 32.80 here on Unity there. So we're looking for a potential bounce here on Amazon. Let's see if we're getting a bit of a wick here. This 15-minute, how much is left on this 15-minute to print? Got about 11 seconds. So yeah, okay, still a little bit of time left. But yeah, about to start printing the next candle there. Let's see what we have incoming right now as we start to print this next candle here. So this 40s, I'm looking for these 30s and 40s to kind of hold. If they don't, then we'll definitely get out of this this trade here. But if we've come down pretty decently off that 140, so a little bit of relief, maybe up for grabs here. It's about 20 pennies out of the money. Testing the low of day, so maybe not the best position being in long, but again, we got a little bit of we got a few factors on our side. Potentially, my execution is not the best, right? But yeah, so still, I guess it's a work in progress, right? Trying to get better, trying to get a little bit better every day with that execution here. And ARM pushing that 55.50s again, once again. So yeah, if it stays heavy, I think the short underneath this level here, underneath the 55, might be definitely something that could be interesting going forward here. And okay, so we're looking a little heavy here, just in the 30s here. So let's see what Amazon does. Can you guys take a look at Oracle? Sure, we can take a look at Oracle in just a second. I just want to see what this level does here on Amazon. Whether we're going to get to 139 or not, that's still to be seen. But as the market looks pretty heavy, Sean is saying Apple is cranking. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Apple, yeah, a little bit of a pullback there, but still well within range, right? Still well within this uptrend, holding pretty strong on the day here, as it hasn't necessarily violated any of its moving averages here, as the trend holds pretty strong. But yeah, maybe if we can get past this 178.50, that short will definitely come in, and yeah, that trend breaking can definitely bring in some sellers on across the board there. So yeah, we're teetering in and around these lows. Still watching this. T2 Biosystems, that's a name that I don't really trade, but we can take a look at that. As I know it's a penny stock. It's been doing some significant volume over the past few weeks, and yeah, today kind of comes in doing significant RVOL in the pre-market, doing about 20x RVOL there, kind of doing a bit of consolidation. into sideways action into the 40s there. So a decent, interesting look there on T2 Biosystems. I know a lot of people are trading that name, but not necessarily my cup of tea, as I don't have strategies for some of those tickers. But you know what? I think some of the simpler ones, just technical breakouts, could potentially work well. It seems like it's kind of stuck in a bit of a range here on T2 Biosystems there. But yeah, just observing this. 55 could come in as well. 55 is really close on ARM. And if that kind of breaks, we could potentially have a trade there, as the selling is coming in pretty strong off of that 58 rejection earlier in the day today.
Yeah. All right, so Nicola coming right back down into that 57. So now we have to wonder, should we get out of this? But yeah, I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to keep, we're like a penny in the money. Nothing to write home about. We'll keep an eye. See if this one really starts flushing. Already taken a little bit of profit here, so we'll have to wait, see what this one's doing. Yeah, ARM is still headed down, bro. Where are we on ARM? How come it's not showing up? Oh, that's
55.20s. Just about to test 55. Yeah. There's 1,000 lots at 55, 1.5. So
all right,
it could be something.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on it, Nicola, because now we're moving down aggressively. I'm seeing a lot of red and blue show up on my tape. So there it is. See, now we're breaking levels here. So now we're a penny out of the money. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on this one. I mean, obviously the trade is wrong if we break this 151, because then that would be a new trough. So last time we troughed out at 151, we couldn't get to 155. Sorry, to 150. Stayed above it, but do I want to give it there? I mean, is the trade still valid at this point? That's the question I have to ask myself. So tougher decisions here on Nicola. We'll have to wait and see. What's Apple up to? Back into the 178.80s. It's not flushing, but it's not making its decided break through 179 and holding above that level. And as I look at the NQ is, yeah, it was up a third. Now we're up a quarter. Really not giving up the ghost either. But it's, yeah, to be expected at this time of day, I think. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm not going to sell this one. I'm just going to hold on for a little bit. Yeah, so those are the only two trades I've got on. But yeah, ARM continuing to head down, 55.10. That 55 level looks awfully nice. Oh, by the way, I went to Yorkdale yesterday with my old man. Yorkdale, by the way, guys, is a mall. It's a nice mall in this area. And I went to the VinFast store. And I actually went to look at the actual cars. I talked to the salesman. Great guy. Shout out to Aaron at VinFast. Very nice guy. First of all, right off the bat, they had two models, both the VF8s. One was base and one was the nice brand, or like the upgraded one. The upgraded one was locked, and they were only showing you the base. From a sales perspective, I was a little suspicious, right?
A little sus.
You want to show people your
Nicola
best
vibes.
Yeah, put your best foot forward. Don't show them your base model. But my observations right away was that it's like a Toyota Corolla. Okay. It's like a, you know, whatever. It's not the same shape. It's an entry level. It didn't feel like an EV. Okay, but now some stuff that they did copy from Tesla is they have a big center screen. Now it wasn't as nice as Tesla's. The bezel is really thick. You could tell they didn't spend as much money on the components. The steering wheel was a little off-putting as well, but what I did like is it had a really big heads-up display, which Tesla in the Model Y doesn't have, which a lot of people have been asking for, because you want all that information in your direct line. You don't want to be looking on the right like that every time, right? The materials were okay. Again, I only got to see the base model, but you know, there was a lot of stuff that I wouldn't jive with. I mean, he was trying to sell me on the fact that it was cheaper than the Model Y. I'm like, dude, it's like a couple $100 less, but it gets about 100 miles less of range, and there's no brand recognition. Then he tried to sell me on the fact that, you know, if the car doesn't do, if it's in the shop or whatever, they're going to pay for your rental. They're going to give you money per day, this and that. I'm like, I don't know if that's a glowing endorsement. Impressions of the car, it's not bad, but it's not great. And but here's the good thing. They can get you one right now, unless you really want to do like a custom job from beginning to end. 2 months wait. That's not that bad.
That's not bad.
No.
It's not bad.
Which made me wonder. I'm like, okay, if it's 2 months wait, then why have you only built 15,000 cars? Means that, or delivered 15,000 cars year to date. Means that the demand really isn't there. And so we're going to have to wait and see what the brand recognition does.
Unlike the whole story the past couple of years where people didn't have cars right away because there was so much demand.
Well, there you go.
Right? So it's like, that's definitely questionable.
I just want to mention quickly here, AVGR broke through 7 aggressively, broke through VWAP. We have very much newer local highs there. It got up to 769 or 768, whatever. Now we're at the 740s. So this one got going real quick, but be careful with this one. It could huadunk right back sub 7. I'm not going to play this one. I'm already red on this name. If I was to get in, it would be on a dip trade. I wouldn't be chasing it on these levels, but there you go, up 79% again, and it is moving. All right, back to Nikola. We're still break even as we're at 57s. We're 1 penny in the money. Nothing to write home about there, but Apple is where it's at. There we go back into today's high on my friend AAPL. 179.18 is the day high. We're at 16s. It's time to wet our beak a little bit more up here. And we're going to wait for 19s to come in. There come 19s. There come 20s. We're going to spin it on this one. Apple very strong on the day now. 2.38 or 39, pardon me, % to the high side. The long-term account be jumping right now. Very, very happy about this one. All right.
Nice one.
Nikola, nothing to report. Obi, it's still break even.
Yeah, that's some interesting strength here. So we talked about, I don't know if you guys heard me, I was like, the tape speed just increased significantly in and around these 139.30s, and then all of a sudden you kind of consolidate and you break these 40s right into the 50s and 60s. So that was a little bit of acceleration to the upside here. That's pretty interesting. That came in with confluence to this this kind of range, kind of re-entering here on the NQ and the ES as well. So maybe we are pushing for those highs potentially. But yeah, almost just in and around break even here now on Amazon. We were 20 pennies out of the money, kind of looking for that move to potentially come in, and then here it is. It comes in real quick. I don't know if I would be able to react to that as it kind of wipes about 20 pennies right away off of this consolidation back to the upside here on Amazon, and I guess the consolidation is testing near its highs here on the S and NQ as well. And as I look out of the corner of my eye, Apple's pushing for newer highs, right? We talked about how it's holding so cleanly. It kind of dips in, maybe brings in some of the other names, and then rips right back up. That 180 definitely going to be a key area of interest, as last week, if you just take a look quick left, that's where some heavy selling kind of came in, some multi-day selling there as we sold off Tuesday and Wednesday right off of that 180 level after consolidating there for another 3 days before that. So that 180 is definitely a level of interest for me on Apple, and it seems like we're running right towards it off of a 175 bottom. So yeah, that's definitely something to look out for. If that level breaks, if that 180 breaks, either today or sometime this week, I think that level has a potential for catching players offside in and around that 180 if we do distinctly push past it there. A little bit of strength on the futures. Let's see if that brings it in. Let's see if we can kind of draw out this chart here based off of that. Let's take a look at Softy there real quick as well. Just take a look across the board, see what some of our larger caps are doing here on the day. So Softy, a bit of a bounce. Oh wow, take a look at this, Sharif. I don't even look at my charts half the time. We talked about 327 being a key area on Softy, and I was like, I want to interact with this, and I'm 100% sure there's an alert on my phone somewhere here alerting me that Softy has hit that level. And yeah, right there.
Dang.
Microsoft range low, riskable. Okay, I'm not gonna write out the whole thing because I write down what I should be risking and where to get in. But you know what? That level comes into play to the T, that 327, and then bounces back into that 330 on Softy, you know what? I like that look. Let's see if this is going to hold a multi-time frame range with that 327 low that we wicked off of right out the open, and then now the markets are pushing to the upside here. So you know what? I like that look. It's a good thing I looked at Softy. Sure, I missed the trade off of the 327. That's 3 points potential into that 330 move. But you know what? I like that we've held above that level, and then now we do a little bit of a double bottom-ish on that 328. So let's see where we're going to go going forward. Going forward this week off of these levels. And the next one I haven't taken a look at today much is Google. So Google, a bit of a churn, not as strong as the other ones. Yeah, a little bit dead here, about 136.50 to 139. We knew that one. So here's the thing, though. We broke kind of past last week's consolidation, and we are stepping up a little bit there on the Google. So potential for the highs to push. Now, as we look at the map here, some of the tech names kind of down on the day. We saw Oracle, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Tesla kind of down as well. But yeah, Google, Meta, Apple, straight up. Like we said, some of these chips are pushing straight up as well. We know oil is moving as well. And yeah, nothing too crazy. I see Visa's about over 1% there. But yeah, nothing too crazy as it is a Monday, right? So yeah, let's see what this week has in store for us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at Affirm. Affirm is still doing really well here, man. It's the one that I really lamented not having gotten in. We got another new high there, 25.63, making a new high on AFRM. It continues to be a strong name. That AVGR, still looking good, really holding that 7 1/3. So there's a couple that are interesting. The problem with AVGR is 5 pennies spread, man, on a $7 name, and it's done 32.7 million shares. So it's not a small amount of shareage here on this one. You'd think that the spread would tighten up. 500,000 shares done in the last 5 minutes, and there it goes through the $0.50, now 82.5%, but it's very volatile, and it can move 20, 30 pennies as quickly as you can blink. So it is quite dangerous to trade with any, real size. And I think with these ones, and I keep saying this over and over again, if you're going to trade these small cap gappers, you really either need to have resting orders or you need to be super quick on the keys, either with hotkeys or whatever, because they don't spend too much time at the levels, profit-taking levels, let's call them that, okay? So if you got in, 7 1/4, it may only hang out, or sorry, if you got in at 7 1/2 over here through the break, it only hung out at 7 2/3 for a few seconds. So that's how I would trade them personally. I mean, you need to have hotkeys or you need to have resting orders immediately with these bad boys to take profits. Otherwise, you could find yourself on the wrong side of this trade. And I know that there's all sorts of people out there on the net that trade small caps exclusively, and they do it much better than I do. But my observation has been that's how you trade these bad boys. And there we go, through the $0.50 again. AVGR presenting some opportunities here, no question about it. And there you go, right up to 7 2/3, pardon me. But the spread opening up again, like 10 pennies. The bid not moving up with the ask. We'll have to wait and see. There we go. Huadunking, again, not Huadunking, but moving back, sub $0.50. We'll keep an eye on this one. Nicola doing nothing, still at that level. We got in at, all right, I got another profit taker here on Apple at 179 1/4. We're at 18s, so if we can get continuity into the corner, I'll take another wet my beak. There we go, back into 20s we go. So nice move on Apple. Definitely don't want to exhaust the shares too early on this one. I'm sorry I'm flipping back between all these names, but I'm involved in two, and so I got to monitor them both. But AVGR is the one that's really getting my attention now as the spread tightens up here at the 2/3 of a dollar. But it's having trouble staying at that level, man. And that's the thing about this one. So even though it looks real good, I think I'm going to steer clear of this one, Obi. You trade any of these small caps? I know you're a big cap,
I guess well, no, I'm not a big cap trader at all, man. I'm just trying to learn.
Well, Amazon is a big cap.
I'm trying to learn how large caps move, and I guess I'm using Amazon as a bit of a crutch to do that. But yeah, no. Small caps, yeah, I like small caps, but I haven't really traded them in a long time. But yeah, no, not bad opportunities. I think I guess when I was a little bit more involved, it was more along the lines of waiting for some of the names to kind of do what they're doing, kind of go on your run 200%, 300%, 400% multi-day, and then when it starts to catch a bit of a sell and starts to break some of the key levels, I would like it for the potential swing short there on the small caps there, because I think as some of my stats showed me. Now again, these stats are no longer I guess relevant in this market right now. But when I was trading them a little bit more often, the stats for the swing short and the strategies for the swing short was definitely a little bit less, more relaxing, as they go on these runs.
Yep.
And then you can track them. How many of the runners that push past 200 to 300% in a given week, where are they sitting 2-3 weeks from that week?
Right.
Right. And if you can run stats on that, there could potentially be something there on those small caps. But yeah, crazy moves in terms of like volatile breakouts and breakdowns and intraday moves. But yeah, when the backside comes in,
the backside,
that's real nice.
Eh? Okay.
I like that. I like the backside.
No innuendo here, baby. All right, set 170. Obi, you're killing it today, my man. Shout out to the OB1 Canobe. Apple is an absolute rocket ship here as we break through that 179 1/3. We're about to be $1 in the money on this one. We're long 39s. And, you know, if we didn't fat finger this stock, I originally got in at 177.75. And then I'm an idiot, right? What can I say? I got out and then I hit short, got out immediately because I didn't want to short. I thought I was taking profit. Anyway, make a long story short. I didn't want to short, make a long story short. I like that. Anyway, good move here on Apple now, 2.4546% to the high side. Let's see if we can get to that 2.5. You know, I really doubt we'll see 180 today, but if we do, that's just an amazing level off which to get short. You just have to be alive to that fact. I remember Max and I spent an entire 3 hours waiting for one Apple to get to 180, and then we got to one. I forget exactly what happened. We waited the entire show for that 180 level, and when we got there, it broke and then rejected. Yeah, that's what happened. All right, let's hang out here at 40s on Apple. For a next profit taker, we're at 38, so let's see what that one does. All right, Nicola. Let's go, Nicola. I mean, come on. We're at 59s. I thought Neil was talking to me. We're at 59s on this one. We're not getting the movement, but we haven't made a newer low, old one Canobe. Low, this is trough, and trough. But we've made new highs every single time, but we got to make new highs this time around for the trade to be valid. So we haven't gotten there quite yet. Last time around through 160, the shorts were stepping in a lot at that 62, 63 level. My out will be the break of this trough. So if it breaks 51, that's where I call this one quits. But I'm hoping it doesn't come to that and that we continue to follow the trend here. On the news that they are hiring a new COO, who is a former GM executive by the name of Mary Chen. So that's the look there. Nice Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, man. So here's the thing.
Is ARM still going?
I understood that my execution was not the best on the longs, but the move was still kind of there, right? We saw the confluence with the NQ and the ES. So when that level kind of comes back in, we piece off of our bad shares. You know, the shares we were a little too early to get in on, and then kind of piece off the rest of it into the push into 139.7. Can't really get too far, but again, this resistance may potentially be turning into, sorry, this support may potentially be turning into resistance here. Again, the chop, we're looking at this consolidation range, right? We see that it's very rangy, and we know that it was doing this similar behavior on Friday, and coming in today, it's doing more of the same here as Amazon kind of does that little bit of a churn in and around some of these levels, right? So yeah, not the best idea to get long here off of the initial break, but then you come down to low day, you do a little bit of a lick grab, we get a little bit longer there, and yeah, now we're just down to our last size, whatever we took down here, for a potential push back up to 140, right? So yeah, I guess I'm learning how to better manage some of these positions here, but the move is definitely there. The management can get much better. Take a look at this arm, this 56 blasting to the upside, can't really go too far past that 55. Now my idea was if I can get a short underneath that all-time low just happened last week, but that 55.55 and then the 55.19 today, but yeah, no, that 55 does not really come in and then swipes right back up to 56. So potential covers coming in with that type of aggressiveness here. Amazon kind of selling off of that 139.7. You know what? We'll take that. We'll take a little bit off there, just into that 61 there, and yeah, let's wait and see what this has in store for us. If we can kind of base and make some higher lows, we've made a little bit of a double bottom here off of the day low, right? Just on top of this 139.30, and now we're just teetering. In my opinion, we're just teetering in between 140 and 139. That's what the chart is showing, right, to us. But yeah, let's see what we can do with this going forward. If this is going to chop more in the range, then I'll just keep on taking 20, 30, 40 pennies off of this range. And if we can break this range in a distinct manner, then we can potentially take a break out or a break down off of this range. But no sign of any of that happening right now, as the ES and the NQ kind of just teetering, just chopping around. We can see that there's interest on both sides of this consolidation range. You see the wicks on top, wicks on the bottom here on the NQ and the ES. So if and when we make a distinctive move off of these levels, that's when I'll be looking to get involved a little bit more aggressively right now. But this is all just a bit of a diddle, right? No high probability, serious pedal to the metal type of trades as of right now that I see. Right now, if I see all of a sudden 5,000 lots on the bid or the ask, then maybe we can put our foot down on one of those. But everything else is just a lower probability trade, not really worth the risk or I guess the mental effort today. So.
Oh, look at this.
What's going on?
Look at this. This is the Arsenal team over here.
Yes.
And these are going to be the new Premier League champions over here, my friend. That's Zinchenko. That's Ben White. Bakayoko Saka. This is the captain. That's Martin Odegaard.
Okay.
This is our striker, Gabriel Jesus. This is the guy we paid over £100 million for, Declan Rice from West Ham. That's Thomas Partey. He's always injured, like perennially injured. This is my favorite wing. These two right here are my favorite winger. This dude's Belgian. We got him from Brighton. Amazing. Yeah. Amazing touch. Amazing shot, everything. This guy is a hustler. This guy's Brazilian, Gabriel Martinelli. Anyway, I just want to go through that. Because, nice. Well, we won on the weekend, Ope.
Yeah.
And it was a good look.
Sports. So out of all those players, which one's the best actor?
Oh,
out of all those players, which one's the best actor?
Obi coming in hot with that. Oh my goodness. Dude, you know what? It's not as prevalent in the Premier League diving because it's really kind of looked down at, but in other leagues, yeah, it's a problem. Major problem. Obi, but we're doing nothing here on Nicola for the last little bit, man. We won
a tight range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we haven't made a newer low, which has kind of kept me involved in the trade. Rather than cutting it, I've upped my stop to just a smidge below this trough over here. So if we break that, that's the end of the trade for me. But I am waiting for this 40 touch on Apple. Apple has presented me with higher highs and higher lows throughout. So I don't want to cut this trade prematurely, all the while knowing that I got to keep my eye on the future. But we are back to a third of a point here on the NQ. Just a little bit below that 15,450 that we've been talking about, that 50-point level. We're at 45s or whatever. So if we can get that continuity here on the future, we're up 52 points, 53 points or whatever on the NQ. With respect to the ES, it's 0.27, not as strong, about 11.5 points today on the ES. Oil pulled back a little bit, Ob. It's still above 90. I should mention that CL contract is still at that 90.25 level. Now we're just up a quarter point on the day. Airlines are all decidedly red. I haven't looked at why the headline that is. Cruise lines as well, also red. Banking mixed here. JP Morgan, Schwab, both red for whatever reason. Oh, Goldman Sachs got an upgrade today, I'm pretty sure. Did they? Did they? Maybe not. Goldman Sachs, no, maybe I'm wrong. I saw a Goldman on Squawk Box today for whatever reason. Anyway, Goldman, yeah, flat essentially. Consumer defensive stocks, Target's down 3%. Target stock is tumbling and can't catch a break, says Barron's. Why are they tumbling? We'll have to read this one later. Target down, yeah. Costco up 1 1/4. Walmart down 0.5 point or so. Nat Gas up, 2.87. Okay, we're still definitely in that range. Nothing to celebrate on Nat Gas. We're just, we're just being excited here for whatever reason. Infrastructure up as well. They're mostly green names there. These are all like value plays. Microchips, mostly green. We talked about that. Crypto. Bitcoin below 27 now. It gave up the ghost. So 26,816 now on BTC. But we still are above that important 1,600 level on ETH. EVs, almost all of them are red except for Nikola, as you've been involved with me on this one. 31% right now on Nikola. Chinese ADR is mixed. You had BABA go kind of red to green. It's red right now, still down about 1/5 of a point, but up 1 1/3 since the bell. XBEV is green on the day, 1%. NEO's up 0.1. Lee's down about 2%, but up 1 3/4 since the bell. What else we got? We got the meme stocks here, all of which are red. Cloud mixed. Fintech. Fintech is mixed as well, but Affirm. Does Affirm have a headline? No, it doesn't. Usually Affirm and Upstart move together, but they're not today. That's an interesting look there. Weed giving up the ghost as well. A big move down for Weed after very good week last week, presenting us with lots of opportunities for trades. The big kahunas had that one as I was at the desk. Moderna, whoa. Moderna's down 8.5%. I did not notice that. Shares of vaccine stocks are trading lower amid a possible sell-off after the sector gained rising cases. It was recently reported doctors are observing a milder disease amid hospitalization. Additionally, Pfizer said it expects a 24% vaccination rate this year. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, I missed that one completely. Moderna down 8.5% on 5 million shares. Not that great. Pfizer down 1 1/4 as well. What else we got over here that important? Oh, by the way, QuantumScape up 3.5. It got an upgrade today. Some Evercore ISI with a positive outlook on this one. Evercore coming out today with, I believe, a price target of $10. And I don't know if whether they, outperform. Basically boosting this one to outperform with a $10 price target. Where are we at? 717. So about 30% move higher if it makes the move. Anyway, from where we're currently trading here, OB. So
you know what else is quadunking to the downside? Shout out to Eric Leneuville. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but yeah, saying we watch Microsoft. Yes, sir, we are watching Microsoft right back into that 327. So I was watching that 327 40s kind of hold. It kind of reserved in the 40s and the 30s, and then now we're pushing back up to that 328. So I have this level as a multi-time frame, kind of a weekly support area just on top of this 327. And as of right now, with what's being printed on the chart, this data is showing me that we are currently making a higher low on top of this level here on Microsoft. So I think that's a good look. I like that. Thank you for pointing it out. Now, I kind of missed along there on the reserve in the 40s, but we're about, 30 pennies, 40 pennies away from that. But let's see if this market can kind of come back in. Look at the ES and the NQ. We've made consecutively lower wicks on some of these and pushing back into this low of consolidation right on top of this 45, right? Or this 45.08-ish area, this short-term consolidation, which also happens to be kind of these highs from the pre-market session here. So let's see if we can kind of break down these levels. The NQ kind of looking similar as well, but that 327, if and when that comes into play, right now, that could definitely be something I'm taking a potential execution on. But I'm going to wait for that level to actually come in, those prices to come in and interact. But here's the thing. If we hold above here and start to consolidate, maybe we can get involved in there, as that technically would be a consolidation above day low on top of a multi-time frame, like a weekly consolidation low as well on Softy. So potential for a bounce, but that would mean that the NQ is not necessarily done. If we do a significant bounce off of that level, maybe we can push back up towards some of these highs and break out on the day. Take a look at this kind of trend that's been happening on the NQs today. Bit of an uptrend, right? We did have a chop. It's a bit of a consolidation, right? And then overall, what I'm seeing here is a higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Sure, the highs are a little choppy and a little unorganized, but the lows definitely kind of drawing themselves distinctly as they are making higher lows on the day here. Let's see what we do with these levels. Now, Sharif,
yeah, but
I don't know what you're looking at for the rest of the day, but it seems like some of these shorts could come into play as, again, I had reasons to get out of the long here at 139.70 on Amazon, and take a look at where it comes right back down to. It comes back down to our entry here at the 139.40s. So good thing we got out of there, respecting reasons to get out, reasons to sell, as those reasons to sell became reasons to get out of the long, right, and potentially start a short as well. But we didn't do that one, and we were coming back in to day low here.
Yes.
That potential double bottom on the day could be violated soon enough if this 139.30s breaks distinctly. Like I said before, that potential 137 could come in today, could come in later on this week, could not come in at all, but that's the next support level I have.
But why
kind of marked.
Why is your thesis that Amazon is indicative of the market trend?
It's not.
That's
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying if the markets can pull back in,
I understand.
right, that can drive some selling pressure on Amazon itself to reach its next support level, right?
agree.
So that's the next significant support. So that's all I'm saying, right? And Amazon's not pulling the market around. That's not what's happening.
today.
Right? Yeah. But
Yeah, because you've got Nvidia near highs, you've got
Yeah.
AMD near highs, Apple's near highs.
Yeah. Softy's bouncing hard. Yeah.
Exactly. Softy just bounced aggressively off that 327.25, now breaking through 328. Google's been dead weight today. Tesla at lows, 2.42%. It's been doing nothing, but Tesla can move in a heartbeat, right? And for no reason whatsoever. Here's the look on Stressla. It was down, and then we kind of held at 265, give or take. Sure, there were wicks below that. We got into 263.25, but the closing prints are all around that 265 level. So if you were able to weather that initial storm with those wicks, the 5-minute chart was yelling 265 buy. If you did that and possibly held into 268.5, you were rewarded. It has been a couple of VWAP bounces here. It looks like holding VWAP for the most part here at 268, but definitely off the high of 270, or the high is technically 271.44, but that pre-market area was 274.5 essentially. And that's where we closed out on Friday. Friday's close was 274.5. So Tesla, really not responsible for much upward movement. Meta's also starting to move to the high side here. As we were talking about this one being a little bit weak, and it was for the most part. It's still, is it down? No, it's up 0.75 percentage point here, Obi, getting off that 301 bounce, and now we're at 302.5. So this one's going 303.60, technically the high here. Nice VWAP bounce here off Meta. Again, closing print VWAP. The wicks were lower into that 301. So some stuff coming in here. Apple doing that dance at 179. It's not really providing me with a reason to get out. Same thing with Nikola here. I'm starting to worry about Nikola though. I think this one's gonna bamboozle me. with this 155 break. 155 looking like it's going to be a flat bottom break here on the 5-minute chart. But yeah, we'll have to wait. See, look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, flat bottom. This is usually a recipe to get out. For me, anyway. This is how I see it. Lower high, lower high, lower high. And then, yeah, 155 acting as that flat bottom break. By the way, when I got up to use the bathroom, Fabian had me come over and look at the animations that he's working on.
Yeah.
He's got a flat bottom break in the works there. He's got Hwadunk in the works. So more animations to come, guys. And yeah, we'll be abusing those very soon because they are appropriate in the circumstance, right? So we'll keep an eye on those, by the way. Yeah, not much else for me, Ob, but even though we're getting a nice bounce back on some of these names, I'm involved in these twos, and yeah, not much to report.
Yeah, sorry, just down in the DMs, you know. Sorry. All right, so look at that bounce on Microsoft. We missed it, right? I was looking for a consolidation chop, maybe in and around that 327, but the level is so nice, it doesn't even give it to you twice, right? So the 137 comes in, and then you consolidate right before, and then straight up to the upside off of a reserve that we saw 327 30s and 40s. So a little bit of a reserve that kind of stepped up and right away blast to the next dollar there on Softy. But yeah, take a look at this that I am observing as of right now, a little bit of a shorter term trend right here happening on Softy. So yeah, that's why I kind of still want to wait for this level to kind of come in and see and interact. But you know what? That could have been just it. But here's the thing: this is looking a little heavier right now, right? So okay, so this is the 3-minute on the NQ. I don't want to watch the 3-minute right now. I want to watch the 15. But yeah, take a look at some of these top wicks that are pushing us back into this consolidation low, which kind of tells me that we have the potential. As of right now, in my opinion, the probability for kind of testing that 15.4 is a little bit higher. But again, if we kind of push back up, things could change. Things could change on a dime, right? We're trying to process that information as it comes in, and then try to read the probabilities as they change to the best of our abilities. But yeah, that bounce off of that level was pretty decent there. Let's see if this kind of trend holds as resistance, and if it doesn't, then yeah, the potential for that push back up and maybe a retest of that 330, and maybe we are doing a sideways chop on the day, that could come into fruition. But this is what I have eyes on Softy, a little bit of, as Sharif would like to say, or likes to say, a flat bottom break, pushing back into that 327. If this comes into fruition, we might see a little bit of a pullback on the markets there. As that pop right back up was a little too hard, too fast, right into resistance. That's where it slows down. Let's see if we can catch a bit of selling coming in. I'll be watching the tape for sure going into the second half, and look at that bit of a wick top there, selling off as well. Yeah. And then the ES and the NQ, as I said, the ES pushing for that consolidation low. Now we did wick 45.06. That is the wick low. That could potentially be a quick lick grab, but again, I have no idea. I don't know, but I'm going to try to see what the chart does in and around these lows to look to respect some of that price action if it does come in.
Do you use a VPN?
The what?
Do you use?
Oh, I thought you meant like the indicator. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, no, of course I use a VPN.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is there a pay one, or do you watch one with ads?
I have Nord at home.
Okay, so you have one at home. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's Nord that you use?
Yeah. Okay. They're not. I mean, there's so many others as well, right? I'm sure there are better ones out there. But
because
I think I got them a few years ago on like a 3-year plan. So yeah, it was pretty decent.
And you notice
use it often. Yeah, it's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I think when I am using the internet speeds to the fullest of their abilities on the VPN, I'm getting pretty close to what my internet speed at home
fantastic.
is, which is not bad.
All right, I think I'm going to cut. I want to get back to that in a second here, but Nicola did break that 155 level, and the selling is coming in here so now we're 2 pennies out of the money. It's not that bad. Okay, now 1 penny out of the money. Now this one, Yeah, I want to draw my line in the sand at that 155 because we did defend it earlier, but my original thesis was to take the break of this crest. But what I don't like is a lower high, now we have a lower low. So now you do have a downtrend, although you still are above that $half level. And that is what is making me hesitant about cutting this trade, even though, you know, my instinct is to. Back to Apple, 179. Okay, we're retracing back into that. That's fine. But I think it may be time to cut this Nikola trade, especially we haven't been able to make higher highs here in quite some time. We've got 3 minutes left on the show. So, yeah, I think this one is going to have to get cut for a 3-penny loser here, Obi. I'm just not 100% certain. I think I'm going to leave it at my 150 break level. So if it breaks this trough, and yeah, I'm getting lots of red coming in here. What's the futures doing? Okay, well, we're only 1/3% on the NQ. So the NQ, well, not really that Nikola is going to follow the NQ, but any event. The other one that's showing up here on my scanner, COSM, Cosm Health, showing up here as a 26% winner. It's done 4 million shares. It's a dollar stock, so obviously small capper there. Not sure why it's not loading. There we go. This one really getting going here midday.
Oh, yeah.
Showing up. Well, actually, it started earlier than that, around 10 a.m., but for whatever reason, it's just showing up on my scanner now. Let's go to the 5-minute on this one. Yeah, so stair stepping up. Again, volume a little light on it, 4.4 million shares for $1.75 name, but the chart pattern looks good. We got that off that 139 area, which is where we closed off on Friday. Now looking to take that 1 3/4. Is there a headline? I don't see a headline on COSM. What's up?
Yeah, so we were talking about this this COSM over the weekend and as well as this morning, this 160 break. We were talking about this being kind of a liquidity trap, like a classic liquidity trap on COSM here. As take a look at this trap right here. You have a heavy volume day, almost. What's the volume on this day right here? So you do about 41 million, and then right away the next day you only do 8, and then after that you only do 1.5, and then after that you do about closer to 1. And then coming in today, the volume picks back up through that high. So definitely a bit of a liquidity trap underneath that, underneath and over that that 160 as COSM pushes back towards these highs there. So that might have a little bit of fuel there. I don't know if it has a catalyst, but it definitely is or was doing significant RVOL on the first day. Take a look at that, almost 300 to about over thousands of RVOL right out the open. And then coming in today, definitely smelling and looking like a liquidity trap. And yeah, potential squeeze incoming there off that 160 is what I had written down earlier. And yeah, it seems like we're grinding back up towards some of these highs. So let's see if we can see that $2 mark on COSM going into either the end of the day or the end of the week. But yeah, take a look at the daily here. It's a classic example of what a liquidity trap kind of looks like there on a multi-day time frame. Backside on these, oh yeah, but watch out for the parabolic if you are taking shorts.
And Obi likes the backside. So. All right, guys, we are almost out of time. Any final thoughts here, O?
Nothing much, just waiting for the next trade, right?
Yep.
That's all it is. Just piecing off. We saw Amazon kind of churning, a lot of things kind of chopping in within their range. So if things decide to continue doing that for the rest of the day, that's probably what I'll be taking pieces off of. But yeah, nothing too distinct, nothing too high probability.
I don't even know what this. Sorry, I have to address this. CCG. I think Neil just put this in the chat. I think they're going to probably address it when they get to it. But yeah, I'm just seeing it now. It didn't show up on my scanner. So I have no idea where the hell this one came from. Chichi Group? I don't even know how to Cheche Group. Anyway, I'll tell you quickly here, company profile. It's got about 4.6 million share float. But Obi, we are at a time, and so we're going to have to see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on an afternoon that's turning into a bit of a chop fest here as far as the overall market is concerned, as we were saying. Maybe in for a couple of days here ahead of the Fed of back and forth action and wait and see action before we get comments from